Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we unite, we winners. But with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching lane na parang gera, HP racing made a setup. But kakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dog SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala, crowd control. Pakita on the jab, east to the southeast. Taas ang matawad, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Malakas, Pinas, malakas, kahit anong tumas. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 16th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix GT30, the power behind every madlang gamer. Victories you can count on. Smart, the simply reliable telco partner of the MPL. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Mas epic na bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partner in esports, Clear Men. Power up your dandruff-free scalp. Supercharged with Clear. And NOR. Sarap panalo with NOR. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. Experience MPL live and stay in comfort at the Green Sun Hotel. Enjoy the promo exclusive to MPL ticket holders. This is until October 13, 2025, so hurry and book your stay. We're weeks away from the playoffs, and you can secure your tickets now. Join us at the bigger stage for the biggest clash of the season. Go to the official MPLPH website to secure your seats. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Three more playoff spots still ang paglalaban-labanan ng 4 na natitirang.
Kailangan lang namin kami yung magdikta ng magiging ikot and hindi yung karap.
Malalaman natin kung sino ang kukumpleto sa ating postseason sa huling 2 araw.
Ngayon sobrang desperate na namin.
Tuloy pa rin kami sa nating tools na mindset.
Ang pagiging preparation namin for bukas, yung composure wag mawala, tsaka yung bibigyan namin best namin sa laban namin bukas.
Manda na kami sa kahit anong resulta. Nung pagkatalo pa lang namin nung week 6, parang ganun na naging mindset namin.
Sa tingin ko makakapasok PNC or Twisted or kami possible.
Na makakapasok, syempre sana kami. And makasama namin yung Falcons.
Doon na magkakalaman ko sinong makakapasok sa playoffs.
Message ko sa Twisted, pagalingan na lang kasi ng makakapasok sa playoffs.
Bibigay talaga namin yung best namin.
Tatry na yung manalong maaari para makapasok ng playoffs.
Kailangan na namin ibuhos para sa last na match namin kasi doon na lang din talaga nakasalala yung bright spot namin.
Maligayang pagbabalik sa MPL Philippines Season 16. My name is Hans Galeria and this is Super Fan Saturday. Kahapon lamang, we are still in the middle of a celebration for the 9th anniversary of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And unfortunately, in the middle of all of the celebration, there has already been one team na hindi aabot sa kanilang playoff contention after being eliminated from their postseason hopes yesterday. Ganun pa man, hindi pa dito natatapos ang laban para sa apat na teams na pinipilit akyatin at habulin ang natitirang playoff spots para umabot sa ating postseason. And for the upper brackets, it's up to the Sonics and the Cavalry to decide. Will it be Team Liquid Philippines? Will it be Onyx Philippines? Yan at marami pang iba ang kailangan nating alamin in this Super Fan Saturday. So make sure to sit back, relax, and enjoy the show dahil oras na para simulan ng Lakas ng Pinas!
Mingalaba to all our Burmese fans watching from all around the world. This is MPL Philippines Season 16, Week 8, Day 2. Time is but a relative concept. At your service, my name is Leo, here with Naisu and Renmar Santa Cruz. It's us, We Bear Bros, bringing you the first match of the day.
Hey, you know, Week 2, Week 8, it's been the same. It's been competitive as hell, and I can't wait to get through today.
Yeah, 4 of the teams trying to make it into the playoffs will be fighting today, and by the end of this Day 2, Week number 8, we might find out the playoffs picture.
Just one more team will say goodbye to join AP Brennan, the dregs of the regular season. And 6 teams will be moving on, confirmed. Might happen tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, experience victory with the Infinix GT30 with GT Trigger and the MLBB certified 120 FPS system. Enjoy ultra smooth gameplay and outplay the rest. You can get one starting at 12,000 pesos, 11,999.
And you know, if they get their hands on it, maybe they can join the Infinix X Lamina show match. You can play alongside Cherizama, Athena, Jayat Gaming, and Womi, our very own Womi over there in an epic 5v5 match this October 25th, powered by the Infinix GT30.
I've had it. You don't say our very own Athena. You just skipped her like she was just
Your very own Womi.
Yeah.
That's true. My bad. Our very own Athena and Womi.
Yeah. And if you want to find out more, just like and follow Infinix Philippines on Facebook for the full mechanics. Winners will be announced on October 13th. Today is October 11th. So 2 more days. 2 more days until the winners are announced. So are you #Team Cherry now or #Team Jamie? Join now and outplay the rest.
I guess I know what team I'm a part of.
Yeah.
my bias team.
Instinctively. Why not Cherina though?
All right, Cherina. I'll be #Team Cherina.
This tournament is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board. MPL Philippines Season 16. The regular season is about to come to a close. We have about 2 more days left in the regular season. And I bet you guys are wondering, how do we come to this? What do the standings look like? How are there still 3 teams fighting for just 1 more slot? Make that 4. Oh my God.
Whew.
4 teams still in the running.
Yeah, and you see how close everything is in terms of the match points and even the net game win. The points differential is what we call that, which is why this very first series is so important to finding out if Falcons has a chance. We'll discuss the deep details later on, but it is unanimous and widely accepted by the community. This is the most competitive regular season we've ever had in MPL Philippines history.
I love it, man. I say it all the time, but I definitely mean it this season.
You like?
You like? I love this season. It's been so great, man. I think for a lot of people too, it's when you get asked the question, who's first off going to make it to the playoffs, I actually don't know. Like, I can't say who the last couple teams are going to be there to lock it in. But even so, to say like, all right, automatically I think the champion of the season is going to be this team. And most people would look at this and be like, oh, maybe it's going to be RORA. that is still hard enough in itself to actually go ahead and throw out there just because of how great the season's been.
And so far, we can see how the playoffs bracket looks like. Aurora have locked themselves into the upper bracket, just 2 best-of-5s away from getting that slot to the grand finals, and 2 M7. All this while, Team Liquid Philippines and Onyx still fighting for that other upper bracket slot. And then whoever makes it through, our 4-way tie, 3 teams out of the 4-way tie will be filling in the rest of the play-ins.
The crazy part about the season is when you look at the standings, when we eventually see the final playoffs bracket picture, you really have to look into the details of the teams that were able to get wins against certain teams. Like AP Brent's eliminated from playoff contention, but at one point in the season, they swept Onyx.
Yeah.
That didn't happen too long ago. So it really adds to the lore and the mystique of the season as being the most competitive. However, you cannot deny that the looming shadow of the Northern Lights is massive. They are about to match, potentially, the record set by Onyx in Season 14, 13-1.
And they will be in action later on today in our second match against Smart Omega. But first, we're opening up with Twisted Minds versus TNC. This one, you're gonna not want to miss because both teams are still at the cusp of elimination. And speaking of elimination, a team that everyone counted out by the mid part of the season, Falcons will be fighting for tournament life against Team Liquid.
Got the classic Titan matchup, the match of the Titans. I know some people have said a lot of things about Team Falcons. Are they still really the Titan? I think you can't discredit what they've accomplished in their career, and they're up against a team like TLPH, who have shown some weakness throughout the season. Now, Team Falcons, for some reason, it took them a long time to get some flight going, but I feel like they finally found whatever they needed, and I wouldn't count them out in that last match against TLPH. I think for a lot of people, that's what they're holding on to the seats for today, man. I mean, we have great matches all today, but that last one especially is going to be a very crucial one.
I can't remember the last season wherein up to day 2, day 3 of week 8, you still had to watch. Here you'll see in action, opening up today's broadcast, MP the King and Zyda in their final climb. Jungler sensations. They've been around the world. And here today, they're going to be competing to try to stay in the playoffs picture.
Yeah, TNC has somewhat flown under the radar for a lot of people because they just couldn't get a lot of consistent streaks going.
Yeah.
But they're in a position right now where they are literally 1 series win away from securing a playoff slot. While Twisted Minds, it's a different story. They started off hot, but then they faltered. We'll actually see their second half of the season win record later.
Today, I'm still finding a new twist, a final twist, or should I say twist, given that up until week 8 their identity still seems to be we're just really good at MLBB. What else? What do you bring to the table that old renditions of this squad, nay, old renditions of this coaching staff could bring out of their athletes? Because I mean, I know it's too much to ask for these rookies to put on a show, but what else do they have? Because in the first half, it's been enough to say I'm just really good at MLBB. But in the second half of the season,
yeah,
they've been in a slump.
This right after that Project Next, man, we got a glimpse of this even yesterday too, and it's very interesting to look at what happened to some of the teams that were on, you know, such a strong start in the first half, and then was it really that change, that Project Next, that made it so difficult for some of these teams to find success?
I mean, that is one of the reasons as to why they have struggled in the second half. We have to look at their elimination conditions. Twisted loses to TNC with a 1-2 score, and Falcon sweeps Team Liquid Philippines. The second one, Twisted loses to TNC via sweep, and Falcons just wins against Team Liquid. To ensure that Twisted Minds has a chance of making it to the playoffs, they have to at least just win 1 game against TNC and then hope that Falcons doesn't get the win against Team Liquid later. But if they really want to secure the slot, win against TNC.
I like it. For Twisted Minds, it's very simple.
Yeah.
But sometimes simple is what we struggle with. Look at what TNC have to do. They have to win at least 1 of the remaining matches. This one, you can kind of breathe more because first off, they have to fight against Twisted Minds today. If they come up short, they just gotta go up against the M6 World Champions. No problem.
Yeah, this is basically a mouthful here too. Just because it's so funny how it is. Like either of these teams to get to that playoffs, you just want to go ahead and win. You know, like win one of your matches. It's that simple, really, when it comes down to it.
But also them getting eliminated is a combination of losing their matches.
It's a combo.
And Falcons winning against Liquid. So I like TNC's odds.
Yeah, and not even winning. They have to sweep Liquid too. Because even if TNC loses both of their series, the requirement for Falcons is they still need to sweep Team Liquid Philippines.
So it's good to be part of the Phoenix Army.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. They're probably the most comfortable spot right now out of all the teams fighting for that last playoff spot.
Even better than Twisted Minds, who at some point in the first half of the season was #1 for weeks on end.
Yeah. Well, up to week 4, was it? Like it was around that time. They were just holding that top spot.
Yeah, I think week 2, week 3. And then now, as we look at Benny Cutie, one of the more prolific gold lane fighters this season, he is 50% win rate with the CC, but of course he has had iconic games as well with the Esmeralda, and he can play the main and Ruby too. I think TNC Pro Team is one of the teams that started really adapting it as quickly as possible, playing fighters in the gold lane, and they're confident with it.
I love how Lancey's trying to do the hand sign that Benny's doing while he just locks it out just effortlessly. And I think that's what the CC is to him. We've seen it brought out in the early parts of Season 16, but when he brings it out, alongside any of the other junglers, any other gold laners that are fighters, it seems like a natural fit. Look, he's played Bane,
100%.
won with it.
One game, 100%.
That's odd. You know what? The stats kind of paint a different picture. He's played 6 games with fighter gold lanes, but he hasn't yet touched a gold lane Esmeralda or a gold lane Ruby.
Which is interesting because I feel like we're leaning more towards the fighter gold lanes right now. It used to be a thing where it was just the YSS that when Alice picked up the fighter gold lanes came through, but now we're seeing it more and more.
It doesn't matter what's in the jungle.
It doesn't matter.
Oh yeah, this is after patch.
That's right.
The Esmeralda, he picked it
week 3 or 4.
Week 3 because they or week 4 because they wanted to pick it. They showed it off before their match against Onyx. I remember that discussion now that I had with Coach Itomax. That's why they started playing fighters in the gold lane as well. They were like, oh, we just wanted to show Onyx we can do it better.
So, who's going to do it better here? Twisted Minds or TNC? We're going to find out very, very soon. But first, we want to hear from you guys. Here's our community poll for the first match. Who is the best fighter hero in the gold lane? A, CC, C, Esmeralda, D, Ruby, or the correct answer, B, Bane?
Yeah, you don't have to answer. We know. I'm going to go with CC.
What?
Yeah. Sorry, man. I think Yo-Yo's win out against the Crab Claw.
You're allowed to be wrong. Renmar?
All right.
I like Bane. Bane hurts.
So you're going with Bane. You're going with Bane, huh? I see. You just like the burst damage?
Yes.
So wait, hold on. Is the only viable gold lane Bane is Magic Bane?
Correct.
You can't.
We've yet
do
to
anything
see
else.
any other. I'm pretty sure people are workshopping a hybrid build, but the Magic Bane is just so bursty and so self-sustaining that its early game ramp up is safer because there's no boots equivalent of the arcane boots for physical.
That's true. So how do you beat it? How do you beat that gold lane Magic Bane?
We've seen a couple of Magic Banes lose, so just revisit those balls. Ladies and gentlemen, it's just a couple more minutes before the match begins. Again, Twisted Minds going up against TNC. Both teams fighting to stay in the playoffs picture. Again, it's clear that TNC have it a little easier. So much weight on the rookie's shoulders.
I'm excited, man, because like right off the bat, match 1, this is going to be an intense one.
Yeah, I mean, TNC's so close. I wouldn't be surprised if they just go out of the gate right away with a very quick lineup that can end the game before 13, 14 minutes, because games have been getting longer now, especially with more fighters showing up, with Alice showing up even more. So I think Twisted Minds have really got to consider the possibility of TNC just going right out of the gate and taking it early.
Lansu versus Thremar. That's another matchup we've yet to cover, and I'm pretty sure the draft will tell the tale. Will we see more Alice today? Yesterday, there was an odd priority for Alice. Watching the broadcast, I was also scratching my head like, where's all this Alice priority coming from?
That was like 4 games in a row, I think it was, like from Series 1 to Series 2.
Yeah, between 4 teams that have nothing to do with each other, suddenly play the Alice more often. Folks, let's welcome our athletes onto the stage. It's Twisted Minds and TNC.
all in their minds is to win. Can they do it today? It's Nosha, Kaloy, Sean, MP the King, and Lansu. 100 IQ plays, Twisted Minds. And that is the same condition na kailangan pagigtingin ng Phoenix Army. It's Benny Cutie, Chaknu, Lancy, Zaida, and 3 more. Rising once more, TNC Pro Team! To officiate all of the matches that will be happening today, we have our marshals, Joshua, Chico, Patrick, and JJ. Joining our 2 teams today would be their respective coaches. It's Coach Bonchan for Twisted Minds and Coach Etamax for TNC Pro Team. Ang unang laban ng araw na ito, MPL Arena, make some noise!
It's the MP the King version. Let's go out of Twisted Minds, walking into this best of 3.
Yep, Lansu, MP the King, Sean, Kaloy, and Nasha. Once again, we saw the stat, man. After Project Next, they have not been doing too well. 1 in 5 currently for that, and they're going to have to adjust it going against a team like this from TNC.
Yeah, what I like about TNC is, you know, I'm not going to miss my words, it's Zaida, man. Zaida has been so good this season. And then as the season goes on, a new version of the Storm was unlocked. Benny Cutie in the Fighter Gold, throwing back to his Echo Season 9 era when he would be spamming Yuzong and heroes like that, Paquito. So it's good to see that TNC really embraced what Project Next brought for the entire metagame.
I'm still on the diversity train. I want to see Twisted Minds spread their wings because look at the hero pool. 3 diverse between these 2 teams. And I'll tell you now, Zaida, he played Yusujin maybe half of Season 16. So he is not flexing as much. You're seeing the diversity from the roam like Chaknu, as you mentioned, in the gold in Benny Cutie. What did Twisted Minds bring for this final climb?
I think part of it too is the diversity we're seeing in the jungle the last couple weeks, especially after Project Next. Now it seems like a lot more teams are deciding to pick up utility and opt for that. So I think that's what's so exciting about the draft. Now that we're seeing, you know, more Obsidia, more Alice even brought into these lineups, it gives them this opportunity to be very flexible, to bring out some interesting compositions. So I think both the teams are capable of doing that.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear what these players had to say to each other and amongst each other here in a smart 5G ping test before the match begins.
What's up, everyone? Game. Usap tayo. Masinsinan. Manood kayo ng playoffs, guys, sa paparating na
October 22 to 25.
Yan, guys.
Gaganapin yan, guys, sa Cuneta Astrodome.
Yes, sir. Sana makapasok namin ngayon, guys, para mapanood nyo kami doon. Good luck sa atin, syempre. Bigyan natin ng magandang lalaban. Kaya let's go.
Medyo madugo ito, ha?
Bigyan natin ng magandang laban ng mga manonood. Better na daw message mo kay Nasha. Yun, guys, sabi niya, solo kill niya daw.
Solo kill niya daw si Nasha. Jack, ano nga masabi mo kay Kaloy?
Focus siya, tol.
Focus tayong dalawa. Focus lang kayong dalawa, nak. Okay.
Ako si Scotty People. What time is it? It's game time. It's game time, baby. Pakita ko sino masangat.
Opo!
Magtulong-tulungan tayo. Kayo daw po.
Guys, shoutout sa mga kids na ko dyan! I love you all!
Wish ko lang sa birthday ko. Mag-playoffs kami.
Let's go! Lord, bigay mo na Lord, oh. Last match na, kumbaga.
Hindi ako papayag na isa sa alay-alay natin ang playoffs na natin sa ibang team.
Sabi nga sa Jordan Nunes, all I wanna do is winning.
Itong laro to para kay Tito at Tita.
Para sa team, para kay Coach Bon.
Ay, shoutout sa mga millionaire dyan, ha? What time is it? It's game time! Puko! Ito yung ano ko. Oy, na-prank.
I'm pretty sure they can't make that catchphrase fly. Somebody else owns that.
Somebody definitely owns that.
Yeah, I really thought that I've been conditioned to hear Onic time, and then they say game time, and then now I'm thrown off. I don't know what to expect. But I do enjoy that we really start doing the duos more. Hopefully we continue that. I hope for the playoffs we get like a five-man mic check.
Oh.
With coaches?
With the coaches.
If TNC makes it through, maybe with Hito.
Evolution.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's learn about what these teams need to do to win. Here's the keys to victory, brought to you by Wolf in the Howl.
Welcome to the Howl. Ako nga pala si Wolf, bringing you the Infinix keys to victory. It's Twisted Minds going up against TNC, the last match of Twisted Minds, at kailangan nila ito mapanalo for them to get into the playoffs. What they need to do is to push TNC into the late game and have better end game decision making. Kapansin-pansin na sa TNC, although alam natin na ito ay magaling na late game kind of team, but recently they have struggled when it comes to end game scenarios. In fact, pinapatagal nila yung laban, napapaganda yung mga plays, but in the late game kung saan kailangan nila mag-push or kailangan nilang makasecure ng mga lords, doon sila nagsastruggle. If Twisted Minds can actually push TNC's limits, pwede sila manalo sa series ito. They also have to expect TNC to play non-marksman gold laners and prioritize winning the lane-to-lane matchups. Napakasimple lang yan. Pag nag-draft ang side ng Twisted Minds, they have to make sure na iniisip na agad nila yung lane-to-lane matchups in mind. Para naman kung sakali magkaroon ng aggressive moves ang side ng TNC, hindi sila madadali agad in the early game. Now for TNC, they have to mind the mid-lane matchup and put pressure on Sean. It is also noticeable for Twisted Minds na yung mga panalo nila ay kapag nakapag-scale ng maganda etong si Sean. At kung pinapressure nila constantly yung heroes ni Sean in the draft and into the game itself, this will be better for TNC. Lastly, kailangan nilang ipuwersa ang Twisted Minds na maging farm heavy on their course. Meaning sa ito yung Gold, Jungle, and EXP. Alam natin na ang TNC ay magaling din naman pagdating sa pag-punish ng mga greedy na lineups. And Twisted Minds also have that tendency. If this is gonna be possible para sa TNC, it will be better for them dahil naghahabol din sila ng puntos papunta dun sa playoffs. That's TNC going up against Twisted Minds. Back to the casters.
To reinforce our theory that TNC Pro Team could go fast here, the first key to victory for Twisted Minds, push TNC into the late game and have better end game decision making. Because TNC Pro Team, one of their signatures this season is they will commit that big play, that big fight late into the game just when you don't expect them to. Just when you thought that they'd just back off, stay in base, they will commit something. Twisted Minds needs to be ready for that. While for TNC Pro Team, force Twisted to go farm heavy on their course. Slow them down, bog them down, control the game from minute one.
I agree. Even if you do give Nosha what Joseph likes to call the golden experience, victory is not guaranteed. Sometimes you could just close in the gap, keep him within odd range, and then he can't fire off. We learned that in the later half season 16.
Dude, I don't even know if the gold lane experience is that relevant anymore. Like I'm questioning my own experience because I'm like, maybe now it's the Rome experience. Like maybe now it's like the Rome experience now because it's all about the Romes post Project Next.
Oddly enough, I've been having a better time as a jungler because over the past maybe 2 years, Moonton has protected the jungle. It's like, yeah, you deal less damage. Yeah, you can't gain as much EXP from the opponent's side. So I've been getting invaded less. So maybe it's the jungler experience.
Yeah, and what gold lane experience? Don't you mean the other EXP lane?
Oh, true.
Where you find the CC and the Esmeralda? All right, here we go. Let's choose our map here for the first game in this best of 3. And it looks like we're going to the expanding rivers. Lapu Lapu going a little swimming. What are the stats?
This is a Bane map, if any.
Yep.
It is.
It's Bane time.
Okay.
Although I think Project Next in general just now has become Bane time.
Is Bane time.
Yeah, especially more so expanding rivers.
This was the one that I specifically remember where Benny did pick up the Bane, that only game he played, where he just like came right from the gold lane, flickered forward, boom.
He double laned like a menace.
Yeah, we called it exactly. Like, by the first turtle, the first big wave, once the river expands, he'll just run, and then we see him run. Arms up in the air. So I expect the Twisted Minds will pick up the YSS. Let's see if TNC Pro Team will pick up one of their cores right away. I'd like to see them consider taking away the Harris from the hands of Nausea, but then with Bane open, they might be willing to give that and then just pick up a Bane later on. That seems to be one of the things that teams consider a little bit more now that, okay, get the Harith because we'll get the Bane. It's better for us.
Oh.
So with the 1-1 open, the namesake of his only daughter.
Yep, more often now, especially since week 7, 1-1 has come through. She has been highly contested ever since the season started, but she's been showing up more actually in-game. Twisted Minds, after that Yusin Shin steal, how do they answer this powerful 2-pick swing?
I feel like, is this an Alice game? Because I feel like that was the problem with the 1-1 yesterday. It was so hard to actually get the airtime you needed when you had an Alice across from you. But right now, neither team really contesting for that. They go with the Harith. You mentioned this earlier. It's going over the side for Twisted, but now also the Hylos here.
Oh. So I think TNC Wait, gold. They can pick up the roam later. Their jungler, I think, needs to come through now.
What are we thinking? The Lance or the Haya?
I think I lean a little bit more towards Lance. I wouldn't want to see them consider going for a tanky jungler. Although they could consider a Fredrin, but with the Glorious Pathway and Zaman Force, that's extra legwork for the Juice in. And if they do go Fredrin here, then that means they need something equally tanky for Chaknu, so that it doesn't put so much pressure on the jungle to front line.
Yeah, it's not just Zyda.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hayabusa.
but this is Zyda we're talking about. Assassin extraordinaire. I think you'd be wasting a good part of his kit as an athlete if you forced him on a utility. So if we're going fast, the Frederick can do that, but this is Zyda. I assume that he made this call.
And I think they might also be looking at the possibility that it'll be an artillery mage on the side of Twisted Minds.
Yep.
They took out the Kimmy. Let's see if they'll still take on the far side, maybe even the Eve. But then I wouldn't be surprised if Twisted Minds decides to go for another long-range option like the Novaria. We do have to consider that the Angela is still open for both teams and might be banned here in the second phase.
The Angela and the Alice combo.
Unless they attack the Farsa Kag. Those are also good mid laners left for Sean. And there's the Farsa, his quote-unquote secret weapon. It came out late into Season 16, and teams just assumed that he didn't have one. Apparently, he's really good at it. He even scored an MVP win over that. The Gatot banned out by Twisted.
Okay, so they're going to go with some more roam options for the Mamba. I'm wondering what he's going to actually play here, though, too.
What he ends up with.
Yeah, like, what does he end up with? Because, you know, these are very strong roam picks that are being banned out, and you kind of expect Chaknu to be playing one of these heroes anyway. So what's going to be left is maybe, what, the Kufra? I don't know if he's actually going to be... Like, we've seen Chaknu also play the Angela, for example, you know? But I don't know if that's going to be the case here.
You still have the pick-off roamers still available, such as the Franco and the Kaja. And with the lack of burst, though, they might not go for the pick-off since they're playing around the Juice in.
Yeah.
What if Matilda?
That's true.
I am not the only
Where's the interplay going to be coming from?
The XP. Because there's still an XP lane.
Yeah. So if ever
I will choose
they go
my
Matilda,
own path.
okay, with Arlot Phobius down, that leaves us trade to Esmeralda, Lapu, Uranus as the main things that you're going to be going for here.
I wouldn't like the Uranus. I think they need a little more crowd control.
I think more than anything, TNC should just lock in the Esmeralda now. Can't go wrong with it with the remaining heroes that we have on the table. Lapu, Yura, just pick up the Esme for 3 more, considering that the Arlot is gone as well. The Lapu, again, if they pick up Lapu here, then they pick up Matilda, okay, then the Esmeralda or the Uranus at that point will end up to the Twisted Minds. So, 2 Twisted Minds, Esmeralda being better. So, I'd like them to pick up Esme.
Oh, there's the Alice.
Okay.
Joseph called this.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying. I was thinking that Twisted would want that. So I think TNC was like, well, if we don't take it, it's most likely going to be picked up, put in the XP lane. And that's already a ton of initiation, but also peeling and threat that if you have a Hylos plus an Alice, you got to deal with.
It's a happy medium between a Lapu Lapu and a Uranus. You have the sustainability, and then you have that edge of this crowd control.
Very strong level 2, and if Twisted Mind needs a bit more sustained damage, alright, the quick cooldowns of the Lapu Lapu should help deal with the Alice later on. One of the tankier presences, and they do pick up one of the Sean favorites this season, although we didn't see him pick it as much in the second half. It is the Kagura. Roam pick for Chaknu. They need to go tanky. If they go Esmeralda here, might not be enough to deal with the raw damage. With the Gatot gone, though, they don't have another roamer that can pick up Revitalize.
What do they go, Kufra?
Kufra would be okay. A Minotaur might not be tanky enough.
The only Revitalize I think of is Hilda. Like, that's literally all I think of.
Yeah.
I don't mind.
The Hilda?
I think the Hilda's pretty good at hunting the Harith and the Yishin down. But again, you lose utility. Like, she's very low on the utility scale.
And you're putting a lot of work on the Alice and the Jushin pick.
Yeah, Grok is banned out as well.
Yeah.
I wouldn't go Badang. Enjoy it! Whoa!
Oh, hey!
Whoa.
Only seen one other time in this season, and I'm pretty sure that was on JP.
I was saying, that had to be JP.
Here's the Mamba with the Jawhead.
Yeah, we haven't seen it since week 1. Now it shows up week 8. And, alright, TNC decided to subscribe the idea for RG lineups, which is more damage wins. We've actually started seeing more teams adapt that in the pro scene, where yes, you might be lacking a little bit of a front line, you don't have that much crowd control, but at this point, if you can kill the opposing team faster, then that's all the quote-unquote crowd control you need. That's all you need. Damage.
Why mitigate when you can terminate? TNC got a lethal lineup. I can see this getting out of hand very quickly. Going up against Twisted Minds, very fundamentally sound draft. Again, this is what you would expect from a draft from pre-Project Next. Let's see who's gonna take the first win. Drawing first blood, scoring first in this best of 3. Game 1 between
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
I like the fact that we're in this position after Project Next where you have some of these kind of compositions, you have some of these lineups and some of these more unique hero picks and certain compositions that are coming to the forefront in our meta. You know, like the Jawhead could actually work really well against this and this kind of lineup that we're used to seeing from Twisted.
Yeah, since they don't have a burst mage, they decided to apply the burst through their roamer and their jungler combined together. So that should be something that Twisted Minds needs to be careful of at the center of the map, despite them having a high loss. Look at the win rates. No wins yet for Kaloy on this high loss, interestingly enough. Well, this is the debut pick of Chatnu for this Jawhead.
3 of them, man.
Yeah, and 3 more.
Oh! Already first blood on Nosha!
Whoa, okay. Hey, that's the usage of having the Jawhead here, though, too, in this lineup.
You popped the Purify, too!
Oh, that's not a good start there for Twisted Minds. They were straight up surprised, and now Twisted, they have to look at it as, all right, we can't give another kill. At this point, alarm bells are blaring already. You are up against a Jawhead. One of the reasons why he was huge in the meta earlier this year is because of how fast you can snowball around a Jawhead lineup.
Not only that, but they're going to be able to focus on Lance. He does pop the flicker. Chaknu didn't even burn his flicker earlier on, so he's still holding on to it. Zyda's now joining the fight in the middle lane. He'll pop the shadow kill, picks up Sean. They're still going to be going for more. Lancey finally falls, but it's all the pickings here in the mid lane. A double for Zyda, and he goes for the triple. That's a huge power spike for Zyda this early on.
3-0, already a start. I can't imagine him doing that with the likes of a Fredner or a Baksha.
Exactly what we were talking about earlier in terms of just the Jawhead and the Hayabusa, very strong in the early to the mid game, even for counter punish. Twisted Minds, I thought they were going to be... Whoa! Lansu!
That's the bravest fighter if I've ever seen one. He gets the turtle and he gets out.
The Admiral pillaging the turtle. What? Zyda did not press the retribution.
His retribution was still on cooldown. So the cooldown of the retribution ended just a second or two after the turtle was already taken.
Right when he needed it.
Yeah, so I think someone in Twisted Minds provided the info that amidst all of the chaos in the center of the map, that Zyda used his retribution, and that's why Lansu decided to commit his flicker and ultimate, because he knew there would be a chance he could take it away from the Haya without the retry.
Wow, what are the odds on that? It was like a 4-5% chance the timing would have been perfect. Zyda couldn't even time a basic attack or some shurikens. And here comes Chaknu on Sean. He's fine. Rush Umbrella Flea is such tech now.
Yeah, it is. Sean, though, might still have to be careful here. 3-Mar was there. But that's one of the things. Like I said, Chaknu's been very good at holding on to his flicker, too. Benny Cutie might feel the pressure here, but luckily he'll be fine. The rest of the team's going to rotate down. Potentially, they are waiting there patiently to see if Kaloy makes his way back up.
Yeah, typical rotation for a lineup that has a 1-1 in the Harith. If they don't get the Yi Sun-Shin, post-Turtle 2 or around Turtle 2, post-Turtle 1, they decide to rotate downside, but they couldn't get the pick onto Benny. I feel like they could be doing a little bit too much at the center of the map. I know they already got a pick onto Nosha early on, but they can do a little bit more just to get Benny Cutie out of lane right away, because if they focus too much on the center of the map, they might be surprised that, wait, even though we got the kill onto the Harith still got to catch up, and then Benny Cutie is wondering, wait, I was winning lane. Oh yeah, it's because we didn't get the 1-1 out of the lane fast enough. So TNC needs to commit a few more rotations towards the gold side, and if they can, get this turtle, because if Twisted Minds gets this, they even things out.
I concur, Doctor, but it's unfortunate. The turtle keeps spawning in the upper quarter of the map. I think TNC is happy with just kind of keeping neutral or winning these side lanes. Twisted Minds here first, putting down the turtle to 8th with health.
Yeah, they're going to blitz this. Chaknu jumps in, but MP gets the turtle with a retribution. He'll go and ejector Kaloi, not the target he wants to go for. Now Chaknu on the run. Zyda's going to join the fight, pops the shadow kill. We're going to take out a Kaloi, and they do that just there, right at the moment. Bravest Fighter still used. Lansu on the retreat, have to pop the flicker defensively, and TNC will get the kill.
It's a good trade. I'll take that any day. A turtle and Kaloi. That's TNC. I think they are losing out on these exchanges.
Yeah, good value. They're getting the kills, but Twisted Minds are keeping it close. And if they keep losing the objectives like this, and even though TNC is getting the kills, they're just going to feel the power spike of the Harith come through. So you see Beniguti go now to the center of the map. He's double laning. I want to see TNC get a little bit more aggressive outside of the objectives, even more so. Because I feel like the speed of the game has bogged down just a little bit. But I think you could also attribute it to Twisted Minds are blocking the potential plays that Chakno and Lancy could play.
Yep, the timer on this Jawhead is slowing down. I think he could go faster, given the age-old adage of a defensive Jawhead really isn't much of a useful Jawhead.
Yeah.
It's almost as bad as a Hilda. Imagine Hilda defending in their own base. That's what a Jawhead that can't hide in bushes do.
Yeah, eventually he just... It might fall off a little bit. Close heal. Actually going to be used. Going to go for Sean. Sean does hold on, though. He knows that he can get out with the fleet even if he had to. So looks like TNC wanted to make a play down here. They don't make it happen. And 3mar is still on this side of the jungle. But look at the pressure across map. And Zyda's the only one there. They might go for a little bit of a push here. They transition themselves back to mid, though.
The longer this game stays relatively even and within the range of Twisted Minds to turn it around by Turtle 3, or worse for TNC, if Twisted Minds gets a big win at Lord 1, then it's going to be a tough climb for them. They're not playing around something like a Farsa with Burst that it's good for defense. Their Burst is great for offense.
And GLTBH, Lord 1 is looking better for Twisted Minds. They have better AoE, better easily accessible CC, and when Nosha starts fighting, when he gets that third item power spike, it's over. TNC are fighting for this last turtle with their life.
They're going to fight for it. Lansu, Palm the Braves Fighters, trying to zone Zyda out. He's trying to get there with the shadow. He gets the space, will get the retribution off. And now TNC on the fight. MP's so low. He finally goes down to Lancy, and Lancy brings Sean back. He's keeping the Lantern right on top. Sean will have nowhere to go, has a little bit of shield and actually escapes. But two members of Twisted go down, and they lose the turtle.
That's more like it, TNC.
Yeah, TNC Pro Team needed that win. Concealed by Chaknu.
Chaknu gets the Zaman Force out from Nasha. Shadow Kill is going to be used. There's enough shielding there, though, too. But they can't take it. Wow, Lansu jumps in, takes out Chaknu. So TNC, after a win in that last team fight, will lose Chaknu on trying to get the mid turret.
A bit of an overheat there, but they were trying to provide space for Beniguti. I don't think they also expected that Lancer would be holding on to a very strong defensive position under the tower in mid. So TNC needed that win, and through this, they can now start activating Beniguti to be more active with the rest of the team fights, as he spent majority of the game so far in lane. Corrosion Scythe and the Windtalker locked in for this 1-1, and that's a go signal. TNC can fight, and TNC can continue this aggression. Just be a little bit more careful, though. Be wary of the potential punish that Twisted Minds can show up.
501 already on Zyda. Can't say the same for MP the King. He's been struggling. I'm pretty sure Twisted Minds can also do better to protect their jungler. Or is it just MP the King puts himself in these weird situations? It's not like he has an easy answer to a Jawhead making a beeline for him, or make worse, an Alice going straight at him. Some people would like that, though, but it's difficult to be the Yusin Shin right now.
Hey, I'll take that, you know, but...
of course you would.
I'll say this. Being the YSS for MP the King, it's going to have to come with a certain form of finesse, you know, for him to, especially when this Lord comes up here.
Potion.
Yeah, he has
Cuidado.
to. Exactly.
Yeah.
Just that.
And I think majority of the game so far, Twisted Minds did embrace the idea that, all right, we might be going for a little bit more of the counter. Yeah, we'll get the objectives, but up against a Jawhead and Hayabusa, they will fall behind in the speed. Speaking of speed, they're blitzing the Lord.
Yeah, they can. Look at this. Mount Shot going to confirm what they're doing. Kaloi blocking him.
Wow, what a decision from Twisted. They'll get themselves the Lord. Kaloi's going to be fine, sacrificing himself for that. That's something that Twisted needed. And we'll see if they can getting anything off of this quick Lord Blitz.
Yeah, great read. What a toss!
Tossing up with the ejector, the flea there. Now Zaida jumps in on the back line with the shadow kill. He's able to find so many low members from Twisted. Nasha goes down and looking to go down. He's still up, dropping the Zaman Force, fights back and oversteps 3mar. 3mar falls, but man, TNC, they'll get a tier 2 off of this.
Nosha says no to the wipeout. That was a close call.
Yeah, good thing he was able to get out of there. But 3mar, before he fell, it was his Throne of Ruin that helped set up that big win for TNC. He did get 2 stand up and immobilized. So even though he fell there in the end and couldn't get the kill onto Nasha, he did his job.
Straight up ravaged a good chunk of Twisted Minds there, even underneath a turret. So the damage is done. Twisted Minds lost a good amount of their turrets. So mid lane all the way, bottom lane, second tier almost going down. At least MP the King's buff still stood. That's where TNC kind of missed out. They focused hard on the wipeout instead of cleaning up the jungle side for Twisted Minds. So the gold lead should stay underneath 5k for now.
Okay, Lansu, instead of going for the Oracle, he goes for the route of rushing the Queen's Wings. This should help him hold the front down alongside Kaloy even better. Even though the Oracle could have healed a lot more through the Revitalize. Alright, I guess he wanted a little bit more offensive utility as well to get a little bit more damage with the Queen's Wings, considering that they do need a bit more of it.
Yeah, it's basically up to him and Kaloy to kind of hold down some of these paths that TNC has been taking throughout the fight. One of the difficult parts, though, is dealing with that back line. You know, you mentioned it earlier when 3mar jumps in with a Throne of Ruin, but then also you got to kind of keep track of where is Zaida. You know, that's what, there's so many things Twisted Minds has to keep track of. Meanwhile, they got to make sure that Benny Cutie doesn't get the airtime he's looking for with the Crossbow of Tang. Oh, speaking of, Shadow Kill already used. Popping the Revitalize from Kaloy. I mean, again, Zaida, all he has to do is jump in, pop some damage, and gets the battle spell out.
Yeah, he had a fun time farming. He's already up to a BOD. He can quickly melt down that Harith already.
Oh, wait. Whoa, Twisted wants to choose the fight. They're going to go for this. Benny Cutie just around the corner. 3mar zoning out MP. He jumps back in, has the waltz. Chakno will have to flicker defensively. They're waiting for more. Sean's able to do some damage, but also on the run himself. Shadow kill again for the second time, but Nasha gets away another time. So with TNC, they don't lose anybody. Sean is on the run. Chakno on the hunt. Can Sean actually pull something off here? Is he going to be able to do anything? He does go through. He's going to be chased, but he's going to be met by Zaida in the jungle. You can only run so much. Sean, is he breaking the ankles here? Finally, Zaida, the rest of the team, MP joins. Sean took a trip around the map and still survived.
Impressive. That was a run that could rival even the best from as far back as CKT these days on a Cho. TNC could not touch Twisted Minds. 12 minutes in, Twisted are actually making this work. They might actually take us to the 16-17 minute mark.
Yeah, and it's important for Twisted's chances that Sean did not die there. He stays alive, meaning that Twisted Minds can afford to heavily contest this Lord, even though they're down 6k.
They're going to go for Chakno. Chakno can't withstand that setup from the bush. He goes down. No flicker to burn. They're down a member for this Lord. But TNC still wants to start it up, and Lancey disappears. Throne of Ruin going to be used, and they're going for Kaloy as Kaloy falls, and now the 4v3. TNC will back off the Lord. Twisted knows they have this advantage. How do they play this? They're still going to watch out for Zaida and Benny Cutie's damage, and they'll just go for the reset.
Oh, Twisted Minds have all the initiative here. They can be proactive, attack mid, attack the Lord. They got the man advantage, going for the pull, respecting though 3mar's possibility to entry suddenly from out of nowhere.
Yeah, that would help Zaida as he was relatively unmarked to the items now. The Harith still, already locked in with 3 core items, should be good. But there is still a significant lead for the 1-1 who is up to the 4th core item, Berserker's Fury. So it's the crit-based 1-1 with powerful basic attacks. And of course with the Windtalker there, that's an even a little bit of magic damage coming out of that 1-1.
I'm enjoying these XP laners and even these junglers sometimes, roamers even, building fully cursed helmets. We usually don't see that, but that DPS hybrid defense debuff is so useful. Mount Shocker.
Oh, they're going to fight for this Lord here. There's so now Sean. Shadow Kill going to be used, but he gains enough space. They might go for the reset. Mount Shocker was already used too, and Kaloi out of the picture. Lord still health. Zyda will clear out the Lord, and now Nasha falls to Benny. He gets a double. He's looking to find MP down in the bottom line too, and Lansu's on the hunt for Lancey, but he has 3 more to help him out. And now MP the King, he gets caught out with the crossbow of Tang. Benny Cutie picks up a 3rd kill there, making it 6. Lansu pops to win a crown. He's just trying to buy time, but even as brave as he is, he falls in the mid lane.
And it's just Sean left, a Lord marching in mid. TNC may have found a way inside the base.
TNC, they'll go ahead, take down the base turret. Lord up in the mid lane. This one will go down as well with the charge. Kaloi and Sean trying to delay this game a little bit further. Chaknu tries to get the ejector, throws Kaloi in, but Kaloi tanky as hell. He'll deal with a lot of the damage. Chaknu trying to get away. Nasha will be able to take Chaknu down. Can TNC end it here? They still have the Lord at half health. They're trying to clear the minions, but now MP's back up. He pops the Mount Shocker and they'll clear out the Lord. Benny Cutie, 3 more, and Lancey. They see the base in sight. It's on 1/4 of the health. Zyda jumping in, but they clear out the waves.
They're going to force it. They're going to force it.
See if they can force it here. The last wave on the bottom side is going to be cleared out. Zyda will pop that shadow kill. MP so low, he falls. And 3 more. Takes a couple shots from the base, but TNC still struggling to end it. They've got the wave up top. Sean trying to delay it. And now they'll back off. Lancey falls, a double for Nasha. Twisted defense so far.
The raw damage of a Harith, all the burst, the base damage that Twisted Minds have in their lineup, enough to hold on, to keep clearing minion waves. And TNC, probably there's people wondering there, why aren't they just locking the tower? There's too much burst. They needed to focus on the heroes down first because Twisted Minds were taking down minions way too fast.
TNC needed Chaknu in the base for the singular pickoff. They needed him, but he just respawned. And I think the call was, let's just wait for it, gentlemen. There's a Lord in a minute. And they will use this Lord. TNC freezing the lanes, delaying the amount of resources passively coming towards Twisted Minds' side of the map. 16 minutes in, and Twisted Minds are holding on. They are forcing TNC to take this past 20 minutes. But with this next Lord, which has all but TNC's name written on it, I think it might be over.
Yeah, Twisted, unless they pull off a miracle. I actually like the position here of TNC. 3mar is alone. He knows he can just hold the front. They can save Chaknu and the rest of TNC Pro team to be a little bit closer to the Lord. Allow the Alice to be the one providing vision and the front line hold.
It's interesting how you know, you have this. So there's a winner crown for 3mar. You saw how much damage he soaked up too. He's just behind Kaloi there. And they use the Mount Shocker. Are they going to go for something here? TNC, they are going to be pushed off this Lord, and Twisted wants to fight it. They want to contest this.
Look at Sean's placement is perfect.
Oh, they're going to go for it. 3mar jumps in with the Throne of Ruin. He's able to go ahead and set things up, but still keep an eye on Sean. He's going to go for this back line. Lansu in trouble. They're split up both sides. Zyda will jump forward. They take quite a bit of damage. Crossbow of Tang. There's the winner crown, though, being used by Kaloi to eat up some of the damage. Now Sean jumps in! What a yin-yang overturn! But here's Zyda once again. But there's so much damage coming out from Nasha. Zyda has to get out. Benny's trying to help him. He buys the immortality. And now Benny fired up on Nasha! He will take him out, and he's going for MP! What a play for TNC!
Damn you, Benny! You give him the 1-1. He makes miracles happen.
And that's going to be at TNC. Benny, Cutie, and Zyda, what perfect work together to get them the dub in Game 1.
Deathless performance. Almost perfect for Benny Cutie. 1 game away from winning the series.
The Storm, Benny Cutie, and Zyda together. When you need your cores to step up, their cores stepped up. What an ending. I thought they were done for through Nasha. Pretty sure even Nasha was shocked, saying, wait, we lost that trade? We got them dead to rights.
Oh, the Phoenix Army is on fire.
Woo. I liked it. That was, hey, that was teamwork if I've ever seen it, man. That was beautiful.
Yeah, that was a great way to end the game. That, yeah, it was a little bit more TNC sided, but because of the defense that Twisted Mind showed off, we saw Sean and Nosha being online. But then in the end, it was Benny Cutie and Zyda who was able to get the outplay on the Kagura and the Harith, who it was a game of inches at that point. You even saw Zyda buying immortalities, trading some items so that if ever he got taken out, they could survive. But it didn't even need to trigger. Zyda is the MVP of the game with the key retributions and the damage brought out by this Hayabusa. 10, 1, and 5. Him surviving alongside Benny Cutie was crucial for the TNC win.
A student of the game, a shinobi in the land of Dawn. Zyda is a product of the MLBB amateur ecosystem in the Philippines, and here he is living his best life, his career under the Phoenix Army.
There's
He's
really
on fire.
He is, man. There's really not that many players that would pick up Hayabusa right now. Like if you think about how many times we've seen Hayabusa in since Project Next came out, it isn't that many. And Zyda, I mean, he started off with a triple, by the way, into this game, which then he scaled up, but he was still very decisive on how he entered these fights, how he played around the shadows, how he even, sometimes if it was like, I'm not even going to get a kill with my shadow kill, but I want to go ahead and pressure them enough to get a battle spell out, maybe the Revitalize, maybe the Flickers, and that was capitalized on later on for the rest of TNC.
Yeah, and actually revisiting the numbers for Zyda, if he can, he'd rather end up with a Hayabusa in his hands than the Lancelot. So now I understand why they picked it. And I think one of the nice snapshots for Zyda as a Hayabusa in this game was when he just threw that shadow kill in the center of the map. And this one, he was just like, brought Nosha solo. Actually, no, it wasn't this one. It was another play. But he just showed up in the center, saw Nosha, popped the shadow kill, combo on him, and then brought Nosha down to like, what, 40, 45% of his health?
Yeah.
And then just backed off. It goes to show how confident he is on this hero, and he knows the timings very well that, hey, I might not get the kill, but I might force something out of here. Bring someone down low. It's like, all right, I lost my ultimate, but it delays the movement of Twisted Minds.
And a little bit of food for thought. I'd like for the armchair analysts to break it down and maybe share their thoughts in our groups. When Zyda chased Sean, was Sean wasting TNC's time? Or was Zyda denying Sean the opportunity to clear waves and buy more time for his team? Because it might have worked both ways.
Yeah. You talking about the whole trip around the map?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that have been better for Sean to, again, I have no idea what the status of the map was at the time, but just watch this moment. Like, let me take a break. All right, cool. It's over. Wouldn't it have been better if Sean actually focused on more productive things than running around the map?
Maybe, you know,
right?
Well, at that point, he was already being, he was getting chased for a long time. So he was running because he was locked in by Chaknu, Zyda, and one more. At the end, it was only the Jawhead that could catch up. So I think in that specific scenario, TNC did not give Sean a choice. They told Sean, try not to die here, bro. We're going to chase you.
Yep, and it was Zyda who was last playing tag with him.
Yeah, it was.
Yes.
Well, Zyda showed up from, he went to meet him and then Sean juked him out.
Yeah.
Ah, you're right. Yeah.
So that took a lot of effort. That wasted the Kagura's whole kit.
Yeah. It's funny too because again, when you look at this, what I was trying to go ahead and put into words earlier on was this is one of those situations where you're seeing now, we've talked about this for a couple weeks, it's like the XP laner becomes like basically the roam. Like 3mar was that guy on this Alice. A lot of the times that happens, but this also allowed Chaknu to just go for the pickoffs. Like you have to have someone like an Alice that will activate your Jawhead. That is very pickoff centric. I think you would need the same thing if it was a Kaja, for example, which we've seen pop up a couple times now. And Alice did that. 3mar tanked up, I think, just as much, if not almost as much as damage as Kaloi.
Yeah. I like that 3mar eventually built that Winter Crown. I know that used to be like the old rush for Alice. Like it was like one of the first 3 or maybe even first 2 items. But then considering that you'd want to build a lot more utility defense for this Alice because your main kit revolves around just literally standing there, surviving as long as you can and making the most out of your Throne of Ruin. And I think 3mar did make the most out of the Throne of Ruin in the times that he used it. So it's undeniable. Alice is here to stay and Alice has a place in the metagame. She's going to be showing up way more now.
Yep. I think, if I'm not mistaken, second, I could have sworn maybe 3mar was a sandbag, but no, 3mar's only second to the amount of damage taken. Kaloi will be our sandbag here, but he died almost 10 times this game.
Yeah, I was going to say he died a lot, and it was interesting because sometimes Chaknu was like, I'll just throw Kaloi. Like, I'll eject her Kaloi, and like, they had enough damage to even deal with that if it happened to be so. So, you know, Kaloi, like, his main job was if if he didn't have the Revitalize, which most of the time was popped because of the Shadow Kill, then he was like just laying down the pathway, and then he's like, all right, I'm gonna fly. Like I'm gonna be tossed over, and that's what happened to Kaloi there.
Yeah, he was just there, dude. And it's tough. It's a tough game for a high loss, but you saw why they picked the high loss. The interplay with the glorious pathway. But at the end of it all, I'd like to see Twisted Minds put something more proactive onto Kaloi, something that can be more than just a sandbag, a heal guy. I put down my ultimate and that's it. The best Kaloi games are when he's active, when he's trying to get pickoffs, when you can really feel his presence in the map, not just in very specific scenarios. Our BPI Rich Guy will be Benny Cutie, and despite the portion of the game where I felt like TNC could have been rotating to his lane more, I think the initial pickoff onto Nausea was more than enough to really get Benny Cutie going. And then the fact that at one point Twisted Minds committed Nausea into, I think it was either Turtle 3 or Lord 1, while Benny Cutie was still farming up. He knew his mission, he knew his goal. Just get items for myself. And I'm glad that Benny Cutie stuck with that.
I'd like to tip my hat over to the wingman for this game, Chaknu. He gave Jawhead his very first win. I have recalled correctly, JP is the very first Jawhead. Did not win against Onic in the opening week of this season. So that's a 1-1 now for Jawhead. Ladies and gentlemen, show your support for your favorite team in the playoffs with Aurora in first seed. Which teams are climbing next? Tickets are selling so fast. Hurry up and cheer for your squad. Mythic and Legend tier tickets for the grand finals are kaput.
They're gone, man. That's a lot of people too. Again, so you guys got to grab those tickets, because if this has been any case, like the playoffs are going to be crazy.
I mean, there's thousands of seats now, the biggest in the history of the playoffs. So we want you to get ready, because the MPL Festival is set to bring super fans a super experience. We're talking about Super Fan City. Join us at the Cuneta Astrodome from October 22nd, 26th. It's a full week of MPL Philippines action. We'd love to see you there.
Yeah, and it's open entrance for everyone, if I'm not mistaken. You can just show up and join in our community as we enjoy. And if you're not able to watch inside the arena, hopefully the weather will be okay for everyone.
That's what I'm
Then
hoping.
you can actually watch it outside. So if you get glimpses of the festival that MPL Indonesia usually holds, they have a big watch party right outside the arena. We're going to have that too.
If they don't say Superfan City like you do, I'm going to be disappointed.
Who is they?
Everybody. Like, you need to walk into Superfan City and be like, I'm in here in Superfan City! And like, if they don't do it like that, are they really a superfan?
Yep. We need to put it in the terms and conditions.
Yes.
There has to be a conversation to be had with the organizing body.
I agree.
Or else I'll bring it up to the mayor of the Superfan City.
Who's mayor?
Who is the mayor?
Yeah. Are you? I was going to say, are you the mayor? Hey, if he's the mayor, what are we?
I'm just a dude. I'm just a dude, man.
Right, you're just a resident.
All right.
You're a resident of the Superfan City.
I'll be the janitor of Superfan City.
Folks, we're trying to figure out what the calculations are for Twisted Mind situation if they do lose this next game and subsequently the series against TNC. It's dire straits, I'll tell you now. I think it still falls in the hands of Falcons. So crazy how Falcons have had such a roller coaster of a series, and at the end of the day, it still falls on them.
Like their journey in the season, and they still have like this big kind of rippling effect for a lot of these teams, and themselves included.
Yeah. Again, this is the series that Falcons is looking at very closely, because this has the biggest weight for their playoffs chance.
In addition to their own against Liquid tonight, but for now, let's throw it over to the Smart Battle Trips and learn about our friends visiting the arena.
You're right, casters. We have our guests here from the MPL Battle Trips. Gabi, iba, hep, Saba, hep. Buhay na buhay ang MPL Battle Trips natin ngayon. May kasama tayong dalawang alay, ST community leaders. Guys, pakilala naman kayo.
Hi, I am Glyceline Gihiji po, a student leader from Golden Fate Academy.
Hi, I'm Kyle Cedric Santos. I am part of MLBPH Community Heroes.
Grabe, no? Parang ang ganda ng buhok mo, ha? Parang familiar ka. Hindi ba ikaw yung sa clear head super fan of the, ikaw ba?
Ano po natin yun? Ilubog na natin sa ating mga alaala.
Ilubog na, Kuya Jaira, ikaw na bahala dito mamaya. Pero hindi, one thing that I want you guys to take note of is the entirety of the event. Sinong first time na manood sa MPL Arena? Out of everyone, first time? Glyza, ikaw din, first time. How does it feel like to watch it for the first time? Lalo na ngayon, elimination rounds pa.
Masaya po kasi first time namin eh. Tapos yung mga kasama ko pa po, bang sobrang ingay. Like, parang...
Lapit mo yung mic kasi hindi ko marinig kasi maingay daw sila eh.
Well, it was fun po to come here kasi it was a pleasure po kasi...
Okay, iyak.
Thank you po sa Mountain Student Leaders for having it to come true.
Ay, actually, ang isa sa mga bagay na sinisilip ko dito, kasi ikaw, hindi lang naman ito ang unang beses na nakapanood ka eh. So, more or less, with all of the teams na meron tayo dito ngayon, sino ba sa tingin mo ang makakakuha ng panalo between these two teams?
Uy, bayan.
Uy, bakit meron kang side comment? Sige, Kyle, para sa'yo, sino?
Feeling ko po, TNC.
Feeling mo, TNC? Ay, oo nga, parang marami kang supporters ng TNC. Bakit TNC?
With the plays na pinakita po nila, lalo sa first game, I think po talaga, kaya nilang maging consistent with their gameplays. And ayun, yun yung magdadala sa kanila ng victory.
And honestly,
sa playoffs.
the Phoenix Army are also manifesting for that one. Guys, ang dami nyo dito today. Nandito kayo buong araw to watch the games, yes? So,
yes,
paano ba nangyayari to? Paano ba makakasali sa MPL Battle Trips?
You need, you need to go to the Mountain Student Leaders.
Okay.
You need to go to the Mountain Student Leaders po. Tapos may parang sasagutan lang po kayo doon. Like, certain question. Tapos after doon, may ipi-fill out lang po kayo. Then, ayun pa.
Yan guys. See you next season. Kasi for regular season lang yung battle trips. So yan, just follow the MLBPH Community Heroes and also the Mountain Student Leaders PAs. And just need to fill up the form. Register there and you just need to answer a simple question and you'll get a free pass here in battle trips. Ayun po. See you there.
I like it. I like the idea, guys. Maraming salamat sa pagpunta dito. Hopefully you get to enjoy the rest of the show. Parinig nga ako na isa pang hiyawan mula sa lahat. Dito. As we are gonna be tossing it right back. Wow, wala nang lunas to mga to. Balik na natin sa casters.
He about to do the dance.
Just do not have the same kind of energy as they do. Again, so for some of them it's their first time in the arena. So
fun fact, I gave them a talk earlier. They weren't that energetic. So now I am kind of disappointed in myself.
You're confused.
What if I was just boring?
What happened between then and now?
I'll tell you what happened. If you guys haven't seen it, Hans does the thing. He's probably like, if you're from Battle Trips, this one's for you. And thank God the camera's not on us right now.
We can do the dance and no one can judge us.
I get it. Folks, we're going into game 2 here. TNC's turn to pick, and they are going a blue, which, by the way, has skewed once more. We're looking at about a 52 to 48%.
So it bumped up 1%?
Give or take.
Right? Yeah, bumped up about a percentage.
So we're back to Blue City.
Blue City. Man, and it's so weird because yesterday the biggest priority on blue side was what? The Wanwan, I think it was? Like yesterday's matches. I remember multiple times it was picked up first pick. And that was one of the few times, too, I feel like where Wanwan in the hands of Benny Cutie won. Like, it struggled, though, technically.
I'm thinking now, though, it's like, how do we get to the point, like, people decided, you know what? Gold Lane Fighters, Alice EXP. But we should also give the Wanwan more. It's like, wait, I don't like that second part of the train of thought. There's a reason why Wanwan is like the most banned hero this entire season. Why are people giving it up? Why are people willing to play into it?
And I think that's why TNC chose blue. They don't want to give it up. They'll go for it. First pick. And they have a better win rate on this next map. Broken Walls for game 2. Twisted Minds yet to win.
I feel like, I don't know if there's a total count of all the maps that we've played on, but like, is Broken Walls like the least played? It has to be one of the least.
Bottom half.
Definitely so. And I feel like there's a big discussion going around about like how much does Broken Walls really change the map? You know, I mean, yes, there's obviously the change. There's literally Broken Walls, but it's like, how much of an effect does it have on the overall game in comparison to something, for example, like the Flying Cons or like the Dangerous Grass?
Yeah, well, one of the things about Broken Walls is now that no team needs to commit a banner on a Fanny.
Yeah.
Because if you're willing to play Fanny in Broken Walls, you're very brave. Not to say that it's impossible, but then your muscle memory of where you can
spending years.
Yeah, might get thrown off. It's like, wait, how come it didn't? Yeah, because there's no wall there, bro.
And kind of nerfed.
Yeah, exactly. And one of the biggest differences that or one of the biggest changes that Broken Walls brought?
They banned a Fanny.
Why? Okay, you know what? It's Zyda. Sure, it's Zyda. They're respecting Zyda. He has a positive win rate on the Fanny this season. But then, with the Broken Walls, you can play a little bit more tanky fighter junglers. You commit less dashes, and you play that extra element of a Lord Dance and Turtle Dance from multiple angles, either in the front of the pit or behind the pit. So I like that TNC decided to pick up the Juicin in this regard. With the high possibility of tanky fighter junglers for both sides, Juicin thrives in that environment.
Easier to keep tabs on people to slam up too. And Twisted Minds answers back with a Hayabusa, possibly a steal, but Lancelot is still out there. Of course, a Grok. Grok is very strong in Broken Walls.
And that's exactly what Renmar was talking about. You know, like he wants to see Kaloy on something different than that Hylos, and he gets this. This is one of the best picks you can have. Because yeah, like Grok also, he'll fix some of those broken walls. Like he can actually change. So it's like, all right, you have this map. Some of the debate is how much does it change the course of the game. So you bring in a hero that can actually change some of that because you're on this specific map too. You know, you can cut off some of those openings or force situations around these side of the jungle. So here we go. TNC will pick up the Arlot and the YSS. By the way, Arlot was like perma-banned yesterday.
Yeah, best picks in the slot, especially with 3mar playing this Arlot, one of his best heroes this season, and you always feel his impact. And the fact that it's broken walls means he can rotate around the map a little bit quicker, while the YSS, it's just perfect in this scenario.
Yep, this is Zyda's 14th time playing the Yi Sin Shin. Given it's less than ideal, he's won 6 out of the 13 times he's played it so far. This will be the 14th. Twisted Minds answers with an Alice of their own. It's their turn.
Okay. I wonder if they'll still go for a bursty type of gold laner. Oh, wait, if they take out the even, it's like telling Nosha, bro, you can definitely play the Harith if you want to.
Oh, wow. This banning phase is going so much faster.
Yeah. They know what they want to do here.
Okay, Farsa's still open for Sean, but then that is one of the picks that they don't usually pick up.
Xiangman was here last week.
Those kids?
That exact kiddo.
Oh yeah, he was like making a lot of faces there.
Yeah, he showed us a picture of him making the face.
Yeah.
All right, one more ban for TNC before we swing back to Red 4. Twisted Minds. There's the Farsa.
Still mids.
So
Yeah,
are they just pigeonholing Sean to play the Kag?
I hope they don't go Kagura. At this point, I hope they pick up something like a Novaria actually for Sean, I would like.
Yeah.
It supplements your Grok, it supplements the Granger. It's even good for the Alice. All that vision also provided for the Hayabusa. So the Alice and Grok don't need to go too far. They can just throw out an Astral Echo, and I think the Novaria rounds out their draft very well. Unless they're considering something that I don't want to see, which is an Angela.
Angela mid.
Don't give that to Sean, please. No. You want Sean to kill.
You want to let Sean tap into what he's been able to do.
Mechaniques.
Yeah. Let him help carry the game.
To be fair, we did see an Angela do crazy amounts of damage.
Super
I remember,
Prince.
we were talking about this, and it was like, I think it was Midnight that was losing his mind to how much damage Super Princess Angela was doing.
And you know how I feel? Whoa. Okay, I like this, Nathan. Stronger magic damage sources, so they fix their damage profile with the Nathan pick. And it is undefeated this season because it will hit that point of wait. Why can't we end this fight fast enough? Why is the Nathan just shredding through us? So now I feel like still go for the Novaria here. No, don't.
That was the Kagura.
I think at some point it just comes down to comfort. And you can't deny Sean's prowess. Sean's adept with the Kagura. He knows what he's doing. It's just
mechaniques.
Does it bring enough to the table? Does it bring what Twisted Minds needs?
I think part of it too is like they have so many heroes that are kind of hard to catch, but also have a lot of like mobility in their own kits.
Yeah.
And that might be useful going against what TNC decided to draft in this one. So, you know, maybe Twisted Minds is also relying on that. The whole fact that they can kind of get out of fights if they really need to.
Yeah, a lot of the lineup of TNC Pro Team, they want a strong formation, while Twisted Minds have a very strong lineup for breaking all those formations that TNC want to build up. That if TNC aren't careful, they're just going to get shredded down by this Grok, by the Alice, and by the Kagura.
Twisted Minds are holding on for dear life. They lose this game, they lose the series. Their fate is out of their hands for hopes of making it into the playoffs. Game 2 with TNC.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Okay, we get the freeze by the Grok. Typical start. And yeah, this might be one of those games determined by which EXP laner is more active and the objective team fights. Unless Kaloy, of course, can show up with some surprising tech charges that will catch TNC off guard before the objectives begin.
Okay. Looking at this too, I think this is going to be more crucial on how Twisted plays. Whoa, Benny Cutie already burning? Whoa,
Benny!
Oh.
Damn,
Already
Nausha.
burning that too.
Yeah, starting it off hot as a Granger.
He's
being
angry.
aggro. Yeah, he is angry. Okay, that's a good start. That's how you want to start off this game if you're this Granger, because the 2 times we've seen Nathan played this season always ended up the same way. If you cannot stop his farm or delay him, he will hit that point of, there's nothing you can do to stop me before I kill you.
Yeah.
Hey! I did not expect Kaloy to debut with this. I could have sworn he had like at least 1 or 2 games. 3 more trying to take down Lansu.
That was, I'm surprised, you know, but good usage of the flicker there too for Lansu to survive that.
3 more showing off why he's so adept and one of the iconic Arlot players in this game. Yeah, the ongoing theory is that, of course, Alice is one of the most difficult to... Yeah, she has a very strong level 2, and Arlot's one of the heroes that suffer against that. But 3mar says, nah, I can make it work. And he's beating Lansu in lane so far.
Oh, the pressure here.
I thought he would commit the shadow kill.
I did too. I thought I was ready to see MP the King do that, but decided not to. Instead, I guess just go ahead and play a little discipline here.
To be fair, I think he was just trying to force out the flicker without using his ultimate. Because if ever he did throw out the shadow kill, then Lancey could just use the flicker in a certain direction to cancel out the shadow kill of the Hayabusa.
Oh, bottom side still going to be going. Lansu will tank up quite a bit of damage. He's going to use the final slash though. Lansu's gone. Not sure what happened there. 3mar gets the first blood. They're going to be looking for Kaloy. He's going to get dragged back by the Lantern. 2 kills now on the board for TNC.
That's all TNC. Nothing on the board for Twisted. Sean gets flushed out. TNC goes straight for the turtle.
Is it just weird? Does it feel like Lansu overestimated his capabilities as a non-level 4 Alice?
He's probably like, I've seen this before, but why am I not surviving longer here?
I'm not erased, damn it!
He's not even level 4 yet. There's now a 2-level gap between him and 3mar. He's gonna hit level 4 now, but that was not the right play and right time, Lansu.
Yep, the damage has been done. So consider that lane 1. And now all TNC has to do is take care of gold. Because, again, that is maybe one spot that Twisted Minds kind of technically won. It's a TKO for Nausha.
Yeah, Nausha's winning the lane.
Whoa! 3mar is going to feel the set this time. Lansu making it work. Shadow kill going to be used too. They got to respect Sean's damage with the umbrella here. But hey, what a tech charge from Kaloy.
Yeah, one of the conditions for Kaloy to commit plays like that outside of the objectives. And one of the conditions we laid down for Twisted Minds. Nausha has straight up beat Benny Cutie in lane. He only just hit level 4 because the siege minion or the gold card that Benny Cutie could have hit level 4 and a good gold spike with was freezed out by Nausha under his own tower. So it doesn't just go to show that Granger's the one setting the tempo, which is why Chaknu is now trying to help out Benny Cutie here.
Oh man, the Mamba has to babysit Benny.
Wow.
Oh, he's trading!
Benny's going to want to actually trade with him, but again, he's just a bit behind and he doesn't have enough damage on this Nathan yet. Look at the rest of the team, Twisted. They should be able to capitalize something on this, but Benny and Cutie and Chaknu feel it, so they'll back off. Twisted won't be able to go in any further.
That must be frustrating. Nausha was bullying not just Benny, but Benny and Chak.
Oh yeah, look at the lead he has.
Yeah, already got to rush the Hunter Strike. No wonder why that Grog, or excuse me, that High Loss felt like paper in front of that Granger. Ooh, they really need to balance out their gold lane here because the efforts of TNC so far are getting cancelled out by the fact that Benny Cutie is losing lane and that Nausha is starting to go crazy with this farm and the damage. I wouldn't be surprised if they just decide to send Granger to the second turtle they can and then get some Sky Piercer stacks on him if he has it. No, he did. He rushed Hunter Strike, so he can't build Sky Piercer just yet.
And that's what's scary. Nausha hasn't even started double lane. Here's gonna make his way down. A little bit of breathing room for Benny Cutie. Twisted Mind starting the turtle, pulling it slightly over to their side. Chaknu engaging on Kaloy. You can see that Nausha's firepower hitting it hard.
Lansu jumping in with one into the tech charge too. Chaknu just disappears. A good combination of the crowd control that Twisted has. Benny staying topside. This is a numbers advantage for Twisted, and it should just be a turtle in their favor after that setup.
Yeah, that was a perfect Throne of Ruin by Lansu, and follow up with the tech charge by Kaloy. And add to that, he even got to put up a Rampart to make sure that Zyda wouldn't be able to help deal a little bit more damage that could have turned it around for TNC. Another wall.
That wall, man. That one's not broken.
Yeah, again, this is exactly why we wanted to see Kaloy in something more proactive, something that you can feel his impact right away, not just a sponge like a high loss. And he's been great on this Grok so far.
You could do that combo either way. Charge into the throne or throne into the charge. That alone is a game-winning combo for Twisted Minds, and they can ride this to a strong lead. Already 1,000 up. The map is equalized. Top lane goes over to TNC. Bottom lane to Twisted Minds. And how did this happen? How did 3mar find all this farm? He's still over on Lansu.
Yeah, just a little bit. I think that's still the effects of his early game lead that we're seeing, which is why he has a slight lead.
What does TNC want to do here? Sumar going to jump in. He doesn't have a flicker. Goes with the final slash anyway for Sean. Glorious pathway to cut him off. Kaloy, though, perfect positioning to knock up multiple members. Now with the Mountain Shocker, they take out Nasha. So still looking for more. They're quite low. MP joining the fight. He's going to be able to jump in. Benny Cutie and Zyda still alive. MP holding on to the shadow kill. He won't pop it. So they go for an exchange, and Twisted will win that one. Benny? Yeah, he's not going to catch Sean there.
So often it happens that it's Benny and Zyda left.
Yeah, bit of a desperate play there by TNC. I mean, we know that they were trying to find a bit of a clapback somewhere, but I feel like that was way too expensive. They all just stood together and didn't respect that the Grok could just mess them up. Again, another great Earthen Rampart and tech charge coming out of Kaloy.
Quick reflexes from Twisted Minds, helping them keep this close to 2,000 gold lead. They're keeping it tight. Turtle spawning in the lower quarter. Final turtle. And it's TNC first to the scene. But it's not going to be as free as we think it is, because Kaloy already has eyes on him. Mountain Shocker. Zyda hitting the turtle from the opposite broken wall. Twisted Minds are ready to respond.
Yeah, they got the space to work with. There it is again. The jumping from Lansu will find 3mar. He is out even before he can final slash. Chaknu's going to be next. Double kill for Sean. The rest of TNC has to back off. Benny just trying to push in that mid lane. That's going to be a fought turtle. Once again, going in the hands of Twisted.
Charge up Throne of Ruin. Throw out the Crimson Gleam. Jump in. Flicker forward to close the gap. Another perfect combo by the Alice of Lansu.
Is it just me, or did it seem like TNT had no plan post-engage? They don't seem to have a response to the Throne tech charge combo.
All of the crowd control, the combo, TNC can just stand and watch. And again, it's the difference. You have a much more proactive roamer on one side and a high loss on the other, and just like the high loss, you can stand and watch, try to do something, but it's not going to be enough with all the buttons and all the value getting thrown out by all the crowd control that Twisted Minds has.
And it just feels like, you know, what we saw in Game 1 where the high-lows for Twisted Minds for Kaloy was being thrown in the air, and it's the same thing for Chaknu when he gets tech charged.
Hylos is not that valuable in situations like this. We haven't really seen Chaknu change the game. He's always been reactive when he drops the Glorious Pathway in this 9-minute bout.
Yeah, because of the strong setup combo that Twisted Minds has, it's been easy for Sean to thrive. 5-0 on N2 on this Kagura. Glowing Wand and a Genius Wand as well. Sky Piercer for Nasha already built earlier, on the way to his third item. TNC, they really just need to play around Benny Cutie at this point.
Yep.
And try to keep the farm close for Zyda, because that's your secondary carry. 3mar, Chaknu, and Lancy, they're just all utility for the main course. And good use of the wall there by Kaloy to make sure that Twisted Minds will still have control in the upper quadrant of the map, so they can freely push the turret. And that's another one down.
Wow. The simple solution of how do you stop your opponent from defending that turret? You keep him away from the turret. There's nothing TNT could have done.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what they have to do, though. Just buy enough time to allow Benny Cutie to get to that point where the Nathan, you know, we're so used to seeing, well, we don't see him picked up often, but when he does and he gets the items that he needs, he's able to burst someone down. But I'm questioning if he's even going to be able to do that or get in that position to do it against Twisted, because if they actually go and try to contest this Lord, I think they lose that fight, and this is just looks like it's going to be a Lord in the hands of Twisted.
Yep, that's a painful pill to swallow as a member of the Phoenix Army. they all had to agree there's no way we're going to contest that. The utility is just through the roof. Twisted Minds is just a stronger fighting unit at this point in the game. 10 minutes in, TNC going to hunker down to defend.
Yeah, Benicudi only has a Feather of Heaven and a Concentrated Energy at this point, and still that's not going to be enough. You're waiting for the third item on this Nathan at this point for him to really activate, which is why they're just trying to make sure the Benicudi can get as much farm as possible, while the secondary main damage dealer for TNC Pro Team, Zyda, doesn't have the Endless Battle just yet, still only up to 100 Strike and War Axe. With the lead that Twisted Minds has, not enough. Lansu might just throw his body here, Throne of Ruin to force a Game 3 to try and end it right here, right now, so that Benicudi cannot get to the point where he can turn it around for TNC.
You know what, in relative context, Zyda hasn't been struggling as much as I thought he was. He's just down like 200, 300 gold.
Yeah.
Could have sworn it was worse.
They really just lost the rest of the map. Them losing the gold lane, I think, hurt TNC more than they realize.
Yeah, especially with this Nathan pick. Whoa, they're going to be able to catch MP, though. MP will get away with the Shadows. So they keep him alive. Good thing for them, but the Holy Shields will keep TNC into this game so far. They're going to pop the Conceal. What is Chaknu going to do here? He knows MP's grabbing the purple buff, throwing a Ruin again in the backside, and Zyda's gone! And now Benicudi working with the space that he has. Shadow Kill is going to be used. 3 more tanks up, all of it. He's down. Now Lansu. Finally, Benicudi will be able to pick up a kill. They still hold on to their base turret because the wave isn't pushing in yet.
A 3-for-1. That's miserable. 6,000 gold.
Yeah. Minion waves up top and end in mid. Twisted Minds still might be endable, but Lancy and Zyda not too far off.
Far off here. Top base turret goes down. MP takes a shot. They're going to work on this mid turret. Sean flickers forward. They're going to go for Benny. Benny can't get away. A good combo there. And now Chaknu on the run with the Glorious Pathway. But it looks like TNC will stay in this game for now.
Oh, despite the really good start by TNC, again, them losing gold lane really hurt their rotations and their chances to end it at game number 2. No Holy Crystal just yet for this Nathan, and just as we expected before the initial entry of Lansu, he's at this point where he can just throw himself in front and throw a Throne of Ruin, and that throws off TNC Pro Team's capability to team fight and defend.
30 seconds until the Lord spawns. TNC have so many things to think about, more than just contesting. They have to consider where they're going to get the farm to finish Benicudi's kit. How will they take advantage of Trimar and Lancey's crowd control synergies? And where does Chaknu find a good way in? Because so far he's only really been there to welcome Kaloy's entry. Other than that, the Hylos can't even man mark. He can't even find MP the King.
Yeah, at this point, the Glorious Pathway is like a welcome mat.
Yeah. It's the red carpet to come fight us, basically.
Yeah, even though Twisted Minds get slowed under it, it's like, oh, right, sure, thanks for the regal entrance and welcome.
But that's what I'm saying, too. Their heroes allow them to even technically kind of ignore the Glorious Pathway in a way. Like, they can get enough space that they need to.
Yeah.
Even with the flickers that they have here for the battle spells.
If anything, it's Nosha who only really has the walk.
Yeah.
Everyone else has another way in and through TNC. Lord number 2 goes over to Twisted Minds, 13.5 minutes in. Gold lead going up to almost 9,000. What does TNC do? Because even on a wave clearing front, they're kind of lackluster. It's Benicudi really who only can do this quick enough.
Yeah, it's all counterplay at this point. It's all error punish. But with the massive lead that Twisted Minds has, even if TNC gets a wipeout, I don't think they'll be able to secure a one-way end. I don't even think Twisted Minds will allow that wipeout to happen. There will at least be one guy open. But with all of the minion waves crashing in, not enough turrets on the side of TNC to take down yet. They can't one-way. They have to do this multiple times.
That's unfortunate. Again, Chaknu half health before this defense. Final slash going to be used already. Lansu will drop the Throne of Ruin. They crashed in with a tech charge, forcing the pressure, and that's it. They're just wiped out here. It's only Benicudi left against the full force of Twisted Minds, and we're going to game 3 like we did in the first half of the season.
That was way too quick. Twisted Minds stop TNC's momentum. Not so fast. We're going all the way.
I just gotta say, that game looks so easy for Kaloy. Kaloy on this Grok. One of the main reasons why they were able to just start banking lead after lead, kill after kill, to force this game number 3. And again, unfortunate. Main story here is TNC got some early pickoffs, got some early leads, but the fact that they were losing gold lane and how that messed up their overall rotation meant that Twisted Minds just capitalized through very strong crowd control and frontline synergies.
Not to mention the comps, the drafts that they ended up with. Kaloy on that Grok was just too much of crowd control and a front line that TNC could not answer back.
Yeah, this is why the Grok works so well. So many teams, so many compositions, and a lot of the times it's banned because, I mean, that tech charge alone, the combination even that you can do with it, with the swing, the tech charge, the rampart, everything else, it just works for so many different compositions that we see. And this one, when you also have an Alice to help you up, because, you know, we saw it there multiple times as we look at the MVP highlights too. Like, they could lead with the Throne of Ruin from Lansu, they could lead with the tech charge, you know, and there were so many options for them to collapse down on TNC's lineup. And that's what they capitalize on, because even this, like, early game where TNC had that little bit of a good start for them, it was stopped right here.
Yeah, it was this play specifically that turned it around. 3-minute
And
mark.
here.
It was Throne of Ruin and the
Boom.
tech charge, and another big one as well. Those are the two biggest wins of Twisted Minds early on that allowed them to just take control and meant that TNC Pro Team would be playing from behind for majority of the game.
Yep,
Another one.
Ever since that sequence in mid, and then slowly to the top, and then now in the last hurdle, TNC was just left in shambles. It's like they had no real answer.
And again, they only got to that point because Manicuri lost gold lane, straight up. Losing lane in MPL Philippines changes the overall rotation of your mid-trio so much that it did just get to that point, that the stars aligned for Twisted Minds.
Yeah.
But other than it being somewhat like destined for them to end up in that scenario, they took it. They took the chance. They made the play, and they made it work.
You know what's dangerous? The fact that Twisted Minds draft was not fixated on a singular hero. Maybe the Grok. Maybe if you took out the Grok, that would have changed things. But that aside, all these heroes are role players.
Yeah.
Even the Alice, you can't pin down and say, yo, it was the Alice. It was a synchronized effort.
Yeah, it definitely was. I just think the Grok was like it was like the cherry on top, basically, because you just had that tech charge that we saw.
And the delicious crust.
Yes.
And the icing.
Stuffed crust.
It was a lot. I'll tell you, maybe 60% of why Twisted Minds won.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, we said earlier at the end of the draft that the TNC lineup wants to play a very solid unit together around that Nathan, around the setups of 3-Mar, around the Juicin, the Glorious Pathway, all of that. You think of TNC as a very solid, like, Ube-style unit. While Twisted Minds, they can come in to the sequence at multiple times, through multiple angles, that can break the formation of TNC. And again, just the tech charge into what TNC brings is more than enough already. It's just up to the rest of Twisted Minds to make sure that they capitalize. Again, Lansu was fantastic on this Alas. I appreciated his time, except for the very first play. The very first kill out to him should not have happened. But then I think he realized, oh wait, yeah, I'm not level 4, I just don't have my items. Once he had his items in level 4, then he kept doing that. It's like, whoa, TNC couldn't kill him anymore.
Yeah, it's weird because, like, I feel like even with the R-Lot, man, in the hands of 3-Mar, he wasn't able to do anything with the hero, you know? I mean, like, even if he final slash someone, if you did final slash someone, it would most likely be Lansu, who could then just gleam on out. Or let's just say it's Sean. Let's just say it's even MP the King on the Hayabusa. They can get out of that setup. And so I just feel like TNC's lineup, yes, it was very like, let's play together here. But one, it takes Nathan a while to build up anyway. But then when you lose lane, that puts you even further back. So I just feel like Twisted Minds really quickly adjusted. They punished the fact that TNC lost a key component of making the lineup work in the gold lane, and then they just followed through from there.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things as well is that there was no other option for Chapno at that point. They couldn't have gone something like a Mathilda. They really needed the presence like the High Loss. But the best pick was actually banned by Twisted Minds. They banned the Gacha.
Yep.
So the fact that High Loss ended up with Chapno was like, I have no other choice, coach. I'm stuck with this horse, man.
Yep. The Hylos became the Gatot at home. And Twisted Minds, Coach Bon, Coach Eson, they knew exactly what they were doing. RBB Rich Guy here is MP the King on the Hayabusa. I'm pretty sure he recalls back to game 1 on that Yusen Shin, feeling very, very miserable. So, Is this the fall of Yi Shin? Are we seeing a very drastic fall?
I don't think so. I think there's a bit of a fall.
Yeah, a bit. He still can definitely work, but I think you really just have to build up for him better.
All right. We'll talk more about these drafts in just a bit, but first we'd like to remind you guys that you can celebrate Onyx victory in M6. The Joy Onyx PH Pass has been available since September 20. The starter pass includes the M6 Championship skin, Joy Onyx PH, and more exclusive in-game items. Join Joy Onyx PH on your very own road to champion.
I got mine. I know you guys got yours. And don't forget, you can gift it to your favorite friends out there too.
Favorite Joy users.
Favorite Joy users,
or King Kong fans.
Or King Kong fans. I think Joy's really hard to play, man. Like, I feel like you might as well, if you can't play Joy, you might as well learn Beatrix, because Beatrix also has a skin. The Finals MVP skin, the Skyforce Maverick, will also be available. It has been available since September 20th. There was a 30% discount. Hopefully you guys got that. That was during the first week. The M6 Finals MVP, Kelra, he added a personal touch by including his son's name, Slake, printed on the outfit, so get ready to fight alongside Beatrix. The Skyforce Maverick, and claim your own MVP. So I hope you grab that too.
Yeah, and it's the first time a skin in MLBB actually says the name of a pro player in the voice line. The only time, Captain Kelra.
You know what? It even says the names or the monikers of the other team members.
Yeah.
So the Beast is mentioned, Kirkitek is mentioned, the Bruiser. Folks, here's a quick look at the stats from Season 16 backwards. So all seasons so far. Look at how big those numbers are. We're celebrating MLBB's 9th birthday. How's about we look at the pro scene stats?
Look at the damage dealt, man. That's some big damn right there.
That's a no, not a billion. Million.
That's almost a billion.
What is 650 hours?
649 hours is about how much time I have on my favorite MMO character.
Hey, wait, next season is when we'll get our 1,000th MPLPH match.
That's right.
Yeah.
1,000 MPLPH matches in Season 17.
Yeah.
Somewhere inside. Amazing. Folks, the total game time played in MLBB in-app in MPL Philippines is about 27 days straight.
Almost a month.
I divided it. Almost whole of February.
Yeah. Yeah, technically. Is it a leap year this year? Wait, is that next year?
I'm sorry.
I'm not good at
my calendar.
Yeah.
I don't believe in that kind of thing.
I don't believe in leap years.
You don't believe in the moon?
Oh man,
that's a whole lot of damage taken. By the way, that's 100,000 minutes. That's a billion.
This is the beauty of esports. You're able to track all of these things by digging deep into the code.
And there's people out there that really love these numbers.
They like.
I like it.
As I look at the guy about the numbers. I guess you're both about the numbers.
Yes.
I listen to your guys' points about the numbers and I just go, yeah.
Hey, without numbers, this game would not make sense.
Without numbers, we would not be living life.
We're all just a bunch of zeros and ones anyways.
That's true.
No, what? Wait, are we? Are we in a simulation?
Haven't you seen what's been going on?
The only numbers that matter to me the most are the numbers in my bank account. So join Vibe by BPI.
Join Vibe by BPI.
Hey, don't count the breaths you take, but count the moments that take your breath away. No.
Something like that. The moments that take your breath away.
Yeah. Also, you cannot count the dandruff on my scalp because I use Clear.
I'm pretty sure no one counts dandruff on scalp.
To be fair, if you were able to count the dandruff on your scalp,
you have a problem.
You have a problem.
You got to get that checked.
Yeah.
It's called psoriasis and it's not fun.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's about a minute until Game 3 starts. Could have sworn TNC, given their momentum in Game 1, was going to take this 2-0, but I think Twisted Minds have figured out, even from red side, how to step on the toes and press the right buttons to make TNC kind of doubt themselves even in the draft. I'll tell you now, I think that the draft alone was a struggle.
Yeah, because in the draft, they went to different ideas. TNC Pro Team looked at priorities for Benny QT and Chaknu, while Twisted Minds, they looked at the setup and the utility factor so that Nausea and Sean will have an easier life. It's like they were already thinking, let's just build our front line, let's get our core, but then we'll pick our mid laner and gold laner in the second phase. While TNC Pro Team got their roam and their gold laner in the second phase. So it's different schools of thought. if TNC can manipulate in the draft in such a way that Chaknu doesn't end up with a high loss, and same goes for Twisted Minds, I think these two really need to take high loss as one of the options out and look at Pickoff, look at Burst, and look at heroes like that, Gatot Gacha, and the Grok.
It's funny because when you said that about Kaloy after game one, like he needs to play someone in the roam that allows him to play that kind of more aggressive pickoff style or at least set things up. I feel like anytime Chaknu gets a hero that isn't that, that's what like a lot of people say about the Mamba. You know, like even for a lot of people, it's like, man, look what he can do. I mean, he's done it on heroes like the Hylos, for example, in previous seasons and everything like that. But there's something different when even Chaknu can set things up for the team or buy that amount of space. Because, again, Hylos can really just do a certain amount of things within a certain realm of possibility, especially when there's a Grok across from him.
Yeah.
So I hope that's what kind of changes when we get to the draft here.
Yeah, and the realm of possibility for Hylos is literally a straight line.
Yes.
That's it. That's his realm.
And a singular stun.
And what messes that up is a wall appearing out of nowhere. Because what is he going to do?
Yeah, it blocks off your path, and the fact that there are other huge gap-closing abilities on the other side, it wasn't a fun game for a Hylos. So, hell, we even saw Chaknu pull it off with a Jawhead. The lineup of TNC in game number 1 was greedy, but they made it work because that's what the meta demands.
That's what Alice
from
demands.
Roamers. That's what Alice demands as well. Proactivity.
So, now Hylos is just a little too conservative for our taste.
Yes.
And for this matchup. Here we go. Game number 3. One more chance for these two teams to cross the threshold of qualifying for the playoffs, at least make that decision, that calculation a little more sound. We're going into dangerous grass. Twisted Minds a little better on the win rate when it comes to dangerous grass, while TNC are winning 1 in 4.
That's great. We get 3 different maps for 3 games. You know, that's good.
I'm just counting the numbers here. Oh, wait, no, they've won more.
Should they ban the Alice?
Or the Grok, maybe even.
Or the Grok, yeah.
Yeah.
Red 3 ban, do it.
Red 3 ban Grok.
TNC knows. They can pick up Grok Red 1 too. I'm okay with them picking up Grok Red 1 too. That's what Twisted Minds did as well. They can pick it up early.
So are they opening the Yusung Shin on purpose?
Yeah. I think they can open up one of those options.
Oh, this is what I was wondering if they would ban it out.
Yeah.
Okay. What a turn.
I think warranted after the 2 games that we saw from the Alice so far. And of course the Alice games we saw yesterday as well.
I would not even blink if this was a turn 1 Grok.
It is!
Oh!
Is he that priority now?
Yes!
Oh, man.
Yes.
Roamers rejoice.
I like it. I appreciate it, Twisted Minds. Yeah, they just decided to rush it because, again, they already knew that TNC could pick it up. Probably that was the call for Twisted Minds. Like, all right, then why don't we pick it up? It's fine. It applies a pressure. At this point, that means that TNC is forced to pick up the roamer early on or in the first phase. They cannot go to the second phase without the roamer. They have to consider picking up the Gatot Gacha as the third pick
they have to.
on the red side.
Because otherwise it's going to be narrowed down further. And honestly, Twisted, if because the Alice is gone, they could literally take up a Lapu, they could take a Uranus to work with this Grok. Either way. Arlot's going to go in the hands of 3-Mar again.
TNC drafting very similar to how they did in game 2.
Yep.
But I think they learned their lesson.
Yeah,
Alice. Was the Alice the lesson?
1 Alice, 2 Chaknu's hero pick, and 3 maybe time to take off for Benny.
Yeah, I'll be a bit surprised here if TNC doesn't go into the second phase with their Chaknu pick already locked in. However, because they got the Arlot and the Juice in, that means they now have to really consider getting either their jungle or their gold first. I think they can save the gold pick for the second half. If they really don't pick their roamer now, then they can pick their jungle instead. But again, they might just be stuck with a high loss again, which would not be fun for TNC.
So what does Zyda play? Does he just go with the, I mean, Lancelot and YSS being open?
Do you think Twisted Minds would do blue 4 and 5 ban YSS Lance?
Oh, he went Frederick, he went utility.
Yeah.
Not necessarily. We're not going to have to ask that anymore. Wow.
Get the Fred Arlot.
That's a very good start though. Red 1, 2, and 3. This is literally the Liquid Stampede. A lot of points Liquid scored because of these 3 heroes.
Yeah, that is up there in the priorities of Liquid. So their gold laner to be something with a consistent stream of damage. Take on Eve. I wouldn't want to see Benigurdy end up with a Moskov here, but that might just be the pick that they'll lock into later for the gold lane.
Or a Harith.
They can afford to go Mathilda Bruno as the last two picks.
Or Bruno.
Yeah, Bruno would be great. The Mathilda, since they're playing around the Fredrin and Arlott, that's great interplay as well. So let's see if Twisted Minds will read into it. If they don't go for the Mathilda Bruno, they can still pick up the Grok, put the Revitalize on that.
Wait, pick up the Revitalize
not
the Grok?
Got the Gotcha.
Oh yeah, I was like, whoa.
They both start with G.
Yeah. Okay, it's probably gonna be open, right? Unless this is the last man.
Yeah. And then for Lansu, he's okay. Arlott Esme, not that fun for the Esme, so they're gonna look at it from a team fighting perspective. So if you look at it from the big picture, Esmeralda will still be okay, and the Phovius as well later on for Lansu. But if they show their gold laner already at 4, with the Gata ban, okay. So they have to consider the utility roam alongside the Bruno and the fast scaling gold laner. The Harith is also still available for taking if they want to.
Would they just potentially go Jawhead again? Like, would you? Oh, he's gonna run the Nathan back.
Okay, with a Nathan, I don't want a Jawhead.
Yeah.
So what do you? Is it Hylos again? Like, let's go again.
Go again.
Go again.
I'm still on the Mathilda train.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
The Hylos, no. I think after what we've seen so far,
I'd rather peel backwards than just get peeled under 1 second and die.
Because also, if you have the Matilda, technically the Rampart comes up. You can just go through it.
You can get yeeted out.
Yeah.
Will they just go Kagura yet again for Sean? Phovius Kag? Oh, Glue. Oh, even better. Oh, and now their damage profile might not be enough to mess with this Glue. Since they're banking on the Nathan to be the main source of damage.
Glue Farsa.
Yeah. Kagura again.
Yeah.
Oh, Twisted Minds. This might be the plot twist completed. I prefer their drafts already. I mean, that's how I always feel every time I see a Glue.
The Glue is kind of crazy lately. Like, I mean, think about this. Glue plus Grok. And then where's your damage mainly coming from? Like Benny Cutie? For the most part, for this lineup? I mean, that's unless he wins lane. And the way it went for Nasha versus Benny Cutie in the last one with the same heroes, it was not very good for Benny Cutie.
To be fair, the Hylos isn't a very good babysitting hero.
Yeah. Oh, what was it? Oh,
mid-game.
What?
A Rome Hellcurt.
A Rome Hellcurt.
That's got to be it. I don't think this is anything else.
Wait, is this going back to, remember how Chaknu was like he'd like to play an assassin in Rome? I mean, he said Saber, right? But he gets the Hellcurt.
This is Saber with a hoodie on.
I like this better because Hellcurt doesn't need to reach level 4 to do the kill.
Yeah,
he can actually just jump dudes.
You remember what he said on stage?
Yeah, he said, let me reach level 4 and I'll kill the jungler.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
I have a feeling that Falcons saw that last pick and yes, I said Falcons saw that last pick and just went, we have to beat Liquid later, guys. We have to sweep this.
Oh my god. Despite though the from out of left field pick on the Hellcurt, the numbers still favor TNC.
Yeah.
The game's logic likes this Hellcurt roam.
The game likes.
Yeah, hey man, if the Mamba can show up out of nowhere with the Kufra, he might be able to do it with a Hellcurt. It's a Chaknu game. The focus is on Chaknu and how he will make this Hellcurt work. How they will maximize
Welcome to Mobile
the Dark
Legends.
Nightfalls around what will eventually be the Fredrin and Arlott being the main frontliners for TNC.
The rest of the franchise teams are watching. The world is watching. Can TNC close up the series? Or will Twisted Minds move on and keep their playoffs dream alive? Chaknu here, babysitting Benny. Doesn't want game 2 to happen again. Oh, mid though.
Oh man, mid. Lancey. Oh, the Rampart. He already has to burn the flicker too.
Yep.
So that's down. Here's the emblems though.
What Lancey experienced there is what I would call the RG start for every mid laner because the roamer decided to park in the first wave goal. I mean, you can't blame Chaknu for doing that because they want to build up that lead, and the main trade at level 1 is what messed up Benny Cutie earlier anyway.
Yeah.
So he just wanted to bridge for that.
All right. Got a quick pause here. Right before that, though, you saw the stats. It's not looking good for Zyda's Fredrin. I don't want to just brush it under the rug and say, oh yeah, no, Fredrin on Zyda is normal. No, it's not. He hasn't won with this yet.
He hasn't won, but I remember there were times this season that I think we discussed this. It felt like Zyda was playing Fredrin with back pain because he did everything he could. He did his job right. He was carrying the team. It's just the rest of the team couldn't do it
follow through with that.
Follow through with what Zyda on this Fredrin was doing.
Well, to be fair, there's only so much a Fred can do. Actually, you know what? There's more things a Fred can't do than it can. It's a utility jungler.
Yeah. I feel like in this case, again, like, it's nice to see Chaknu smiling here, that he gets his chance to go ahead and play this on, you know, I would say like a crucial game for them in Game 3, but like, he might be able to help the Fredrin work here.
Joseph, I get it though. I get it.
What do you get?
TNC, we talked about this even before the match began. They are in a great spot as a team struggling to keep themselves in the playoffs compared to all the other teams that are still holding on. So they can afford to do this.
Yeah,
they got one more match tomorrow.
They got one more, man. If you're going to do it here. Right now, though.
MP.
Okay, MP. 3mar is pretty... Yeah, he's not going to get away. MP gets first blood. Great setup there on that XP lane.
Yeah. I appreciate that 3mar didn't actually commit the flicker to try and get out. He just accepted his fate. Because even more so, you'd want that flicker available for you as you head into level 3 and level 4, because that's how they can find a counter. So no surprise that 3mar got taken out there. While Bendy, because of the start of Chaknu in the gold lane, is now a little bit more comfortable dueling it out with Nausea, getting the resources. He's not getting frozen out. They're still somewhat neck and neck. But he cannot get close to this Granger, which is why Nausea will get the gold crabs majority of the time.
Yeah, that's... I'm not sure. Even this, until you're level 4 here, I think it's going to be difficult to even find someone. The Stinger and not going the distance. Chaknu wanted has to defensively flicker out too. Zyda might join this fight, but the rest of Twisted making the way quickly here. This is not looking for TNC. 3mar in trouble. They have everything they need. Sean will be able to pick up a kill. Shadow kill used as well. And that's 3 down for TNC. A double for MP. Looking for more. Lancey tries to get away. Pops the beacon. And there's the umbrella. But under the turret, they're all there. They'll get it anyway as Lansu falls. Big pickups left and right for Twisted.
Man, I'm not surprised.
That is painful.
Yep.
And painful is an understatement.
Yeah. To make matters worse, Chaknu was waiting for the entry of MP the King, got the full stingers, damaged him, but still MP the King was able to shadow kill and hold on to the sliver of health he had.
Clearly there's not enough damage on Chaknu just yet. Folks, the roamers have gotten gold more in Project Next, yes, but not to the level a jungler could or an actual core. So this is very different economy that TNC is walking into. They're down 3,000 gold.
We did see, you know, this roam Hellcurt pop up yesterday. And even though they were behind, there was at one point in the game, once he picked up the items he need, even the Blade of Hepsi's, like first item, yeah, he's able to go ahead and somewhat be a threat to some of the more squishier heroes here for Twisted. So maybe that's one of the plays that they can go for. But look at everything that happened in that last minute or so. Like, that's 3,000 gold lead that Twisted already has.
Yeah. At this point, it might be a Hell Curse. I feel like the times we've seen Hellcurt pop up in MPL Philippines, it's caused a reaction from me. I remember RSG Season 14, their Hellcurt roam. The Hellcurt earlier this season for Neski, although that was actually a little bit okay, but it was too tough.
Yep.
But what are you going to do as a Hellcurt? With the Clue in front of you, with the Grog in front of you, you take one out, they have a very tanky front line that can extend the sequence. That'll feel like you waste the Hellcurt.
I mean, at some point, your job might just be, oh, hold on. Ow. Lancer jumping in. Again, the tech charge. Lancey will have to pop the flicker. They're going to bring 3mar back. Lansu sticking onto him, but now TNC, do they just disengage? Even Chaknu still in the mid lane. It looks like they're just going to have to get away from this. A shadow kill used on Zyda. Dies under the turret. MP will pick up that one. Now 3mar trying to get away, but the Rampart in the way. We're going to pop the regen, but have to burn his flicker too. There's just a whole lot being used from TNC.
All right, Benny here, making the most of the absence of Twisted Minds in his lane, while Chaknu was, I could only theorize, protecting the river from the eventual rotation from Twisted Minds. Was that a worthy use of his time?
Well, TNC seems like they've doubled down on accepting the fact that they're playing for Benny already. Because with how Chaknu has been rotating and positioning himself in the map, clearly he just wants to help Benny Cutie. And TNC might have already voted on this idea that let's just play around the Nathan. He got messed up. Maybe we'll hit our power spike eventually. But what can the Nathan do if the Fredrin and the Arlott can't even hold the front line anymore?
Man, I'm not a fan of 10-pole strats.
Zyda.
Of course, MP takes it. Zyda falls once more.
Man, that's one thing Fred can't do. He can't deal with all that crowd control, man.
Not at this level.
Oh, hold on. Oh, there's the setup through. Looking for Jack New. Pops the Dark Knight Falls, but doesn't have enough damage to take out Nasha. And now the rest of the team will have to deal with this. The crowd control's still going to be there. Jack New left, sitting all alone. He'll die and go down. It was unfortunate. That was the plan, and it failed.
TNC still have nothing on Twisted. In comes MP.
MP the King under the turret, popping the shadow kill, but it'll be divided between 3mar and Lancey. They'll survive, but they're going to lose more space and resources in the jungle.
And there's a reason why we had a reaction to, oh no, 3mar, no. Okay.
He's just trying to clear those minions, but it might cost him his life. Lansu's probably going to bring him back, but 3mar still up, gets the Vengeance out.
Okay.
And Lansu's actually the one that goes down. A good play from 3mar. I thought he was a goner.
Yeah, the last Vengeance he used to change where the glue would be coming from actually saved his life, because it meant that he wouldn't get brought back to the slam gluelet that he already left on the floor. So mechanics by 3mar, that was great.
I can't take away the genius of what 3mar did, but it is but a band-aid solution to the huge gunshot wound that TNC suffered in the first 5 minutes of this game. They're still down 5K, and really their only hope of winning is still on Benny Cutie.
Yeah,
that hasn't changed.
What we're seeing here is video game logic. You get shot in the head, you eat a burger, and you're still okay.
You get the full heal, man. That's what they're trying to go for here. I think a big part of it too is if somehow Chaknu is actually able to find a Nasha. That might be such a big moment when that happens, and that's what Chaknu's been hunting for. I don't think you take this though, because Nasha is pretty well protected from the rest of Twisted.
Yep, a ball is not enough.
He's level 7. He only has a Heptasis. That's still not going to be enough to even burst down the Granger. You're waiting for the second item, and then maybe then the Granger will already have enough to punish and outplay a Hellcurt once a Hellcurt decides to jump in with 2 items on the Granger.
What second item is Chaknu looking for even?
Is he going for Hunters?
Hunter Strike?
Yeah,
sure.
He needs CDR.
But if you're really greedy, straight up Blade.
Oh, he's going for him right there. Nasha, he's just around the corner. He spotted him out.
Chaknu has a different mini game he's playing right now.
This is a different game within the game.
Yeah, you have 4 members of the team playing MLBB, and he's playing
hide and seek.
Catch a Granger.
Dishonored or something.
Dishonored 3.
Different game title, and it's just Chaknu playing it.
It's a stealth action game.
Yeah, it's a stealth. Yeah, he's essentially playing Hitman right now.
Oh man, it's either him or I guess the only other target is Sean and MP, but they're going to be so hard to get. Whoa! Especially when MP's just like, hey, I see you, Chaknu, I'll just shadow kill you down.
The predator becomes prey.
He's not playing alone anymore. MP's joined the game.
Yeah. You even see Benny Cutie had a reaction that could only be linked to being yikes.
Yep.
This is why stealth games don't get a multiplayer mode.
Hellcurt roll.
Oh no, Zyda. He's going to have to deal with this. Again, there's a tech charge. Trying to wait for the team. The final slash is going to be used too. Zyda's already gone, but what can Lancey and 3mar do? Nasha gets the space with the flicker. 3mar's going to jump in, looking to at least get something, but a double for Sean. It's all just falling apart for TNC.
Yeah, they look frustrated if you see the player cams.
Oh, under the turret. Sean just confident as hell will just jump for Lancey. They'll get that shield. Chaknu again has to go ahead and get out. MP just feeling darn good. 5-0-1.
Yep, this is going to be one of the most impossible comebacks to pull off. Not impossible completely, but it's way too damn difficult. They couldn't get the Hellcurt rolling. Zyda and 3mar struggled, understandably so, for majority of the game, because Chaknu was playing towards looking at supplementing Benny Cutie a bit more. They couldn't get that early trade in the bottom lane, and now they're just punished for it. That even if somehow they can find a counter, there's no way TNC Pro Team can wipe out Twisted Minds at this point.
The only players who have a semblance of a normal MLBB game is Benny Cutie and Lancey. Everyone else is trying their darndest to keep this boat afloat.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Tech charge in the back line just to go ahead and zone out for the tier 2. They're going to go for it. A shadow kill under everything. MP will be able to pick up one. Zyda and Lancey both gone. There's 3mar. He follows next. Double kill for Nasha. Meanwhile, Chaknu back to his own game. He's going to go ahead and push out that tier 2 turret. Does no damage to it. And they're going to have to defend. This Holy Shield's still up. It'll pop.
Oh,
but man,
that's dirty.
That's dirty.
It only hurt the small minion in front. It keeps the siege minion alive.
Oh, yeah. What are they going to do here? They're walking with this Lord. Twisted, massive lead, 11,000 up. They can take any fight they want at this point. Benny Cutie gets a Divine Glaive, but man, have they run out of time here? Twisted looking to end the game. A Dark Knight Files will be popped. Chaknu eyeing this back line. The conceal is going to be used. He has to join the fight. He's looking for Nasha, but man, the game is going to slip behind everything as already a dominant game for Twisted as they win it 2-1.
Still in it, Twisted Minds take the series.
Twisted, well deserved. They get the point. They get the dub. And if I'm not mistaken, they've secured playoffs.
Should be. They just had to win this one, right? Either was it this or was it either this one or Onic, I believe.
No, they got it.
This is it.
This is it. So they got it.
I think this is it. TNC though, they played with the hand that they were dealt with. You have one more match tomorrow. Why don't we try something here? They did not want to play with no Hylos no more and play the Hellcurt. And because of that, they'll have to take a bow. GG, well played, Phoenix Army. They'll be in action again tomorrow with hopes of trying to make it in the playoffs via that last best of 3.
Ooh, that's tough, man. You know, they tried something. Maybe it was one of those games too. Hey, Chaknu, you get a chance, but let's do better tomorrow.
Oh, let's go on stage and hear from Twisted Minds. They're with Hans Galeria.
You're looking at the 4th team na makakarating sa ating playoffs. Here are your winners, Twisted Minds! Congratulations! Nosha, uunahin kita kasi again, you're one of the rookies of this team. And considering na galing kayo sa losing streak, medyo kailangan yung i-mindset yung sarili nyo for this match to happen, knowing na isa lang yung magiging laban nyo. So, how did you approach this game? Paano nyo ba pinanalo to? How was the preparation like?
Ako basta super thank you kay Super Marco, siya yung nag-cheer sa akin nung puro LS na kami. Kaya yun, pas ginalingan ko para sa kanya.
Super Marco, magkakaroon din sila ng laban mamaya. As a rookie, did you guys expect na ang mga kasama mo na rookies then would make it into the playoffs unang season pa lang?
Di ko alam, naglalaro lang talaga ako eh.
Naglalaro lang talaga. Maybe, let's talk to Kaloy this time. Kaloy, going back dun sa tanong ko sa kanya kanina, did you expect na in your first season, rekta na kagad kayo ng playoffs?
Para sa amin siguro as a rookie, parang mas achievement sa amin kasi parang first namin makapag-MPL eh. Pero nung una talaga hindi namin expect kasi wala pa kaming parang experience dito sa MPL. Parang pinatunayan namin na kaya namin mapagsabayan.
And a lot of people are looking at you right away, social media, pinapakita nyo sa lahat ng mga tao na kaya nyong sumabay. So, from week 1 to week number 8, ano ba si Kaloy ngayon?
Siguro mas consistent na tsaka mas confident siguro ngayon.
Consistent and confident. Sean, being one of the 3 rookies as well, congratulations. Nadinig na yung wish mo, kahit malayo pa yung birthday wish mo. So, at this point, you're gonna be making it into the playoffs. How do you keep the fire burning para sa Twisted Minds?
Patuloy pa rin namin i-underestimate lahat ng mga katapat namin para hindi mababa yung moral namin pagdating namin ng playoffs.
And is that what you did sa laban na to?
Yes po.
And I love the idea coming in from you guys. Coach Bon, just leaving one more or a few more questions for you. For you as a coach, did you expect that this lineup would make it into the playoffs in the first season?
Nung una silang maglaro, parang confident talaga ako na makakapasok sila ng playoffs eh. Yun nga yung nakatikim sila ng mga unang talo, nag-lose streak. Siguro, kailangan lang talaga nila makamove on dun sa mga pagkatalo na yun. And kung meron man sigurong title na Rookies of the Year, deserving nila. Kasi lahat sila deserving eh.
Very much deserving. So kung rookies, not just rookie of the season para sa'yo personally, Coach. I love that sentiment. Now, you're going back to the playoffs again as the head coach of Twisted Minds who have made it into their 2nd consecutive playoff. First round last season didn't work so well for you. Anong pinagkaiba ng Twisted Minds last season sa Twisted Minds na papasok ng playoffs ngayon?
Siguro nandito yung dati, more on invest kami sa mga experience ng mga puro sila veterans. So yun yung mga naging key namin pagpasok ng playoffs. Dito siguro lahat sila tapang eh. Tapang yung puhunan eh. Di mo makikitaan ng takot.
Love it. Never fearing, hindi natatakot. Are the Minds ready for Twisted Minds to head into the playoffs? And it seems like they are. You may now take your bow once more. Congratulations to Twisted Minds for making it all happen, getting a reverse sweep kontra sa TNC. It's the rookies making it happen sa unang serye natin para sa araw na ito. We're gonna talk to the casters to know more about this game.
Did I hear that right? They should keep on underestimating their opponents.
Yes.
So that I'm not so sure the logic checks in, but if they win though, it doesn't matter.
That's a Twisted Minds mindset.
Yeah, it's a throwback to how they started off the season. They said their mindset is they're not looking at the other pros, the GOATs, everyone in the league as people to look up to. They don't look up to anyone. They just look at themselves. They underestimate their opponents so that their morale won't be low. They don't want to think of we're going up against gods and GOATs. I don't care, we're Twisted Minds. And Kaloy leading the charge, the tech charge, yet again in this game number 3.
2 straight games on the same hero. He literally pressed load game.
Yep.
And it's a new game plus for him. He's just like, yeah, I won't die this time.
I won't die here, man. It's just, again, it was surprised because you get this same hero and you do pretty much essentially the same thing.
Even
back-to-back games, even better here.
MVP highlights of Kaloy. Again, the bunch of crowd control that the Grok brings. With the passive, with the mighty swing, everything. It seems like he was just making the most out of the entire kit of a Grok every time as a counter to what TNC wants to do. The first big trade at the bottom of the map is what set the tempo here, favoring Twisted Minds because Jacknu couldn't secure the kill onto MP. TNC could not get kills there. The 4-0 start of Twisted Minds is what began the downfall of TNC.
That's gotta be frustrating. A singular enhanced basic attack, literally Grok's passive, ruins almost everything TNC is trying to set up.
Yeah,
and you saw it as early as the opening minutes of this game.
It allows him to go ahead. It's just that little extra layer of crowd control that messes things up, you know, and even if he does that, like where he just text charges in to go ahead and try to zone out from, you know, any kind of defense, but then again, at this point, they have already a massive lead. They can kind of just take what they want from TNC here, and that's exactly how this all played out.
Yeah, and you know what? I think this is like a great way to end the regular season for Twisted Minds, other than the fact that they secured the playoffs, but just think of the journey that they had to go through to make it to this point. Like, you understand why they were so hyped up, why they were hugging and jumping, that they are going to be able to make it into the playoffs as a majority rookie team. MP the King back in the playoffs again with Twisted Minds, but now with the old members of Onyx 9 Lives. This was a great game that showcased some of the best qualities of Twisted and why they had such a fantastic first half of the season. Kaloy and Sean just smooth like butter, constant motion, beautiful motion in the map and in every little sequence. This is the most early season Twisted game we've seen since then. This is Twisted at its finest.
I don't know, you were a big fan of Super Junior, but I did think that Twisted Minds could do this, to get their playoff spot by playing the same way they did since day one of the season. They just played good, fundamental MLBB. Now, I'm going to get off their case. I'm not going to force anything new. How about we take a look at TNC? What was this? The first 3 picks were literally the best possible 3 starters for Red Side. And then they close off with
Nathan Helker. I know.
I'm not even gonna say anything about the name. Benny Cutie won with this, all right?
Yeah.
What's up with the Hellcat, fam?
I don't know. I don't know the logic behind it, man.
I don't need an answer. I'm just, this
I know,
is rhetoric.
it's a rhetorical question.
I'm throwing it out to the universe.
But I'm sure a lot of people, when they saw it in the draft, they were probably thinking the same thing, like, okay, like a little bit we're like, okay, yay, like an assassin in the roam, but at the same time, they're like, oh no.
I think there's an equal number of people who are saying that should have been Saber.
Probably.
At this point, I'm not gonna contest.
Hey, if Hellkurt's had his moments, why not Saber?
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why I was advocating for just pick up your Jacknu pick early on.
Yeah.
In the first phase. They bat out the Alice, okay, that meant the Grok would go to Twisted.
I wouldn't even be against, like, putting Jacknu on the Arlot, maybe.
Yeah. Just for a Roam Arlot. I mean, dude, you know it's bad when you have a roam assassin like that and you did like 6,000 damage.
Yeah, and they picked it up. They saw the Grok. They saw the glue. And they said Hellcurt's gonna be the answer to this.
I'm gonna stinger my way through.
Oh, is Matilda really not good anymore? I think Matilda is still pretty solid.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, there was definitely other options there, but that's why I'm wondering, like, what was the decision making on their end?
Yeah. Big 4 majority going over to Twisted Minds. Our BPI rich guy going with 888
Lucky
GPM.
888.
That's MP the King. Michael Indino. He's feeling himself. Again, we don't know who's going to be playing in the playoffs, but confirmed we're going to see more of Twisted Minds.
Yeah.
Who's to say, since Sui might play a game or two in the playoffs.
They might maximize that surprise factor of Sensui being like the tanky fighter guy, while MP the King clearly being the assassin guy.
Yeah.
If they start flexing that in the playoffs, the biggest playoffs we've ever had at Connect the Astrodome, that could be a huge plot twist.
Yeah, I think also at the same time, because that's what our meta allows right now. They could play into that in the playoffs and switch things up. We go with the utility lineup. We also have MP on the assassin if we want to.
Yep. So who am I to ask for something new from Twisted Minds? We were getting it, and we've been spoiled this whole time. Great way to put me in a perspective and what we want and ask of our favorite teams. They are one of the only teams to actually have a legitimate and purposeful role switch.
Yeah, I would say. Because remember the days when we had 10-man rosters?
We still do, technically.
We still do, but like they're one of the few teams that changes things up and has this big impact.
What a great showcase here by these two teams. Again, a best of 3, a win for Twisted Minds, locking in their slot. Let's throw it over to the mic check and listen how this went.
Trimar. Helcort na lang nandiyan na. Helcort P. Helcort pre, Helcort ha. Patay. Ubus. Nice one P. I love you P. Ayos yun. O, kalmado ha. Hawak lamang. Pre, tabi ka mo. Dugul ko. Press mo na nga, Mac. Press mo na nga. Baya ka pre. Kaya na lang. Kaya na siya nga. Lampir to. Tawaran ko. Palo. Tingin sa akin, pre. Alot nga, pre. Alot. Pre, legit. May isang minion siya.
Nice, Loy. Mas better yan. Ayan, full HP lahat, pre.
Tara, all in tayo dito, pre.
Sa TikTok ka na yan, Loy.
Ito, nasa left position.
Tingin sa akin, Loy. Get ready, Loy. Any.
Tingin sa akin, boy. Tingin sa akin.
Kahit sino naman siguro mapapasigaw ng playoffs dun sa laban na yun. Congratulations sa Twisted Minds dahil nakapasok nga sila dito sa playoffs ng MPLPH Season 16. Pero grabe yung mga plot twist na pinagdaanan. Parang kung ikaw'y fan talaga ng Twisted Minds, kakabahan ka dahil yung twisted narrative natin ay nagsimula sila ng 4-0 streak, natalo ng 3 sunod-sunod nung sa leg 1 at nung pagdating ng leg 2, 1-5 yung record nila heading into this series. In fact, 7-game losing streak sila pagdating dito sa match. Tapos nakita pa natin na extend yun ng TNC. But in the end, they are a playoff team. Congratulations din sa Twisted Minds. Nakakatakot yung kanilang pinagdaanan but well-deserving dahil pinakita ng Twisted Minds kung paano ba talaga maglaro ang Twisted Minds. Yung signature na heroes at high-octane gameplay mula sa Twisted Minds ang nagpapanalo sa kanila in this series at yung nagpasok mismo sa kanila dito sa ating playoffs. Nakita natin yung Kagura mula doon kay Sean. Nakita natin yung mga catch heroes mula kay Kaloy. Yung Lanzo na sobrang aggressive. MP the King with Assassins. At syempre, Nosha on the Granger. Ever so reliable in the lane. Lahat ng yan, yung identity ng Twisted Minds, ipinakita nila in this series. Kaya naman sila ay well-deserving makapasok sa ating playoffs. At ito na yung tanong. Saktong-sakto dahil tinanong dito ni Coach Bon dyan. Ito na ba ang best rookie performance na meron tayo sa entire franchise era, that is starting MPL Season 8. Ito na ba ang pinakamalulupit na rookies na nakita natin? Yan ang sagutin ninyo. Pero sa ngayon, sasagutin din natin ang ilang pa mga tanong sa ating mga susunod na laban. And that question is, magkakaroon ba tayo ng 13-1 streak na naman mula sa Aurora o ibe-break na naman ba ang isang mahabang streak ng isang team like Omega? That will be after this break. So stick with us guys. Magbabalik ang MPLPH Season 16.
What's up everyone? Game. Usap tayo. Masinsinan. Manood kayo ng playoffs guys sa paparating na
October 22 to 25.
Yan guys.
Gaganapin yan guys sa sa Cuneta Astrodome.
Yes sir. Sana makapasok namin ngayon guys para mapanood nyo kami doon. Good luck sa atin syempre. Bigyan natin ng magandang lalaban. Kaya let's go.
Medyo madugo to ha.
Bigyan natin ng magandang laban ng mga manonood. Better na daw message mo kay Nosha. Yun guys, sabi niya, solo kill niya daw.
Solo kill niya daw si Nasha. Jack, ano nga masabi mo kay Kaloy?
Focus siya, tol.
Focus tayong dalawa. Focus na kayong dalawa, nak. Okay.
Ako si Scotty People. What time is it? It's game time. It's game time, baby. Pakita ko sino masangat.
Hello po.
Magtulong-tulungan tayo. Skate daw po.
Guys, shoutout sa mga kids na ko dyan. I love you all!
Wish ko lang sa birthday ko. Mag-playoffs kami. Let's go. Lord, bigay mo na Lord, oh. Last match na, kumbaga, oh. Hindi ako papayag na isa sa alay-alay natin ang playoffs na natin sa ibang team. Sabi nga sa Jordan Nunes, all I wanna do is winning. Itong laro to para kay Tito at Tita. Para sa team, para kay Coach Bon. Ay, shoutout sa mga millionaire dyan, ha. What time is it? It's game time! Puko! Ito yung ano ko. Oy, na-prank.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us, to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game, para to sa PIN, yes. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level, nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we unite, we winners. With pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching the lane na parang gera, HP racing made a setup. Kakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dome SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. 'Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. 'Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. 'Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. 'Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. 'Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. 'Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. 'Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. 'Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. 'Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. 'Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Yeah. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala, crowd control. Pakita on the jab, east to the southeast. Taas ang matawag, loud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. malakas, Pilipinas malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here for the English desk. It is day 2 in our last week of the regular season for MPL Philippines Season 16. We already got done with one crazy match that went 3 games, and we're about to get to another one. It's me, Naisu. It's Brigida. We did a little swapperoo on the chairs here, and we still got Mr. Renmar over there. How we doing, Brigida? Welcome back.
I love how he said we're heading into another one right after he mentioned having a game or 3-game series in the first one, because
you're here.
That's the best way to be back. And I love that first series, by the way. There were so many micro plays that really mattered a lot.
Did you like the role?
Did you really love the series?
I said plays. I said plays.
Okay, the plays. All right. Yeah, I was clearly unhappy with the Hellcurt Rome. That's it.
You remind me of how Mr. Midnight was feeling yesterday too, because we saw the Hellcurt Rome yesterday as well, and he felt the same exact way. I don't know, man. Maybe there's a world where that Hellcurt Rome can work.
Maybe there's a time where he redeems himself, like the Angela.
I don't know. You know, maybe the Angela, maybe.
I don't like how he's looking at me.
While we give Redmar a second, let's go ahead and thank BPI, because right now you guys can level up your game with Vibe by BPI. If you download and sign up for Vibe, guess what? You're going to get 50 raffle entries.
Yep, last month, 200 lucky winners received 1,250 MLBB diamonds each. Now, this month, we've actually raised the amount, so you guys can potentially win up to 50,000 diamonds.
Download and sign up for Vibe now. Begin an epic tomorrow with Vibe by BPI. Scan the QR code.
Scan the QR code, and maybe if you get 50,000 diamonds, you can buy all the Hellcurt skins you want and play Rome yourself, because that would be one great thing. There's also another great thing for our viewers out there. Brigida, what is that?
Yep, you can get more data and more GG. Just experience the winning power of Smart's Unli 5G and enjoy it with the Smart Digital Prepaid eSIM Smart.
The simply reliable telco partner of the MPL. Victories you can count on.
Man, I wish I could count on a Hellcurt Rome.
Do we want to trigger him?
No,
okay.
That's what I'm trying to do. Well, guess what? There's more, Redmar. You know this is, but before that, again, thank you to the Games and Amusement Board. This, of course, MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by them. And so once again, match recap, let's talk about it. I know Redmar has a lot to say about this, but this is what happened if you guys missed it. Match 1, Twisted goes 2-1 versus TNC. A very big game for both of those teams to get to the playoffs.
Yeah, and especially considering that we're in week 8. Teams have definitely understood how other teams tend to play around certain players or like very signature picks that you definitely have to take out, which is why I don't think we get to see the Kimi anymore in Sean's hands. But he still played 3 games Kagura.
Yeah, it was it added to the continued revelation that is Grog. Kaloy got back-to-back MVPs with that hero. It really shut down a lot of what TNC wanted to do in games 2 and 3. And yes, Twisted Minds had to reverse sweep TNC Pro Team to secure their playoff slot. Again, congratulations to all the minds out there. We're gonna see you at the Cuneta Astrodome.
Yeah, we will. Here we go. Again, this is a look at what's been locked in, at least for the Cuneta Astrodome, our playoffs. Of course, the top seed, once again, is RORA. They have that locked in. We still have Onic and TLPH fighting for that second spot. Twisted, the newest team, up into the playoff standings here. And that leaves us with 3 that are going to be fighting for, again, playoff spot here. TNC, Omega, Falcons, all very close. But this is one of the things, because this current matchup that we're going to be looking at is RORA versus Omega. Now, it would be great for Omega if they can get that point that they need, right? If they can beat the #1 seed, the top seed right now for RORA, That would be amazing for them. But also later on, guys, we showed this earlier, our match tonight to round things out for day 2 is that Titan matchup between Falcons and TLPH.
And it is fully confirmed. We will not be able to see the full and final playoffs bracket picture until tomorrow, the very final day of the regular season. We might just be able to see who's going to be playoff secured. But Team Liquid Philippines and Onyx are still fighting for that top 2 spot. The second upper bracket slot where Aurora is waiting.
Yep, there are so many possibilities regarding that last upper seed slot between TLPH and Onyx. And I think there will be a lot more, especially if Team Liquid Philippines fail to secure their last series tonight against Falcons, or at least for today, because they still have another match tomorrow, which makes it a lot more delayed for us to find out the final picture of the bracket. But this is where we're going to be focusing right now.
Yep, and once again, this is the matchup here, that gold lane. Dominkite versus Netsky. I don't know, man. There's something about Dominkite that he's just like this whole season. We've really put a magnifying glass, I feel like, on all parts of RORA, but especially Dominkite, even down to some of the interviews that he's had where his confidence has just really grown into this season. And, you know, not to mention, like, give this guy the Harith and he's just, your chances of winning are very high.
Yeah.
We've seen that here. But this is basically the last hurrah here for essentially Omega, but also for Aurora to finish out the regular season.
Yeah, and I also feel like it's nice that we get to look at Netsky and Dominkite, because maybe one of the biggest things Smart Omega does have to overcome first if they do want to get a decent fight against Aurora is especially the laning phase, because I feel like Dominkite has been performing exceptionally well in the laning phase, and that becomes a huge problem for teams who don't get the early game a lot of times.
Yeah, Aurora are gunning for match 13 to match the 13 series winning streak of Fnatic Onyx Philippines in Season 14 in the regular season. The same season where we last saw Aurora in the grand finals of MPL Philippines, where they fell in 7 games. The team that ended Fnatic Onyx Philippines streak in the regular season in Season 14, it was Omega. A very different looking Omega, but the gene of streak breaking is there. Can Omega repeat history, or will Aurora repeat history and set history for themselves as the second team to go 13-1?
Man, if that actually happens, there's just something about Smart Omega and the number 13, those winning
13.
streaks. Oh, he's doing it right now.
Yeah,
he's doing it right now. Again, Light. This is Project Light. Let's look at the stats here, Renmar, from before the patch to now after the patch.
Yeah, before the patch, it was a bit 12-6 in game win loss. It goes 12-4, and the stats just keep going up. Average crowd control time, heal to allies is still some of the same. Kill participation, KDA, Aurora and Light specifically were the biggest beneficiaries of the new Project Next because of the flexibility, versatility, and consistency that they can perform in the wide pool of heroes that Light has. He has played 8 different heroes this season. Not as much as other roamers who are past 10, but he has a solid pool of roamers to choose from.
Yeah, and I feel like the very few times we get to see teams disrupt like the tempo or the system that Aurora fundamentally has is when they bring out something really unique or different. But what I do notice as well is that teams are just becoming too quick to adapt and respond to all these new things that are showing up, especially week per week.
Yeah.
When it comes to the draft, we do feel that there are certain changes going on in terms of priority. And speaking of changes every week, Haji was one who significantly improved, if not was back in form by like week 6 or week 7.
Yeah, why do you think this was though? Like, how, you know, because we do focus a lot on also the roams and how that's changed, but the most. But looking at the mid lane for Haji, why do you think of the bump in stats here after post-patch?
Well, because of the changes to roam that allows or encourages the mid laner to be even more active alongside the roamer. As the roamer now has more chances to provide even more space for the mid lane, that means Haji, as long as he's locked in, and we said that a lot in the second half of the season, locked in Haji, then they can start getting some good runs for him. Unfortunately, they did not feel that yesterday. It was a struggle for Omega in their series. They got swept by Aurora, right? If I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Onyx.
Oh, by
Onyx.
Onyx. Yeah, they're facing Aurora now. Yeah, they got swept by Onyx. So now let's look at the playoffs conditions for Omega. They have to win the match versus Aurora, and TLPH needs to win the match versus Falcons. Their elimination conditions: lose the match against Aurora 1-2, and Falcons sweeps Team Liquid Philippines. If they get swept by Aurora here, Falcons just needs to win against Team Liquid, regardless if it's a sweep or it goes 2-1.
So it looks like a lot of this is going to come down to our third match later, too, right? Again, Falcons, a lot of the eyes are going to be on that match. Not just for the nest out there, everybody rooting for Team Falcons, but even for these other teams and their fan bases that are hoping they get to the playoffs.
So, looking at it now, if they win this game against Aurora, they need Team Liquid Philippines to win. But if they lose, they need Falcons to win against Team Liquid Philippines. So whatever happens, they need to watch out.
Yeah, they need to watch
the last series.
No, they're just hoping Falcons don't win at all.
Yeah.
Because even if they win this match against Aurora and they stop the 13 streak from happening for Aurora, they still have to hope that Team Liquid Philippines can actually beat Falcons. Because if Falcons wins, there's a chance that they will overstep Omega in the standings.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where you like in their case, in Smart Omega's case, they want to go ahead and do their best in this matchup. They know that it's technically a monumentous task to be the team that can sweep Aurora. Again, top seed that have been so good all season, but that's not to say that can't happen. We've seen some crazy things this season already. We're going to ask you guys a question here for the community poll, what you guys think and who had the most dominant streak. Was it A, Aurora in Season 16? This Aurora right now. Was it B, Blacklist International in Season 8? C, Fnatic Onyx Philippines in Season 14? Or D, Aether Main Season 1? For those that don't know, like Season 1, what was the streak they had in Season 1? I mean, that's OG. That's one of the first teams I actually ended up watching.
Yeah, I think Aether Main went undefeated, but they had that one draw because it was a different format back in MPL Philippines Season 1. It wasn't the round robin.
What would you say here quickly for you guys' answers? Who had the most dominant streaks?
I'm torn between A or C.
Yeah.
Like, aside from the numbers potentially being exactly the same. Like, I can't picture who felt more dominant between these two.
Well, you guys let us know what you think. Right now, we're going to welcome both teams, Smart Omega and RORA, out to the stage.
The Northern Lights are aiming for 13. Give it up for Domenkite, Light, Yue, Demon, Kite, and Edward. Lights up, it's Aurora! Can the Barangay not only break the streak, but also book their ticket para sa playoffs? It's gonna be Nets, Super Yoshi, Hachi, Ryzen, and James. Make way, Smart Omega! To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match are our marshals. It's Joshua, Chico, Patrick, and Jeff. Joined by the two teams are their respective coaches. It's Coach Master the Basics for Aurora and Coach Wura for Omega. Second of today's triple header, MPL Arena, make some noise!
Okay, the crowd is ready for this one. We're going to take us through Aurora.
All right, the Northern Lights, the light system. Aurora definitely looks the cleanest they've ever been. Although just yesterday we did see an instance wherein AP Bren were able to take away a game from them. What we do have to acknowledge is that this version of Aurora, aside from it being the cleanest, has been significantly faster to adapt compared to their previous version. So that is something that the Barangay definitely has to deal with in this series.
Yeah. All right, Omega, I got one question for you. How you feeling today, Yoshi? You wake up on the right side of the bed? You feeling good? I know your mid laner is locked in. Ryzen is locked in. Super Yoshi, you are the missing piece of the puzzle to make this work. James, we've been following James. Netsky, count on him to be able to at least manage the lane against Dominic if he's not going to win. Yoshi, eyes are on you.
Yeah, they are. And again, looking at the stats here, you can see the hero pools. They've both brought a ton of heroes out to the season so far. But definitely when you look at Smart Omega, it's like, okay, they have to be able to focus on the objectives here. That's the main thing. If you want to keep up with RORA, it's going toe-to-toe in terms of objectives. They are a team that within the first 5 minutes, a lot of times they decide the match, like the game from the first 5 minutes.
Yeah.
That's just how dominant RORA has been. And again, that's why if you go and look at our community poll earlier on, I would have opted towards saying that, yeah, I think Aurora's run in Season 16 so far is probably the most dominant, because even if you crunch down the numbers, there hasn't been many moments where teams are actually able to find those weak points of RORA. There's been some here and there, but it's been, for the majority of teams, it's been very difficult. So we'll see if Smart Omega can do that. First, though, we also have to go ahead and listen in on our Smart 5G ping test to see how the teams prepare for the matchup.
Sold out daw yung nakita mo yung ticket, sold out. Sold out daw yung ticket.
Last match na kasi yung mga fans ng Aurora, guys. Shout out sa inyo lahat. Mega Dragons! Panalo na ang luto niya!
Yung punuan agad, oh. Ha? Punuan. Punuan.
Anong alwan? Asa na yung mga ka-Dragonism? Dragonism.
Mga ka-Dragons.
Dahil kasi mga sumusuporta sa amin nila is mga nasawa na nanonood sa Bayo. Tunay na tropa, di yung sasawa. Gawin na natin lahat ng best natin sa kanya-kanya nating goal. Barangay and cut!
Hello, hello. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I can hear you. Ay, Captain. Woo! Ulos na naman. Under sea. SpongeBob SquarePants. Mga kids, mga idol mga kids. Sold out first time. Imbitahan daw natin mga manood sa playoffs. Taas natin yung camera. Ito. Ikaw na, unahan mo na, G. Iniimbitahan ko kayong lahat manood ng playoffs this coming October 22 to 26 sa Astrodome, Cuneta.
Kinuha mo naman lahat. Wala na akong masasabi
Eh, sabi kasi ni Domi eh. Huwag nga ulit. Take two.
Ikaw na. Sa merch na lang ako.
Ako na.
Grab your tickets now.
Samahan nyo kami sa paglipad ng eroplano, guys.
Sold out yun yung ticket.
Tama.
Picture mo ako dito.
Uy!
Okay. Well, what was he blocking out? The light?
I was supposed to say sun, but there's no sun inside, so...
Yeah.
Their aura?
I wonder if they were referencing something, because the crowd went wild for
that.
They
had to.
Light? No?
I don't know. Basically, I can barely keep up with the whole sabay tayo mga aeroplano and like all the G stuff.
How about SpongeBob?
What about SpongeBob?
They had a SpongeBob reference earlier. They were singing the SpongeBob SquarePants theme song.
I mean, I guess I kind of get that, but you know, I know SpongeBob.
Yeah.
But I know Wolf too. I know Wolf, and I want to listen to the Howl because that I do know. Let's go throw it over to Wolf for the Infinix key to victory.
My name is Pat.
Welcome to the Howl. Ang Wapasin Wolf, bringing you the Infinix keys to victory. It's RORA going up against Omega, ang last stop para sa streak na hinahabol ng Aurora. What they need to do right now is to watch out for Omega's tendencies to prioritize hero turns in neutral objectives. Ano ba ibig sabihin nito? Hero turns, ito yung mga term na hinihiruhan yung mga nakakalaban. And Omega really likes to play like this during neutral objectives sa mga turtle at sa mga lord. Pero pakapansin-pansin na Omega, medyo mabagal sa pag-hero turn nila. So this is something na pwedeng aralin at paghandaan ng Aurora in these scenarios. Now, they also have river control na pwedeng mag-deny kay Ryzen nung pagtitrade niya. Ang haring ng trade na si Ryzen ay hindi makakagawa ng mga trades na ginagawa niya kung sakaling makontrol ng Aurora yung river by putting the enough amount of people in the river area, the jungle area, sabay pag-clear ng waves fast enough. And also, para naman sa Omega, they just have to get better trades in the draft prio picks. Ito yung blue 1 at red 2. For example, in their matchup against Onyx, nagkaroon tayo ng laban kung saan nakuha nila yung Harith na gusto talaga nila. Pero nakuha naman nung Onyx yung Farsa as well as the 1-1. Yung counter dapat sa 1-1 ay nakuha ng Onyx at mas maganda yung naging first field trades para dito sa side ng Onyx Philippines. This cannot happen against Aurora. Omega will struggle so badly kung ang Aurora ay nakagawa ng mga gandang trades sa first few picks na ating draft. they also have to keep the lanes stabilized and win individual matchups so that Super Yoshi can make plays more comfortably. This is self-explanatory. Kailangan ng Omega may panalo yung lanes sila via the draft o mismo dun sa mismong galawan nila in the early game para mas makagalaw si Super Yoshi. Abangan natin kung yan ang mangyayari sa RORA versus Omega. Back to the casters.
Common themes for the Infinix keys to victory revolve around the center of the map. How you feeling, Super Yoshi? Sleep good, bro? Keep the lane stabilized and win matchups for the roamer. That is one of the keys to victory for Omega. While Aurora's is river control to make sure that they can deny Ryzen's trades. Ryzen is fantastic at trading. Whether it's bodies, whether it's objectives, he will find resources elsewhere if Aurora focus too hard on one specific area. So to get a wider spread, just look at the river and control through there.
It's part of it also is wondering what maps are going to be played here. That's always a factor. It was such a weird note that RORA didn't have any wins until yesterday on Flying Clouds, man. Like, there was something about it that they just don't have a good time dealing with Flying Clouds, so that could play a factor into even this series alone. But yeah, I think the main thing, because we already saw this, like, priority-wise, the priority even alone has been changing. Both these teams would love to pick an Alice if they can, or maybe even the Grok.
Yeah, but honestly, getting Flying Clouds for either of these two teams would be
It would be hilarious.
So funny, yeah.
Because they both had a great experience with it.
And it might be the redemption game of the Cloud Prince.
Oh, the Cloud
Nets
Prince.
game.
Yeah, I would like to see that actually.
Come
so
on.
Why not give us Flying Clouds for
This is total.
Oh, okay, never mind. It's okay.
Come on. Oh, we're fine. Expanding Rivers, we'll take it. Game one, we maybe we get to see it next. But man, look at the win rate here. RORA, 100%.
Yep. They're really good. 6-0, bro. Yeah. Well, Omega
4-4.
4-4. They're 50-50.
That's.
I mean, it makes sense because we have said Aurora, they're like the best early game team this season.
Yeah.
And then once that Rivers are out, they have such a wide area to control. And that is one of the keys to victory, river control. You have more river to control, but more river to be fast with.
Yeah.
That's more water.
More water.
And Light has worked with Aqua for years.
More liquid, everything. Okay.
It's all lore accurate.
Exactly.
That's why I was saying yesterday, that's why they didn't win any on Flying Clouds, because Light can't travel on the cloud.
Yeah, and think about who's been the best Akai this season, who's been the best Panda.
Who?
Demon Kite.
Ooh.
Lore accurate RSG.
Ooh. That's deep lore that maybe some of our audience is about to find out, right? But we're through the first phase here. They did take out the Grok. Alice could be contested by either team here. I'm wondering what the priority for Aurora will be.
Jungle, okay,
there's a Juicin too, but like the
Juicin.
Alice makes me feel
it's Harry.
Oh, we forgot. It's Domenkite. It's Harry.
Yeah.
Tendencies of Aurora, they do almost always just lock in a Demon Kite, one of the Kite Brother heroes early on. And I like that Aurora actually took out the Grok. We saw how strong it was for Kaloy and Twisted Minds in the previous series, and it is, I think, one of the main traits now for the first phase.
Yep.
So Omega decided to lock into Fredrin, get a little bit more crowd control, take away the hero for Demon Kite, although he still has a waifu that he can play with. And I think Haji does need to pick up either the Kimi or the Juicin at this point, take it away from Yue. But the problem is, Aurora will still have a Sicilian to work. What the hell? Sorry, wait. That completely derailed me. Blind pick Rush Claude.
Yeah, why the Claude now?
That's way too early, but they might be cooking up something. And it could also be a confidence for Netsky, because they're just looking at the gold lane matchup already. And that this is one of the Netsky signature heroes. So now for Aurora, they have a lot of options to go for the mid. They might even... Maybe that's why, because they could have gone Eve here. That's why they pick up the Claude early. But then the Sicilian and Juicin are still available for picking for... and the Kimi is still available for you.
Is this just like so much attention being placed on the gold lane that they want to seemingly funnel majority of it onto Netsky?
You do that, but I don't know. I almost would have liked them to see it actually pick up an Alice.
Yeah, but then that'll mean both the Claude and the Alice.
Well, Okay, maybe that's one of the reasons why they also picked up the Claw. They may have already thought that the Alice would get picked up by Edward. And because instead of playing a gold laner that requires you to have a good and tight formation, at least you can play a mobile gold laner who, if he gets somehow caught out by the Alice, has the BMI, can reposition, and reposition aggressively. So they got the Arlott Fredrin combo together for Omega. Still not the biggest fan of the Arlott in the hands of Super Yoshi, but it might be a redemption game.
I think that's a good point because, again, when you look at this first phase already, this is for RORA, it's mostly this is what we see. But now on the other side, the Omega, this is kind of different. And that's why I was saying, even when we got into our first match of the day, or even just this week alone, it's like, dude, even the draft has changed. You know, the order, the priority, some of the bans coming through, and everything else. It's interesting to see how both these teams draft here for Coach Masters Basics and Coach RORA.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Omega wants to prioritize the Kimmy still. Because, like, I don't think Aurora would... No, that still could be. Because, like, this is a very Magic-dependent lineup, but what can you do?
Yeah. Either Kimmy, Sicilian still up on the board for both. I like the pairing of the Sicilian Fred and the Claude together. But I think they might be a little bit more keen with picking up the Kimmy.
Yeah, because it's so hard to go up against.
If they do pick up the Kimmy, though, then bank on either the Sicilian... Oh, wait, they still ban on the Eve. You still have the Sicilian available for Yue.
Yeah. Unless Aurora takes out one of those. Although they might run out of options, too, if ever that does happen. And the likes of the Farsa will find it very difficult to play in this lineup of Smart Omega, so they might really want to go for that.
And what's tough is that the Yue is even undefeated in the Novaria.
Oh.
So he still has a Novaria option with him alongside the Kimmy and the Sicilian that we mentioned. If ever, maybe he feels like it. Is he keen on playing something like the Selena, something he showed up? But I'm thinking they might be leaning a little bit more towards a backline mage for Yue.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because Yue is just he's like one of those different mages. Like he has his own very unique hero pool that he likes to bring to the table. So you can only go with so many bans towards Yue just because that hero pool is so deep. And now they do take the Kimmy for Smart Omega, which is great because if you look at this, they have so much crowd control that they can go ahead and lean towards to deal with what RORA has in this first phase.
Yeah, and you do have to have those skills to reposition up against an Alice. It's been so annoying to go up against recently. So that leaves us with the Sicilian we'd mentioned earlier and a roamer for Light.
Yep.
I'm thinking if they're willing to play pick-off again for Light.
Like the Franco?
Yeah. Franco, and then if they get Burst, if they somehow end up with Burst, they can go Kaja also, but I think I'm leaning a little bit more towards Franco with the hooks. You can still go tanky as the Gata Kaja is still open, but it's a very mobile lineup that I wonder if they're willing to play into it. Oh, excuse, I forgot about Kalea.
Whoa.
And this is the second Angela game for Yue. Already played it earlier this season with a win, so very strong sustain. Folks, it's Ube.
Yeah.
Oof.
That's a lot of sustain.
It's Ube time.
Yeah. They might need to put this Arlott in XP. They need a different roamer that has heal.
There's so much sustain here, man. Do they flex the Arlott then?
Oh God.
If Omega doesn't snowball,
pick up an Esme? I don't know. Like,
they Esmeralda, Alice. Not too. I think they're playing the roamer pick for Yoshi. I think just go Gatot. Consider Minotaur again. I'm a big Minotaur advocate. He's great. The heal, good AOE for the Harith. Or he can go aggressive like Khalid. That's neither of them.
Oh, there it is.
They're still playing the Arlott and the Roam.
Good call, me.
Yeah.
Job's done. But yeah, it makes sense though. You saw the Angela come through, and I think that's one of the things they were doing anyway, is like leaving that flexibility there just in case they had to. Does that change things though that the Esmeralda now comes through? Like, is that much better than for Smart Omega?
Yeah.
Look at the lineup rating, by the way.
Yeah.
The index says yes.
Through where? Damage potential? Oh, just through the damage potential, but the early to late game potential list of Aurora.
Yeah.
I'd rather be looking at that as the advantage. Better pushing also for Omega, but then Aurora can just play a very solid, tight game that even if Omega open up the map, at some point you're going to have to start playing around objectives. And all the heals that Aurora has might just be too much.
Yeah, that might be the way to go actually for Smart Omega, but if they don't end it fast enough, it won't take long for Aurora to just pull up that one team fight.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Well, we're going to find out here. We're going to be jumping into the Land of Dawn. Once again, it's our second match here between the top seed right now going to the playoffs. It's Aurora versus Smart Omega, looking to lock in their spot, their journey to the playoffs. And it can all start here in Game 1. Let's go ahead and take a look at this. Also, some of the emblems for both sides. And yeah, once again, I don't know, man. It's been a while since we've seen an Arlot roam.
Yeah. Saw it last week in the hands of Super Yoshi, hence why I'm very skeptical about it. Wasn't the best time for them. Game number 1, not that great. Game number 2, a much better performance, but they still ended up getting the loss. So let's see if this time they'll have better interplay alongside Haji. Again, I'm still one of the people who believe that Kimmy is one of the best picks that you can play up against an Angela in mid.
Yeah.
Look at Dominkai, 10-2, by the way.
I'm liking how they're still trying to manage the mid lane or be just as aggressive though, because of again the sustain that they have, but it doesn't really take away the fact that the Kimmy is too dominant.
Yeah.
And that there's almost nothing you can do about it when you're matched up against the Kimmy in the mid lane.
I think part of this, again, you know, this is one of those lineups for both sides where it might be a bit difficult to actually get a pick off in the early game where we're used to seeing that. Then they might just have to wait for the level 4s and then into that first turtle objective to come up, because even so, there's just too much sustainability, at least for Aurora. So Omega would almost have to throw too much at them early on, and that's not really possible without the ultimates here.
Yeah, and there aren't any rotations that much from Aurora just yet. So they're just really holding on to their lanes, and we don't get to see that.
Yeah, I like how they're actually not forcing rotations out of Light and Yue. They know that they have to let the minion waves crash in at the center so that it's easier for them to clear and trade. I wonder if they're willing. Demon Kite?
Oh, Falling Star Moon already used. Demon Kite doesn't get to even use their Retribution to contest. The Boundary Tracker will be dodged. Edward 2 coming in. But Smart Omega, they just decide to disengage. They don't even fight.
Oh, look at Haji going at it towards Edward.
Oh, Netsky versus Dominkite, and with a hard guard, he might actually win this. There's the Purify, but that won't be enough to save him. First blood goes to Dominkite. Tsunami Slap on Super Yoshi, but without anyone else with him, there's not much he can do. That's a kill onto Light.
And that is a signature Aurora rotation. They're not going to be able to secure your first turtle, but then since you have the global presence of an Angela, just hop onto the Harith real quick, and Light able to show up in time through the river surge.
Okay, James, he'll get spotted out. He's going to be fine, but that's one of the things, again, I think it's almost Aurora also understanding the power spike ability of this lineup, the fact that, okay, it's one turtle. If we're not there for it, we just give it up. We can go grab kills if we want. Yeah. Again, this is a lineup that's built for these pickoffs too, with the Kalea. Again, a roam hero that performs so well in that job. But then it gets even easier when you look at it and you say, okay, there are 2 Purifies over on the other side for Smart Omega, but we can also just rely on Edward to go ahead and tank things up if he has to. Light can go and get a battle spell out, or he can just follow through later on to get those Tsunami Slams down. And that's something that Smart Omega has to play around and balance as this game goes forward.
Yeah, Nesky's also been having a tough time in lane. It's roughly a 500 gold lead that's been floating around, favoring Dominkite's Harith. So now with Omega going for a 4-man rotation downside, okay, they're not going to commit it. They're still going to go for the purple buff instead. At some point by Turtle 2 or Turtle 3, they need to try and get 1 kill already on this Harith.
Yeah, but that's the thing. At this point, since Dominkite's been clearly winning the laning phase, and that there's a hard guard that just can come save him whenever he needs to, it won't be an easy task for Smart Omega. And even if they do want to go for pickoffs on other parts of the map, Aurora are just playing it too safe. And it's surprising to think that it's still working for them, even though they're the ones that are just waiting for the right timings. Omega could be the ones to start things up, but as it seems right now, they don't get to find enough information about Aurora.
Uh-oh, okay. They want to fight for the second turtle.
Whoa.
Oh, Flicker.
What? It's actually Light who starts things up instead, and they actually went for Super Yoshi. They won't have the final slash anymore to set up any team fight. Dominkite also joining the fight as well. James is the one being targeted right now. Edward, he gets the touch, the Appraiser's Wrath, but not for long. UM might not be able to pick up the kill either, and that will be a double kill that goes over to Netsky.
That's a really good counterplay there by Omega. So Edward flickered forward to try and secure the kill onto Ryzen, but he holds on. However, Aurora will still get the turtle. The fact that Nesky, though, was able to get a double kill evens out a little bit of a struggle that he faced in lane. Still, it might not just be enough just yet. Omega needs to start getting a bit more.
Oh, now it won't be enough because Dominkite takes him down. There's the hard guard as well. Super Yoshi has the final slash, but he will just get to dash away. Haji doesn't even land the solar beam, and Dominkite might still go for it, but Super Yoshi now safe under the turret.
Oh man, it's the combos of the waves, but also just this Dominkite Harith, man. Traction pulse used.
Wow, Haji, massive, but that's 2v1. He's not going to get the big win there. Best Harith in Season 16 is Dominkite.
Yeah.
And hey, you get a heart guard on top of it, man, that's going to give you all the confidence you need if you're Dominkite, like we just saw. So this is what we were talking about. Might be a little bit late to that 5-minute mark we looked at when it's RORA's gameplay, when we looked at that specific stat a couple weeks ago, but it still stays true. You know, they get themselves this nice bit of a lead 6 minutes into this game, and now it's Smart Omega that's like, all right, how do we keep this from getting too out of hand? Because that's what happens in these matches against RORA. They'll take the lead, they'll keep putting the pressure on the team, and it's hard for teams to kind of catch up to that. You're seeing the tier 1s fall down. Edward, you can see it. The heart guard is ready.
Oh, and now they might have to use it. Appraiser's Trap will be enough to take him down, though, but Dominkite still just landing the free hits. Demon Kite joining the picture, however, will try to focus down on Ryzen instead. And on the other side of the map, however, Dominkite isn't able to handle things on his own. And now Demon Kite, no choice but to escape. But will they let him? Super Yoshi finds him still.
Forget what I just said. Smart Omega was like, hey, we can keep up. We'll go ahead and get what they need, plus some kills.
Yeah, great counterplay. Good thing Nesky was able to BMI out when he first entered with the Blazing Duet, as there was a lot of damage coming out of Dominkite. Super Yoshi was the hero of the sequence there. Even at the end, he committed the flicker forward vengeance and was still able to get the Dauntless Strike as well to get that stun.
I guess you could say Super Yoshi's awake, man.
Yeah.
You know, he is setting things up here for this, so they've gone and diminished the gold lead that I just mentioned, about 3,000 for RORA earlier on. It's gone. And now Omega really in a good fighting form leading into this Lord in about a minute and a half.
He didn't want to be the first pickoff anymore.
Yeah, he was tired of it.
They needed him to be there so they could actually set things up decently, because James could only do so much as an Esmeralda.
Yep.
He's going to be somewhat of a disruptor, but he can't offer any form of crowd control aside from that brief stun you get from the Falling Star Moon. So they definitely need to have Super Yoshi for those vengeance and for those Dauntless Strikes. But Edward too, I don't know if he was expecting that much attention when he was just trying to zone everyone from Smart Omega.
Yeah, you could even see the bit of a slight hesitation on Omega. They were still just poking down the Alice, and then once they realized, wait, it doesn't seem like Edward wants to go anywhere that far. Okay, I think we can actually fight into this. They were ready, and they decided to go for the swing. Skypiercer already built up for Haji on this Kimmy, while it's still only a glowing one for this Angela. So the raw sustain being dished out by the Angela and Kalea together, just the fact that they are together in a lineup.
I was going to say, is this going to be a sandwich here? They do spawn them out, but they did use the conceal. Edward will make his way. He's going to have to use the Throne of Ruin because that traction pulls from Haji. So neither team committing on fighting each other there. They know this big objective, that Lord, is going to come up in about 30, so they're scrapping up what they can and then getting into this position. It's about as even of a fight that we'll see here in this first Lord take.
Yeah. Although Smart Omega, now that they're able to group up, and it's surprising to see that they actually have a decent amount of gold in the hands of both Netsky and even Kaji. They might be able to be a lot more confident to take on fights. Even just now, we saw how the Blazing Duet dealt enough damage to Dominkite once they were able to isolate him away from the other members of Aurora. And he's actually a bit ahead of Dominkite in terms of gold.
Yeah. think we have to see Aurora start things off here, especially through Light. Get another pick off again onto Yoshi, or maybe even, no, 3 Purifies, it's tough. Yeah, you can only really just pick out Yoshi and then just try to build from there. Hope that you can take down Ryzen and James.
Yeah, that's why I was saying you got to get the Purifies out here. I think even with this case, even though Ryzen's on a Fredrin, he's going to go ahead and take his time pulling through on this Lord. So neither team committing to it. Again, having both the tier 1 turrets in the mid lane for both sides also kind of helps manage this a little bit better, but you could expect, if anyone's going to start the fight, it's probably going to be Super Yoshi. Like, he's going to go ahead and use that flicker if he has to. If not him, then the traction pulse from Haji.
And for Aurora, it should be Light again.
Yeah.
Similar to what happened earlier. But the way that Smart Omega are positioning themselves, you don't get to reveal much. And Edward, if he does the exact same thing earlier and throws out the Crimson Gleam in the wrong direction, that could be an immediate punish again for Smart Omega, so they have to be extra careful about it.
By the way, we have an MPL fan Insights quest. Answer the survey. You can just rewind it a little bit if you want. Scan that QR code. Don't forget, October 22 to 26 for the MPL Philippines Season 16 playoffs.
Yep, some of the tickets already sold out, so make sure you guys grab it while you can. This is going to be one hell of a playoffs ahead of us, but starting up, they're going to go for the Lord.
Well, James is actually dealing with Demon Kite and Edward. Ryzen secures it though, but there goes the Tsunami Slam, but they're all separated, and the Blazing Duet is able to deal so much damage in the double kill for Haji. Demon Kite just trying to look for trades, but then they will be able to escape, and in turn, Aurora, they lose 2 members.
Constant basic attacks coming out from Omega, the zone out by James. And this lineup is working, the gamble. Yoshi!
They force out the Purify from Dom and Kite. Still not enough to get a kill, but they might take this mid-tier 2 down to half HP.
Oh, Yoshi is feeling it, man.
Yeah, after the first 2 deaths, he was like, all right, now, Grandma, I gotta wake up, man. I slept good tonight. And then last night, I mean, that's what I meant to say. All right, so concentrated energy, no wonder the team fights keep getting harder and harder for Aurora, because Haji, again, locked in the items, and even now Neski has a significant, good lead over the Harith, up to a Magic Blade as well, so that's going to help him with his entries when he goes in with a Blazing Duet under the Zaman Force of the Harith to help reduce and mitigate the magic damage brought out by Dom and Kite.
Again, this is just showcasing how competitive it is right now. Again, #1 team, RORA, top seed. Oh, Edward.
Edward goes in. He tried to force out the Purify from Haji. Successfully does, though, but it might be an exchange of his life. And there you go with the Appraiser's Wrath. Super Yoshi! Stunning 2! And the Blazing Duet to couple it up. Double kill again for Haji. James will be traded out. Ryzen, could he be taken down here? He does have the mobility, but it won't be enough. They take down 2 for 2.
Even losing 2, RORA will still fight under the turret. It was a great attempt from Smart Omega. The idea, the concept were there, but they still got to respect the damage that RORA can pump out.
Yeah, the raw damage, the little bits of heal, the surge to life coming out through the Kalea. And yes, Omega, though, still in a relative control compared to RORA, considering that they have the tower advantage 6-2 as we go back to the replay. This was after the Throne of Ruin of Edward. Look at where Demon Kite is able to stay safe. Even though he gets hit and clipped, he's able to traceless out. Yoshi gets the great final slash, but Light with the counter Tsunami Slam to make sure that they get the kill onto James. Then they'll be able to punish Ryzen.
Yeah, it was a great setup. It was a great response, but the idea was right from Smart Omega.
Yeah, they did get to force out the Purify from Haji and even James, I feel, if it's just that. But Aurora couldn't really catch up. Ryzen did so much to block off their way just to reach those other members of Smart Omega, and that might be a bit tricky for Aurora now, considering that Smart Omega, on the other hand, have so many ways to just go in and out of the fights with the amount of mobility they have.
Yeah, not to mention, Haji's done a phenomenal job at just staying alive.
Yep.
Whether that's with the traction pulse, he's able to go ahead and get the thrusters out, or just the Purify alone. He's so hard to catch for RORA, and he's guarded really well too, whether that's Super Yoshi, Ryzen, or James. And so this is working out great. They're going to go ahead and start up this Lord. This is the second one of the game. They're going to go ahead and start it up, but We'll see how it plays out. Under half health right now. Traction pulse used.
Okay, Edward gets to dodge it though. Mountain Shocker already used. Will James get taken down?
Uh-oh.
He is still a bit tanky, but he's starting to feel the damage. Already uses the Purify. So Aurora knows that he doesn't have it now. Could be a target for Light.
Yeah, he has to go back though. I don't think Omega, good call. They just blitz it. They get the lure without a problem because Aurora committed a bit too much to try and get a kill and advantage first. I think they expected Omega would heavily fight into it, but they didn't.
They didn't, and they also knew the Zaman Force wasn't there, so Domenkite can't rely on that because, again, like I said, Omega had to respect Rora's damage. Rora has to respect the amount of crowd control and Super Yoshi's ability to catch them if he wants to and go for that. So looking at this, again, this is still very close. You have that Lord over here on that side. They're going to be pushing in. Is Rora in a good position to stay in the game, to stay on the defense here?
They should be able to. 3 minion waves crashing in though, but they have so much damage that they can clear minion waves very quickly.
They have to be prepared for that potential final slash flicker combo.
Yeah.
I think that's what can seal the deal for Smart Omega in this game.
Okay. UA already has Flask of the Oasis and just built up a Holy Crystal, so Omega need to be careful.
Oh, hold on, Edward.
Oh, Edward going in once again. Gets to stun multiple members though. It's already tanky enough. Ryzen is the one being taken down and prioritized right now. Edward doing such a great job sustaining everything for Aurora and buys them enough time to deal with the Lord all by itself.
Ooh, I guess they do defend. They lose the base turret. But man, Smart Omega, they realized it's going to be more difficult than they thought to get the game.
Yeah, Netsky was brought down way too low, way too quickly. It was only Haji who could bring out dependable damage in there. And I like how Aurora actually didn't wait for Omega to crash in and initiate and try to go for the counter punch. They sent Edward right away to send Omega back and reeling.
Yeah, that was what I was expecting too. Like for them to just be prepared for the setup and to fight against it with the counter plays. But Edward went in first. Surprisingly, it was tanky enough. And now they're the ones trying to push against Smart Omega, but they don't know James is there. Now they do. And it's a successful defense for Smart Omega.
Yeah, good spot there, but you know, Rora's having a hard time getting some of these turrets down, even on that.
Yeah.
They essentially, what they've done is, yes, the lead hasn't changed much, but they're getting some of these crucial defensive items now that they need. One of those was Domenkite picking up the Winter Crown. We'll be able to buy him a little bit more time. Smart Omega has had that, though. Again, they've had these defensive items that they needed, and it comes down to now we have to look at the team fighting on both ends. You know, how does Smart Omega approach these fights? A lot of the times they know, okay, if we get Domenkite to go ahead and use the Zaman Force, then we have somewhat an advantage. Both teams have these initiation possibilities, whether that's Edward coming in or Light or vice versa from Omega. They can also utilize theirs, so it's going to be this push and pull. We haven't seen a contest, like an actual contest for the Lord, though. I'm wondering if Rora feels like they're in a position to, or if they just want to keep turtling up in the base and rather defend there.
Yeah, it's so hard for Aurora to find their positioning when it comes to the objective fights because James is just right there. He's just blocking everyone.
I think it all boils down to the timing of the entry for Netsky and if Aurora can find that Claw, because again, Netsky was found out relatively quickly in that base siege earlier. So as long as Netsky's healthy, then they'll have the damage. If it's just Haji pumping out majority of the damage, they won't have enough. He's trying to bait it out.
Yeah, I think they are at this point. Again, you still have UA there on the bottom side managing that wave. They might just blitz it. Omega.
Wait, they do see that Demon Kite still clearing the wave in mid. Now they won't have enough time to contest, but they might actually take on the fight. Look at the damage coming from the Kite brothers. Ryzen the first to fall. James might be next, but he gets to walk away. The stun doesn't land from Super Yoshi. Haji doesn't land it too. But Omega losing Ryzen only in exchange of the Lord.
Yeah, and that means they're not going to be able to end it unless they find the miraculous pickoff. What a play by Aurora. Domenkite was in the perfect spot. And then Edward yet again committing the Flicker entry alongside the Throne of Ruin to set things up alongside the Harith. Good thing Omega was able to back out though so that they wouldn't lose more. That almost looked like a scenario where they could get wiped out. But now let's see if Omega can get something. They're trying to slow down mid as much as they can. But yeah, they're not going to be able to end it just yet, as Aurora will be able to take down this Lord very quickly.
Yeah, they'll clear this out. Omega staying kind of aggressive in this. They at least want to get this base turret down if they can. They should be able to, but the Lord finally making its way to the base here. Traction Pulse thrown out. Super Yoshi, is he actually going to flicker forward, or is he just going to get this turret down? They might take the discipline route. That's how you're going to do it if you're going to be the top seed team right now.
Oh! Mountain Shocker has the immortality though, but the hard guard's already used on Dom and Kite. Demon Kite actually finds the last hit. James is already down.
Minion waves crashing in. They'll be able to clear it out though. What a pick. I think James overestimated his ability to survive there.
Yeah.
And it goes to show how crazy the damage is right now on this Harith. He uses Purify so that it wouldn't get crowd control, get a little bit of movement speed boost, but he still got clipped by Dom and Kite.
Ooh, so it's all been just these exchanges back and forth, but you have to go ahead and look at the fact that the map is still for Omega.
Yeah.
They still have, even down to that tier 1 in the mid lane, they've held on to it for the longest time. You're 20 minutes in. They might finally lose it though, but you know, they maintain base turrets too. So for RORA, you're seeing the power spike this lineup has, and Omega is now starting to go ahead and second guess some of their own positioning because of the amount. Oh wow, Domikai. Okay.
Okay.
He just he got the final slash out.
Yeah, James swapped out the immortality for the Winter Crown.
Edward?
Does Edward get to find a way out of this? Hard guard already used. Demon Kite not in the best position to fight just yet. They'll just walk away, and they again have to deal with a wave.
Yeah,
they're going to blitz the Lord.
Yeah, Omega can 100% blitz the Lord right now, but the US hard guard will be back in time. Can they get close enough?
Oh, this is a little bit of a beefier Lord here. They are going to get position, but RORA shows up and they can't fully commit to it.
Yeah, hard guard is back, and the problem right now for Aurora is there are minion waves crashing in. If Yua decides to join in the fight, the minions might end it.
He has to deal with it before he joins the fight. But they definitely need the hard guard if they want to take on this fight. And those are 3 waves coming in all at the same time. Can Yua actually deal with it? Demon Kite returns and helps him, and that'll mean Omega could just burst him down. But Edward going in, will it be enough? Uses the Winter Crown, won't be enough. Now, Demon Kite joining everyone. Blazing to it already used by Nevsky! And he gets bursted down just like that. The flicker from Light as well, forcing out the Purify from Haji. But they still want to fight this. They've already used up majority of their resources, but they still are gonna fight a Winter Crown from James. But with the damage that's coming in from Dark Kite and Demon Kite, he will not stand for long. Super Yoshi next, popping the immortality. They switch targets now, looking for Ryzen, but it's Super Yoshi who they take down instead.
They still have to deal with the Lord, but man, that was so good for RORA.
Too much damage, and Omega decided to call the fight because they thought that no one could have gone back. But Edward already recalled and went back to base. Still, Omega cannot end, despite Ryzen playing out of his mind for Omega.
What a game 1 in this series right now. 22 minutes into it. The pendulum swings in favor of RORA based on that team fight. Again, yes, Omega has the map advantage, but they might have to play into that. By the time we get to the next Lord here, we're still a minute plus away. But, you know, it's not going to be the same situation where they can just blitz it like they did previously. So maybe part of the game plan is either Netsky goes and helps with potentially pushing into the base and causing a distraction, or he just has to have better positioning, because that fact that they got Netsky down and he blew up literally, that's not what you want here for Smart Omega.
Yeah, Netsky already now with an Athena shield. He also built up a potion for himself. So they'll try to pull the trigger on a big play, but because of the minion wave advantage that they have, Omega, they must be so frustrated. They're doing everything right as much as they can.
Yeah.
But again, it all boils down to the timing of Netsky. This Harith of Dom and Kite, along with the Angel and Kalea to help support it, is too much.
Yeah, the Kite brothers have been throwing out so much, especially if they just find you in one instance wherein you're not positioned where you should be, and that applies specifically for Netsky during that one instance where he just had to receive the stun from the Mountain Shocker and then he just disappeared in the blink of an eye. So that cannot happen again if you are Smart Omega. But could you or should you be looking at a potential different angle to deal with this now? Because Aurora, they're starting to adapt to this repeated sequence that we're seeing that takes place whenever there's an objective, but now they're the ones who actually started first.
RORA wants a fight here. They're holding that Lord at a little bit above half health. Some immortalities come to play. Edward's going to be caught out.
Oh, blocking everything. Does he have the Winter Crowns? That's the majority of the members of Omega with the Throne of Ruin, and now they get to isolate so much, but Aurora, they decide to fight. They're taking down Smart Omega one by one. James is going to be next, popping his immortality. Ryzen picking up the Winter Crown too, but what can that do? He's left with Haji and Netsuki, and Aurora, they're still going to take the Lord.
One of the big reasons why Aurora was able to leverage a good position for this Lord, the first Lord they will get this game, is because they decided to split push up top to make sure that they have a minion wave that forces a reaction by Omega to go up top first, and then they gave up their position in the Lord, giving it to Aurora, and Edward again on this Alice, making it look so easy every time with a flicker, Throne of Ruin, add a Winter Crown for extra flavor too.
We're going to look at the replay here in just a second. Again, this has been such a endurance test for both teams, but look at this. This is the setup. Edward gets caught out, and he's like, just kidding. Here I am, Throne of Ruin, sets things up, and this allows that space under the Zaman Force for them to capitalize on pumping out the damage, and Omega has no choice but to disengage, and now they're facing it down a beefed up, power-up Lord, finally taking down base turrets of Smart Omega.
Yeah, and imagine Edward was still alive after all that. Oh, Traction Pulse didn't land, and now they actually gain access to Haji. He might have to return to the base to get some HP back, but is this enough for Aurora?
It is.
Super Yoshi going in, doesn't even land the setup, and after 25 minutes of holding on, Aurora finally gets to end game number 1.
An endurance test for game 1. It looks so close for Smart Omega, but man, RORA shows you why they're at the top of the standings and the top seed.
Omega could not end it. And at one point, a Harith, every time he has a Zaman Force and dashing, would have half of his health as a shield? That's insane!
Yeah, that was an endurance test.
I don't, you gotta give it up to Omega though, man. I don't think there's been many teams that have given RORA this kind of pressure. You know, like from start to finish, they maintained a lot of this. They did bring some of the favor back to their side a couple of times, but it was just unfortunate. They couldn't finish the game. And this is, once again, we say it a lot, guys. MVP Dominkite, give him the Harith, and he will do work. He is 10-2 before this game. Now he's 11-2.
Yeah, I mean, when was it when they were able to actually take down the first turret in mid? I think that was past 20 minutes already before Aurora were actually able to take it.
And it's 100% kill participation. Aurora were 100% playing around this Harith. MPL, teams, stop giving this Harith to Dominkite. I've been saying it for weeks now. Yes, he's lost 2 times, but he's won 11 times now. At this point, Aurora know very damn well how to play around the Harith.
Yeah, I even thought it was going to apply for Netsuki because it felt like they were drafting around it, but it's, again, the laning, the dominance that you get to see from Dominkite, his ability to just always hold everything in place for his team, that they barely need to worry about it. Even without the rotations coming in as much in the first few minutes of the game, Dominkite could handle himself.
Yeah, and again, the sheer amount of heals that Aurora has, eventually Yue would build the Flask of the Oasis. I mentioned once that Holy Crystal was locked in, it would be so difficult for Omega to end this game. It would take near perfect execution and a mess up from Aurora to be able to end it. And even if they could get Edward down, it was this scenario, Light still being able to hold on and getting a Tsunami Slam to lead into a string of sequences that led to a 2-2 trade. And the fact that James getting caught out here, again, an underestimation of what the Harith can do at this point, and an overestimation of your own tankiness.
Yeah, it's, I don't know. I really liked what Smart Omega was doing here for the majority of this game. Even I gotta say, Super Yoshi was locked in for this game. It just feels like at some point throughout this,
my goodness.
RORA finds the adjustments they need and turn this game in their favor.
Yeah, one of the plays here, when Netsky decided to BMI in Blazing Duet, he walked right into the turtle boat ship of Demon Kite, stunned him, and he got bursted down.
That reminds me of the Cloud Prince incident.
Yeah.
It was a bit too similar, but...
This is the boat prince now.
The boat prince. Man, it's unfortunate because they had such a good game here, and I just feel like you got to say that's one of the things RORA has done. There's obviously RORA has had many 3-game series and everything like that, but if you notice the way that they play, even if they're down, that patience, that discipline allows them to go ahead and bring a game back in their favor, and that's what makes them so strong.
The reason why Netsky got smacked by that turtle ship in the face is because Demon Kite held onto it. He was really waiting for the Claude to come in, and once he saw the BMI entry of the Claude, bang, turtle ship to the face.
Yeah, and I just have to say that Aurora just keeps getting scarier as time goes by. Yesterday, it took them an entire game to adjust against what AP Bren did to them in their series. But now it took less than 30 minutes of them just holding on, trying to prolong the game, and eventually finding a workaround. Because that one Lord that they got, as mentioned by Renmar, the only Lord that they got in the game, that was the first time the waves were actually pretty decent on their side. And that didn't happen just randomly out of nowhere.
Yeah. I still won't forget seeing Yue on the Angela try to like keep the base together with 3 waves pushing in, and he's like, Kite, I need some help here. So Demon Kite joins him, helps him a little bit, and then that clears in things because, again, that's basically what Yue had to do on the Angela.
I think I like that too about Aurora, the fact that they're not as afraid of letting go of the objectives if they're confident that they're able to win in the team fights that they get to force after Omega secures the objectives for themselves. Because I think that happened quite a number of times, but it was only until that last team fight where we saw Aurora just really confident and capable of dishing out the damage against Smart Omega. Because even before that, Edward was already scouting everyone. He was already able to force out a couple of skills from the members of Smart Omega. So it wasn't entirely just a fight that they started after the objective was taken by Omega. They did, in a way, set up for that too.
Yeah.
Wow, what a crazy game. Aurora, again, you can't just stop commending what they brought out here. And the why, for the longest time, lineups with multiple sustain was the bane of existence for teams internationally. They brought back Ube.
They brought it back.
It was like peak Ube, except like, you know, it's an Alice in the EXP instead of the gold. Double heals, playing around the key, core, gold laner.
Yeah, it wasn't as dominant of an Ube from start to finish, but it's terrifying how masterful it looked like.
Yeah.
Especially if you don't get to end it before they reach their power spikes.
Yeah, it was one of those situations where you know, like, man, they have this lead, they have this, even the Lord marching in, but they just can't end it. And part of that was because, like Renmar mentioned too, within the game, RORA's lineup allowed them to clear the waves so well. That's another reason why it helped. Harith is a big part of that. As you can see, they carry their Dome and Kite. Also the BPI Rich guy, but that's one of the things. I'm still surprised some teams let RORA grab that Harith.
Yeah.
Because I feel like that's one of the main components too for a lot of the team, a lot of the wins that RORA's had when Dome and Kite gets his hands on the Harith, because he plays it in a way that you don't see too many gold laners play the Harith. Like that's something I feel like a big part of that is Dome and Kite can also rely on the rest of his team to allow him to do that and some, you know, make some crazy plays happen there. So once again, that's game one. And that's kind of crazy.
Game one.
Yeah, that was just game one because I was 25 plus minutes and it was one hell of a game. You got to really put respect there for Smart Omega to do what they did against, like I said, such a team that is, a lot of teams are looking for that weak point in. And I feel like there was a moment really where Smart Omega was able to go ahead and find that. It's just unfortunate that they couldn't capitalize on winning game one. We'll see how they adjust. But before that, guys, we also want to invite everyone watching to showcase your esports skills and passion for gaming by organizing your own local tournaments through eProject Esports for Everyone.
Yep, participants in this program will be provided with special access to tournament modes, in-game items, diamonds, and more.
Now, all you gotta do is visit the MPL Philippines website for more information and how to apply.
So join them while you can. esports, a project for everyone. We'd love to see you guys. And, you know, part of this is celebrating something special. You guys have probably seen a little bit, you know, about this in your own game, but I would like to ask you guys a question, and my definite answer to this is no. But do you like to dance?
Yes.
Because celebrate by dancing to the 9th anniversary Glam Up Challenge by the Moonton student leaders, Philippines, and MLBB community heroes. What does that all mean for them?
I think for you to find out, you just have to scan the QR code so you get to discover the details, because you can't miss out on this. I think there are amazing prizes awaiting you. So dance and celebrate MLBB's 9th anniversary. We have a really cute mascot and a very cute girl group that we will be seeing in-game very soon.
I love the Fanny skin.
Yes.
I love the Juicin skin.
We have seen it.
I love all of them.
I've seen the clip going around.
Oh, the one from my stream? Oh, yeah.
To be fair, like, yeah, it's all... I gotta say, man, the skins that have been coming out, like, the past, like, half a year, maybe even a year, they're so good.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. Like, I don't have enough diamonds to go around.
Have you seen the Vexana and...
Yes, the Asper.
I got both this morning, man.
Both.
How much did it cost you?
A good amount.
Okay.
Cost him a good amount.
I will just say there's a reason why I do a lot more VOs this season.
Hey, he's going to get a good amount of his dandruff-free scalp. That's what he's going to get here. Supercharged with clear. There we go. Dude, this looks like almost like the guy from yesterday.
He's our clear head super fan of the day, and as you can see, his scalp is very much dandruff-free.
I hope they get diamonds
Even
in
though
that
he's
bottle.
wearing white, I'm pretty sure he's dandruff.
Did you ask for diamonds in the bottle?
Yeah, like diamonds in the bottle. Like there's a code, like they put a code in there. That'd be cool.
Where?
But you have to use up
But
the
you
whole
have to
bottle
use it
first.
Yes, you have to use it so that you actually
And then
use
you
it.
open it?
And then
Yeah.
you get the code, and then you get your diamonds
Ah.
to go ahead and spend on the amazing skins.
You have no choice but to use it.
Yeah, there's a marketing plan for Clear.
You're welcome. Hire me any day. You know, I'm spitting facts every day. Spitting ideas.
Because once you try it, like, you realize how good it is. So I haven't tried it. Should I?
Yep.
Should I?
You
Why?
should. Yeah, you should. No, I'm just saying you should try Clear.
I will. Tomorrow.
All right. Well, right now we're going to go ahead and take a little gander, a little listen to our community tournaments. Let's go ahead and take a look, a watch at this one.
Guys, at sa lahat ng mga MPL fans sa buong Pilipinas, merong ongoing and upcoming tournament ang ating mga MPL teams.
May chance ko kayong manalo ng mga diamonds and many more. And balita ko, nag-grand finals na nga daw. Nagsimula yan sa Clash of Sonics.
Yun nga talagang paldong-paldo itong mga teams na to. At congratulations sa winning team ng Sonics. Pero balita ko, pre, ongoing na rin ang registration ng Cavalry. Nagsimula yan ng October 6 at magpapatuloy yan hanggang October 11.
At ang tournament naman ay magsisimula na October 13 to October 19. Susundan naman ng Smart Omega Community Tournament na ang registration ay mula October 4 to 17.
Siyempre, hindi magpapahuli ang mga RORAs. Diba? Nagsimula na rin, magsisimula ang kanilang registration sa October 9 hanggang 13. At ang tournament proper naman ay October 15 to 19.
At nandyan pa rin ang Falcons Disc Community Tournament na nagsimula na rin ang registration from October 9 to 17 at ang tournament ay mag-run from October 19.
Napakalupit ito kasi paligsahan na ito ng bawat community. Kaya kung ako sa inyo, kung parte kayo ng community na to, sumali na kayo.
Thank you so much, Burrito and Chashi Cakes. Those are our Filipino talents over there, inviting everyone to join our community tournaments, of course, for everything going on. Actually, there's a ton of community competitions and tournaments, and even like our own little show matches, you know, that we get to go and do, and different prizes for everyone to go and join in. That one had 20,000 diamonds.
Yeah.
So grab it while you can.
You get those and you will be happy with all the skins that you can buy. And it's fun. Like, the experience itself is very fun because you get to interact with the community and play against them. And sometimes if you join the other matches again, you get to play with the talents of MPL. So
Have you?
I haven't. I haven't.
Okay.
Yeah, I actually haven't.
I think Renmar almost got a championship.
I did already get one.
Oh, you did get one?
Yeah,
My bad,
with
my
the
bad.
Twisted Minds.
That's
I was able to
right.
get a championship with them. And then in the grand finals for the Phoenix Army leg of the Community Caster Show Match Tournament, I lost in 3 games against Rockhart.
Yeah,
who brought
Rockhart's
out an
pretty good.
export gold lane.
Oh.
See, that's how wide open the meta is right now, man.
Why aren't we... Wait, the expert used to go up against the Alice pretty often, right? But like before.
It's just different now.
It's just so different now.
The Alice is such a menace, I feel like, right now. And I feel like it just took a little bit for the teams to go ahead and like really figure out the best usage for her.
Yeah, a week or two.
Yeah, because week 1, like when she was available, it really wasn't that, it didn't do that well. And now it's just like crazy how good it is, especially with the nature of XP Lane right now. So let's see what our game 2
and then
map is going to be. Yeah, it's going to be Flying Clouds. Come on, we want that one. We want that one. Give us, dangerous grass. It's still
I like
good.
grass.
You like grass?
Okay.
I love grass.
It's just been one game, but still 100% win rate for Aurora. But I think Omega are doing pretty good in this map as well.
Yeah,
should we see the Super Yoshi plays come to play though?
And again, for Omega, they need to not lose this.
Yeah.
Because then they're going to be biting their nail watching Falcons versus Team Liquid Philippines later.
Yeah.
Because that means if Omega loses this series, if they get swept here, Falcons just needs to win the series later.
So if Omega gets swept, Falcons just needs to win.
Yeah.
Against Team
Whether a
Liquid.
sweep or 2-1. If Omega turns it around and wins this 2-1, then Falcons needs to sweep Team Liquid Philippines later.
Man, that's...
Yeah, so Team Falcons are probably biting their nails now too.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh, like 100%. And a lot of people are just kind of paying, like regardless, that's why we're saying today is that day you really want to like watch these matches, because even for Team Falcons, like so many other teams are going to be looking at that matchup, and I don't know, man, it was always exciting, like, you know, seeing the Titans match up. And yes, Team Falcons has struggled a little bit, but they've been pretty good momentum so far, so we'll see how that goes. Now we're just about done with this first phase. The Farce of the Grok, the Fanny taken out. You got the junglers, the junglers being taken out, plus the 1-1 for that gold lane pick. First priority is up. What does RORA go? Do they just go Harith again? Give it a good Goman Kite.
Yeah, they should, right? I mean, it was also looking like a prio for the 1-1 earlier, but you take it out, of course you have to. So the Harith is the next option, which again we still question why.
Like, should
it's
teams just
allowed.
ban this against him? Like, I feel like we're almost to that point where they should.
Yes.
The focus seems more on Demon Kite.
I mean, to be fair, all the bans that Omega brought out make so much sense.
Yeah, that's true.
The backship for Aurora plays very well. They'll steamroll. The Lancelot, maybe that's the one thing that they could have changed. 100% you don't give the 1-1. So let's see if Omega will find an adjustment elsewhere. But so far the picks have been pretty much the same.
Yeah, because the way they were able to play against the Eason Shin lineup looked pretty okay too. I guess the change mainly for now is still the jungle gold lane prio, but it's not a blind pick on the Claude anymore.
Yeah.
And I think it's a more decent matchup. What was that?
I gotta say,
He's doing like
that's the Alice. That's the Alice.
Ah, yeah. Oh, no, yeah, that's true. It was the first skill, the second skill, and the Throne of Ruin.
It's the Gleam and the Throne
Is
of
that
Ruin.
a sign?
Yeah.
Are they getting it again?
I think he just wants to play it.
Just do it.
Might as well.
There's nothing wrong with
YSS,
it.
Alice.
There you go.
Dude, the stock of Alice is going way up in the past like week alone.
Yeah.
Between yesterday's 2 matches, we saw her pick 4 times. Today and the 2 matches so far, we've seen her picked how many times? I can't do quick math. I think we've seen her picked 4 times.
Yes. Yeah, it's 4 times.
So that's 8 times in 2 days. We've seen
the Throne of Ruin.
The Throne of Ruin.
That means that's a 75% and 1/2, 3/4. No, I'm not gonna get down. I'm not gonna go down that road.
I used to learn how to do fractions by cutting up a chocolate bar. I don't know if you ever did that.
How about pizza?
That too.
Oh, okay.
Man, I just imagine like 9-year-old, 5'10" Naisu.
5'10" and 9?
Cutting up
Practicing
chocolate bars. Like, how do I get these fractions right?
Oh
All right.
my gosh.
Heading to the draft. You see the adjustment. It's clearly just the Granger. They're still keeping the Kimmy. I think they wanted another hero that has Sky Piercer, because earlier Haji had multiple stacks on the Sky Piercer already, but they still couldn't finish it. So maybe if they could get some kills here on Tonetsky, have another hero with Sky Piercer that might be able to finish things off. Now I'd want to see them consider picking up something actually like a... You know what, with all the sustain, even a CC would not do so well here. I think they might just be stuck with an Esmeralda yet again.
Yeah,
But do they still go Arlon? Or like,
No.
do they consider like Gatot? Because
I want something different.
You want something different than the Arlot? What else could Super Yoshi play that would be beneficial for this?
Although you do need a bit more front.
Gatot.
Gatot.
Yeah, it's really just Gatot Gacha for me.
Same.
Gotta revitalize on it. I think with everything that we saw from game number 1, I will reel back on my suggestion on the Minotaur. Because I think you need like well done. And Minotaur would support...
Well done, Minotaur.
Minotaur would support Emblem, it's just Wagyu. It's too soft.
That's a good way to explain it, man.
But they took out the Arlot themselves, so... Oh!
Oh, they're going to go Kalea.
Yeah, and they picked that really fast. I think they had their eyes set on picking that one up. Arlot then, interesting. I think they're still respecting it. And yeah, I think now with the Granger on board, I think Aurora acknowledged that like, wait a minute, this might not be going the same way if we still end up giving the Arlot later.
So now, it's a mid-hero for you again, and...
Let's go for the Jello again, honestly. Oh, we know, but with the Kalea,
But there's no Kalea.
Alright, yeah. Sicilian. I want the Reach or Novaria.
Yeah.
And
Novaria for the Vision?
Yeah, and then match pick-off or pick-off, go Franco. Or if you're gonna go Burst, then you go... Yeah, you go.
Oh, there, you got the Gatacacha.
Yeah, but it went to Aurora.
And the Novaria.
Yeah, there. Nova, Gold, not Gold, EXP.
Okay.
What are you gonna pick here? Just Esme. It can't be Esme again because it's not like you're playing around shields. It can't be the Fovia, it's not enough dashes. Huh.
There's no Lapu.
There's no Lapu.
The glue?
Might be the next best bet, yeah.
Glue. Little tankiness. Help with some of the displacement if you can. No, it wasn't. There was a CC.
Oh, okay. So, all right. My suggestion earlier, but then, yeah, now it works out better because it's not exactly like the same draft. So, I like it. You know what? This could honestly go either way. This is still the Harith of Dominkite, and I'm leaning a little bit more towards Aurora here. Look how animated Coach MTB is with some last-second instructions for Aurora.
Hey, though, you know, to be honest, the entire squad of Aurora has been very animated lately. I think them going into this very dominant season, into locking in the top seed, like they felt very comfortable this entire run, and you see a lot of smiles on their faces. But when they get to the game, they're so locked in.
It's the opposite of what you see when you look at Haji, but that's because he's locked in. Even before the game starts.
Even before the game. Like, he's stone cold, man. And, like, Smart Omega has to be. They have to go ahead and win this game to get to a Game 3 here, to stay in the series. We'll see if they're able to do it with this kind of lineup. It's changed a little bit from Game 1. They had the right ingredients for Game 1.
Legends.
But this time around, will it be enough to capitalize a game out and finish with a victory here? Or will Aurora stay dominant as ever and get the sweep against Smart Omega?
Trying to see where they're starting with their rotation. So, typical start for both. Nothing too wild. To see who wins the first trade, clearly with the oppressive nature of Akemi. But they get to balance it out. No one's going to be delayed. They forced out the regen already from the Gatatkacha of Light, who decided to go for the full tank set. He went beefy, tenacity, vitality, concussive blast. This is old school roaming for this Gatatkacha.
Yeah, he has to. Maybe he has to. Hold on.
Oh no, Demon Knight. Ryzen will gain access to him, and he already used his Faceless. Last minute was able to use it again, though. Although Light will have to be the sacrifice.
Yeah, much better start this time around for Omega. Fantastic rotation, maximizing what the Kalea, Kimmy, and the Fredrin can do together early on.
Man, I'm actually surprised that Demon Kite got away with his life there, just with a sliver of health. But this is one of the things that Kalea also provides to your team, you know, that sustainability and not just the setup potential. And this is so strong in the early game, too, to go ahead and keep you in lane and keep those members topped up with that surge of life.
Edward gets the last hit on the EXP Crab, but James manipulating and controlling the waves, putting the pressure on this Alice.
Oh no.
He doesn't know Super Yoshi's there. The title strike doesn't land, so he actually will get away with this.
I think he was just able to get a grab on the air around Alice, not Alice itself.
Yeah, could have been close, especially considering that he was already poked down quite a bit.
So, you see the good thing about this Novaria pick at the center is that you can stay relatively safe to clear your minion wave. Like, you don't have to put yourself at risk too much against this Kimmy. And at the same time, in the objectives, as we all know, great with getting vision and initial damage.
Yeah, so helpful now that they get to maximize the grasp. But Ryzen got isolated right there. Double man knockup from Super Yoshi, but he's forced to flicker out just to survive. James, the only member from Smart Omega who's able to get some sort of information on this objective, but that might not be enough. It's a turtle that goes over to the hands of Aurora.
Okay, so they get that, and they knew right to go for Ryzen. They wanted to get him out of the picture to secure that first objective.
Yeah, perfect entry by Edward. Ryzen almost able to get out of the Throne of Ruin, but still flicker Throne of Ruin too easy for this Alice. I wonder if we're gonna see nerfs on her soon.
Yeah.
Especially
it's
maybe
weird,
maybe with just the reduction of the size of the Throne of Ruin, it feels a bit too big. And it's the pros have been making it look so easy landing it with the flicker.
Yeah, I initially thought that the self-slow would be a bit bad, but it's working perfectly, even with the flicker, especially with the flicker.
Yeah, and now that Edward is able to get some momentum for himself and he's level 4, now James can only do so much to mitigate what this Alice can do, because Edward can play aggressive in the lane now against CC. Just pushing constantly because he'll be healing through the minion waves that he's clearing himself.
Yeah, so even with that case, I feel like Smart Omega, they still want to go ahead and find a way to play into the next objective the best they can. It looks like they're going to go for Dome and Kite.
Yeah, has the Purify though. And Light will be able to scout the other members. Doesn't land the AOG, but it'll be enough to at least keep Dom and Kite safe. So they don't get much out of that rotation, but on the other side of the map, James will fall.
Rinse and repeat rotation for Aurora when they have the YSS. Whoever is in the opposite lane of the second turtle, maybe even first turtle, if they got their timings a little bit earlier, that person's gonna get ganked by the YSS.
That you commit so much on that top side to go ahead and get Dome and Kite, and then you end up losing James. That's really unfortunate for Smart Omega leading into that first turtle, because it could have ended up working out for them, but Dome and Kite, he's dealt with that a lot. Again, he is so used to playing under that pressure in that lane if he has to. And yeah, he's always got that Purify here. So turtle's up. They're going to go ahead and fight into this. Super Yoshi will get into position. We'll see if he's able to go ahead and get even that Purify out if he can, using that Tsunami Slam, but both teams just setting up right now.
Yeah, James has a bit of catching up to do, but Waji could barely move just with the toss that came in. And look at those skills, those star shutters coming in from Yue, just as the Throne of Ruin was thrown out.
All right, I gotta say it, Alice is a little OP now.
Yeah, perfect combo alongside the Astral Echo. Light timing it with Yue. He got the Unbreakable Taunt onto Haji, and then Edward followed in with the entry with the Alice. Omega could have only done so much there. Maybe at this time, they have to acknowledge that they are up against a Novaria, so their pre-objective positionings need to keep that in mind, because they are up against an Alice and a Gatotkacha who can easily just dive after the Astral Echo. Look at that. Taunt, Astral Echo, then Edward's gonna enter. Charging up Throne of Ruin, flicker as well, perfect.
That's so much distance covered, by the way. With the Gleam, with the flicker, like, again, how do you counterplay that? I think teams are going to have to figure that out, because obviously Alice is going to be a big hero contested once we get to the playoffs. We could even just see it being one of those priority bans for some teams in some cases, because given that, and paired up, like you mentioned, with the Novaria, you spot out the positioning. So it's like, okay, we don't really have, even if it's dangerous grass, man, we don't have enough bushes to hide from.
Yep, James isn't even able to do the exact same thing that Edward's able to do, like the pressure he's able to apply. Oh, but Light might get punished here. Tsunami Slam used onto him, and that'll be a pickup for Smart Omega. But going back, like, we don't feel the threat of the curtain call just yet.
Yeah. At this point, it's going to be tough for the CC, even though you're going to have to fully accept now, as if you're James, really your job is just land curtain call. That's it.
Yeah.
You won't be able to live long enough to make the most out of your yo-yo blitz, maybe for initial pokes, and then you throw out the curtain call. But at this point, with the lead that Aurora was able to build themselves through Turtle 2, with that big win that they got, it's going to be tough for the front line that Netsky and Haji are having tough time getting stacks on their Sky Piercers. And even Haji not able to build the Sky Piercer just yet. It's going to take some time to get farm on this Kimmy. So it might be a different story where now it's Omega who might be able to find better wins as the game goes on.
Yeah, because right now Demon Kite's scaling out of his mind, man. Like he's levels ahead of Ryzen. He's 2,000 gold plus. They grab themselves the 3 for 3 for the Turtles over here for Aurora. So Smart Omega is now in that position where they've got to kind of hold on. You know, they kind of got to wait to see if they're able to go ahead and grab the items they need on Netsky, for even to an extent Haji and the rest of the team, because now with the scaling that RORA has had across the board, they're going to take what they want for a little bit.
Yeah, and honestly, Aurora's just in so much control of the map. This dangerous grass map is helping Edward and the Crimson Gleams just hide and reposition himself wherever he wants to without Omega knowing.
Yeah, so many points of entry for the Salis.
Okay.
Ouch.
Okay, gets away. But even the pokes from Yue though, like...
Again, that's why I was making a big deal of the Novaria, even in the Game 1 draft.
Yeah.
Especially in Dangerous Grass. It's perfect synergy for this hero.
It allows the setup to be there, and that's what I was saying. The control right now for RORA is all in their favor. Smart Omega, they're going to have to scrap up what they can, and really when you look at it, it's like, where can that be? Because every single lane is down quite a bit in terms of economy, in terms of XP even. And so that's not going to be in a good position when this Lord does come up. You got about 30 seconds. It's most likely better for Smart Omega just kind of to deal with it, let it go, and then try to defend in the base. Because with this kind of lineup, this kind of lead too, RORA, once they get that Lord later on, they're going to be in a good position to just force themselves into the base because, again, Smart Omega, it's not like they're going to be able to hide, you know what I mean, with a Novaria across from them. So, again, it's like, does Netsky have enough damage? Is the damage profile there? I feel like James is in that precarious position where it's like, your CC won't be able to do much.
Yeah.
Current call is the best you can do.
We clearly are not seeing that at least any time now. Ryzen just trying to secure this purple buff and will use the Retribution even though there's an objective. So they fully accepted the fact that they're not gonna contest and they cannot contest this objective.
Omega are gonna be playing the Aurora waiting game. Flip the script, and maybe as the game goes on, they'll find the turnaround. But so much control by Aurora, so much domination.
Flicker down too for Netsky.
Yeah, that was just the Unbreakable too, just because of the Astral Echo still catching up.
That is crucial. They're trying to keep this Holy Shield up, so they'll do that for Smart Omega, but they've got a lot of work to do here. That Lord making its way up top. They're going to have to deal with the shots coming through from Yue too. That's always the downside when you're playing against a Novaria. You're not really safe even behind the base turrets right now. The tier 2 in the mid is going to go down. That push up top. They have the Holy Shields, so can Smart Omega defend this? Are they going to force something, or will RORA force something with this almost 10,000 gold lead?
Well, they don't have the Holy Shields up top, and now the AOG trying to block the way, but it'll actually be enough. Ryzen is the first to fall, and now Aurora can take down the mid lane base turret, as well as Omega works on the Lord. But will they stop there? They will, or they might try to go for it. James, he cannot tag it. There goes the jump coming in from Super Yoshi. He gets to catch light, but it's not the right target. It's gonna be a sweep handed over to us by Aurora.
And the lights will shine bright in a 2-0 sweep versus Smart Omega, making their chance of the playoffs a little more difficult now.
Aurora has succeeded. They match the record set by Onyx Philippines in Season 14. 13 series win streak. 13-1 to end the regular season. 13 dubs, no breaks indeed.
They ended it that way. Their only loss was at the beginning. Oh, look at Edward and Haji.
Again, there's so much respect here between both the teams and all the players, of course, here in the MPL Philippines. And it was a good try. It was a good effort from Smart Omega as they take their bow here. Like I said, Game 1 was phenomenal. It was just unfortunate they couldn't end the game when they needed to. There's not that many teams that take RORA to 25-minute games, but then RORA does it so quickly in game 2. Let's throw it over on stage to hear from RORA in our winning interview.
13-match win streak. Everybody give it up for Aurora Gaming! What an experience it is, Coach. Again, congratulations. 13-match wins. Talk to us about processing yung in-between ng Game 1 and Game 2 kasi sobrang nag-iba yung dynamic from those two games or in between those two games.
Sa totoo, medyo napagalitan ko sila kasi ang dami naming mga bagay na hindi na dapat gawin ginawa nila nung Game 1, especially yung mga TP-TP na yon. So buti Game 2 naging malinis naman yung laro nila. So yan. Good job pa rin sa kanila.
Pero para mga napagalitang estudyante, Light, ano ba? Anong nangyari doon? May masasabi ka ba? May rabat ka?
Wala, yung mga wala akong ginagawa ng trabaho.
Wala ginagawa?
Si Doming ata, may
Si
masasabi.
Doming, ano ba nangyari? Ano nangyari? No comment? No comment?
Wala, nice game.
Nice game lang, nice game. Okay, mabuti ng malinaw. Edward, game number 1 and game number 2. Ang dami mo ng streak na pinagdaanan dito sa MPL. There was one with Blacklist. There was the one last season. Tapos ngayon, 13-match win streak ang team nyo. What makes this win streak so special para sa'yo? Sige, bigyan natin siya ng time. Edward, what makes this so special for you?
Yun, sobrang special kasi hindi ko man siya nagawa sa team ko before. Ayun, nagawa ko siya dito sa Aurora kasama tong mga to.
You know, I love the idea that you guys are at a 13-match win streak. And dun sa iba, natitigil yon sa dulo. Pero yung sa inyo, naituloy-tuloy nyo until the end of the regular season. How are you gonna keep this going heading into the playoffs?
Actually, sinabi ko sa kanila, kilala niyo ba kung sino tumalo sa Onyx nung last season? Which is Omega rin. So akala ko matatalo rin kami dito. Akala ko malalason kami. So, yeah.
Pero hindi kayo nagpadaig. And there was a lot of people believing in you today. So at this point, gusto kong malaman, Yue, I'm gonna ask you again. Kasi, asan? Yue, para kasing kulang yung sinabi mo sa amin kahapon in terms of like mas matatag na yung loob mo. Now, from a scale of 1 to 100%, how confident are you with this team na makukuha niyo yung champion this season? US yung sa'yo. Personally.
Hindi, sa kanila kayo 700 Pero kung sa ngayon, siguro mga 80 kasi magiging depende pa sa magiging practice namin before mag-start yung playoffs.
You were already talking about practice, Yue. There's at least a week or 2 weeks max bago kayo lumaban sa October 23. What is this team gonna do to make it happen na kayo ang hahawak ng trophy? Ano bang dapat gawin? What are you doing? Anong gagawin nyo? Kasi 2 weeks ang tagal ng preparation time. So what are you gonna do para kayo ang mag-aangat sa finals?
Siguro, dodoblein yung ginagawa. Dodoblein yung ginagawa namin. Kumbaga mas, tag ito.
Kaya niya, di ba? Kaya niya! Okay, Yue, everybody's waiting for you. Anong dapat na gawin to get that championship?
Siguro maging doble effort sa maging consistent kami sa pagdating hanggang sa practice, hindi lang sa stage.
You know, ang isa pang consistent ay ang inyong mga fans who came over here to support you today. From win streak number 1 to win streak number 13, imbitahan mo naman sila to watch you right at Cunata Astrodome. Sino naman? Sino utusan mo? Sino? Si Light? Si Light naman? Light, ikaw naman daw. Coach, ikaw ang may huling final call. Sino ang gusto mong mag-invite sa kanilang lahat? Nag-away pa nga. Sige. Maiba. Ikaw na. Yan na. Imbitahan mo naman sila na panoorin kayo. Imbitahan mo sila na panoorin kayo sa Cuneta Astrodome.
Ayun, punta kayo sa October 22 sa Cuneta Astrodome. Panoorin niyo yung game namin and yung in Phoenix, Mats sa Love G.
That's a love, G. Ayan na naman ang may mga bitaw. Give it once more for Aurora Gaming! 13 straight matches secured ng kupunang ito. Tila nagtaruan pa. But that was a solid victory, 2-0 coming in from the top seed, showing everybody who's boss. And with that being said, we're going to toss it right back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Hans. And again, congratulations there to RORA, 13-1, matching the streak. I wonder what team is eventually gonna break that, man.
Or if we're ever gonna get a 14-0.
I mean, we'll see. Like, Yue
and the Navaria.
Yeah.
Hey, you called it, Renmar. You know, he gets the MVP performance on it in Game 2. It made sense, especially on this map, the Dangerous Grass. It really stopped any of the plan that Smart Omega had in terms of like trying to set things up, trying to counterplay into this. I think the Novaria, though, also just made the Alice from Edward even better because it allowed Edward to have more of an eye on the field. But even Light had a good moment to be able to use this, and it was just really hard for Smart Omega to play against.
And I felt it gave Super Yoshi such a hard time. Even though we're talking about Dangerous Grass and the Kalea could have potentially held on more bushes, you just kept looking for him.
Yeah. I think that play we just saw is what I would show to people as what's the definitive Aurora clip you can show me to tell me what this team is all about. It's that. It's the vision provided by you, his interplay alongside Light. Edward, count on him to make the play and enter, get the crowd control in, and then Demon Kite and Domikite just going to work. Which is why when it comes to the drafting priorities of Aurora, when they're in the blue side, they will, and even on the red side, they will almost always just rush their Demon Kite and Domikite picks in the first half. Now with Alice on the board, that's going to be like the go-to Edward pick, most likely in the EXP. And then you just play for the Light and Yue pick in the second half because they want to put their importance in that mid-lane duo priority. How you're going to manage the wave, how well you're going to be able to clear, and then how well you're doing in the team fights. Yeah, it was very apparent on just... And I mean, this was a quick game, you know, under the 11 minutes, but it was very apparent on the game plan that RORA had for this one. You know, and it was just a combination of this synergy between these heroes working so well. And like I said, it wasn't even this Domain Kite show that we got to see in Game 1 where he like really popped off on the Harith, but it all started from just the early setup, and even for Demon Kite to essentially scale up way faster than Ryzen on the Fredrin. And that was one of the things. It's weird because we just asked this in the last match, Renmar. We're like, is YSS like falling off? Like, is his, you know, is he crashing a little bit here? And I think, you know, this was one of those games where it's like, man, it works so well when you have the right environment for it to scale up the way it did here.
Initially, I would have said it's not working as much too, because like the stats say there are more losses than wins now for the Yisun shit. But I do agree that it ultimately depends on which team you're probably seeing it from, or like the lineup and the composition that comes along with it. And Aurora, they just seem to have perfected that adjustment and focus on those those three heroes you see in mid, like despite them always putting them in last for the drafting phase, be it the Kalea Angela and now the Novaria. It's hard to think about how you could potentially answer this team, but maybe for a start, it's again to take out the Harith.
Yeah, just don't give the Harith to Dominguez and then build around there. Yes, he still has very good win rates with the Moskov and the Granger, and you still have to watch out for those two as your problems. But I think that has to be a cardinal rule now heading into the playoffs. I don't even want to see teams say, hey, I think we have an idea of how to beat the Harith. Here's how you beat the Harith. You ban it.
You ban it.
Just don't give it anymore to Dominguez. Best Harith this season, gotta respect it.
You gotta respect it. Right now, it's funny too, because if you guys didn't know, here in the MPL Philippine Arena, it is sold out for this match and the next one.
Of course.
TLPH just walked through and like the entire crowd was going crazy. So again, I think this is one of those cases where you know, a lot of is on this line. This next matchup, now the fact that RORA 2-0 Smart Omega, even more so. Like this next match is crazy. The battle of the Titans here.
Falcons just needs to defeat Team Liquid Philippines to secure a playoff slot. That's it. That's the condition. No more score, no nothing. Just beat the cavalry.
Yeah, but given the rivalry and the way that Team Liquid has been playing this season.
Yeah, and Liquid wants to secure an upper bracket slot.
Hey, you know what? All I have to say, and if you guys have been watching for a couple of the past matches, Pando better be in the crowd for Team Falcons. That's going to be it for this matchup. Nice to bring it to Renmore. Let's go ahead and listen to the mic check.
Ay, wait. Combo na mo sa hitbox. Bush. Entry, ano? Hitbox nga kay Haji. Go.
Go, pre.
Uli,
pre, Haji.
Sa L3, nakita na.
Pre.
Nice.
Harapan lang ako, pre.
Okay, tara. Tower.
Kaya nagtatower ako.
Pwede tambay, pre? Malakas natin. Lima lang ako.
Boy ako.
Mid. Basag ko healthy ang catapult.
Bag! Kimi, pre. Kimi.
Tayo. Babad. Kulang sila isa.
Babad lang.
Harapan target natin. May buhay pa itong kalemba.
Replikeran ako netong kalem.
Ako binuhat.
Grabe, Babad na, Brad. Wait lang kayo. Malayo mo.
Over and over again, pinapatunayan ng RORA na sila ang pinakamalakas na team that we've seen so far in MPLPH history. Kahit hindi pa tapos ang MPLPH Season 16, nakikita na natin talaga na papunta sila doon sa trajectory na yun. All they have to do is to continue this streak into the playoffs. Pag tuloy-tuloy yan, maaabot na nila ang championship. Kahit anong ibato ng mga teams sa kanila, kahit magkaspa si Brigida, hindi aabot ng Game 3 to dahil yung RORA sobrang dominant na nga. We've seen how they did this. They have to watch out for Omega's tendency to sa mag-prioritize ng hero turns, which we saw in game number 1. Effective to sa Omega. Not gonna lie, makikita natin na halos manano na nga yung Omega sa laban na yun. Pero yung adaptability ng Aurora ay napakataas talaga. What they did in the last set of clashes na nakita natin sa Lord Dance, nauna na doon si Edward looking for the right place at sila yung mas nauna sa pag-turn dun sa Omega. And then, we also saw in game number 2, yung tinatawag nating river control. Dininay nila makapag-trade itong si Ryzen at mas hinanapan nila ng way para makuha nila yung control sa river at makakuha dun sa jungle, eventually transferring into the lanes that allowed for their very aggressive playstyle. Ang isa pa bagay na gusto ko i-point out dito dun sa adaptability nila, yung draft. For the longest time, I've always been a very big fan of the drafting style at yung pattern ng Aurora. And game number 2, prio pick dun sa Esmeralda, I really felt na yun yung parang checkmate dun sa draft na yun. Yung Fredrin eventually hindi na nagkaroon ng magandang opening. They already set up for a good game para dun sa Harith. Nakuha nila yung Yisun Shin. All the pieces were just so perfect nung game number 2. Kaya naman hindi nakapalag ang Omega. That is a streak para dito sa Aurora. Pero para sa Omega, they just have to wish for, siguro a misfortune dun sa Falcons. But we will see kasi yun naman yung next na laban natin. The series that will decide so much of our playoffs bracket ay paparating na. That's Falcons going up against TLPH after this break. Wag po kayong alis. Magbabalik ang MPLPH Season 16.
What's up everyone? Game. Usap tayo. Masinsinan. Manood kayo ng playoffs guys.
Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming bosses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we cannot be winners. But with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching the lane na parang gera. HP racing made a setup. But kakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dome SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong wakas. Kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Yeah. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala, crowd control. Pakita on the jab, beast to the southeast. Taas ang matawa, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong wakas. Kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Yeah. Lakas, Pinas malakas. Kahit anong the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, with the stars.
Welcome back. You're watching MPL Philippines Season 16. To all of our Kamai fans all over the world, I'd like to say, Homoy Mao! At your service, my name is Leo, here with Brigida and Renmar Santa Cruz, calling the last match of the night. It's a best of 3 between Falcons and Team Liquid Philippines. You called the previous best of 3 between RORA and Omega. How are y'all feeling?
It wasn't a game 3, but it felt like one. Especially because of game number 1, which reached up to almost 26 minutes. It was a good fight, but again, Aurora never failing to meet the expectations.
Yeah, I'm still wondering why people give Dominikitis Harith. That's it.
This late in the season, come on. Folks, marinade, saute, or just for the flavor, you can use a Knorr liquid seasoning for everything. Sarap Panalo with Knorr.
Contrary to popular belief, that is not me on that banner. Whoever commented that, nope. Thanks.
That is famed Magic the Gathering player and sometimes part-time chef, Ninong Rai. Superfans, we want to hear from you. Tell us how we can make your MPL experience better. Answer the survey for a chance to win 1,000 diamonds.
Yep, you would want those diamonds.
Right there. Right there. That is a full poll, I believe, of the aspirants on a 50% off.
Yeah, you will need more, but that's a lot. Especially if you're lucky.
You can get the new pace, Zushin. quick reminder, this tournament is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board. We're celebrating MLBB's 9th anniversary. There's a lot of new things in the app, so if you haven't updated or opened MLBB just yet, you can do so now. Once again, let's revisit the previous series, a sweep by Aurora. Something inside me while watching wanted Omega to actually take the win, just to keep the season spicy, you know? To keep RORA honest and have them get a wake-up call prior to the playoffs so that, you know, they've already secured upper bracket. But here they tie the longest win streak at 13-0.
Yeah, they were so close to getting at least one. Or at least for me, I was hoping for them to at least get one too, because that keeps things a lot more interesting. But once Aurora gets to adjust, it's just so hard to snatch away the lead from them.
Yeah, may not have made things interesting for Omega, but it has made things interesting for our final game of the day. As with 5 teams being playoff secured, yes, the sweep of Omega against Aurora means that TNC Pro Team has secured their playoff slot. Omega no longer has games for the season. Falcons just needs to defeat Team Liquid Philippines tonight to make it to the playoffs.
It's so sad to see Falcons, AP Bren, down there below. It's not their last game, and that's another thing. Like, they still have games tomorrow, but they might be heading into tomorrow fully knowing that they no longer have a chance at getting into the playoffs.
If I've done the math correctly, tomorrow will mainly be for placements in the final brackets. But tonight, in this best of 3, Falcons are fighting for their tournament life, and if they so fail, Omega secures the final slot in the playoffs. That is how important this is, and how much more must-watch, if not already, a priority this weekend that you set aside time at about 7:30 p.m. on this Saturday night, the 11th of October, to watch this Clash of Titans once again. It is now the legend of Titans, possibly the 4th or 5th time this year these two teams have played, and the stakes have never been higher.
Yeah, the history between these two teams, both franchises, even beyond MPL, is way too much, because their rivalry extends to tournaments even beyond MPL. So I have mixed feelings towards seeing them in this kind of situation because the stakes are too high for Falcons.
I mean, to add to the weight, Carl Tizzy has frequently called Few his GOAT. Kyle Tizzy, the reason why he has a Tizzy in his name is because of the jungler that he's facing today. Tournament life, playoff slot. The stakes have never been higher in the history of their rivalry.
This is the legend of Titans, a titanic clash between world championship franchises. Currently, the reigning MSC 2025 at EWC champions Team Liquid Philippines in a much better spot. Again, they are but a stone's throw away from locking in an upper bracket berth into the playoffs, while Falcons, it's been a rough ride if you're a Falcons fan. The nest has been shook for the better part of Season 16. And here they have one more chance to make it into the playoffs.
Here we are, just repeating to you the history of when, before they were Falcons, they were Bren. Before they were Liquid, they were Echo. Of course, they faced off multiple times. Some of their marquee matches, regular Season 13, MPL Philippines, their matchup in the Grand Finals, when we thought that if we get 7 games, Echo swept Falcons. And then once we go into MSC, of course, Falcons, then shocking Liquid, who were the MPL Philippines Season 13 champions, to make it to the Grand Finals, though they will fall to SRG. And those are just a few examples. Yeah. They fought in the Philippines. They fought all over the world. There's a reason why every time these two face off, the world watches.
Yeah, ultimately too, especially if you're paying attention to how difficult the situation is for Falcons, it seems like the last time they ever got a win against Team Liquid was way back in Season 14.
Yeah, currently Falcons are on a 5-series lose streak against Team Liquid PH.
Yep, that is something that they have to not think of in this matchup.
But in the league right now, the truth is, it's great to wear green and white because Falcons have won 2 matches in a row after a long drought, and they have this man to thank. It's Ogwin on his signature Suppress Heroes. He's played 2 Kajas, played 3 Francos, won every single time.
And for those Francos, if I'm not mistaken, hella MVP honors as well in the times that he would play them. So when you look at the Kaja and the Franco, the funny thing is, as we discussed the draft, these heroes aren't exclusive to Ogwen, because right across him, his lane counterpart in JP play those heroes as well, and they will be fighting for the Kaja and Franco in the drafts. Ogwen, at one point I called him Supervisor Ogwen. I took out the master in his title, but he is so back.
Yeah, but I mean, this explains why he has such a perfect win rate whenever he gets his hands on those heroes, because among these players in MPL who actually got their hands on the Franco, he has the highest win rate, hit rate.
That's right.
At 38%.
Yep. He's at 100%, as the same as these other very successful roamers with the Franco, but only he, with a margin of about 4%, hits better hooks.
It's really cool that we're counting this now. I remember the day back in Season 9 when I would try to count them manually. And those would be rough estimates, because I try and estimate the hooks I don't see. But it's good that we have the stats now, because I know people love to count those. Upper seed qualification for Team Liquid Philippines. They need to win 2 remaining matches versus Falcons and AP Bren. That is today and that is tomorrow. And win versus Falcons or AP Bren, and hope that Onyx loses versus TNC. So it's not completely in Liquid's hands just yet, because you still have to watch out for the Onyx TNC match tomorrow. But to keep it simple for Liquid, bro, just look to win.
Yeah, so tonight at least we don't get to find out the upper bracket seedings.
Yeah.
And same goes for the play-ins. We don't get to see the whole picture just yet, even though we thought that there was a possibility. It seems like the way things are going, everything needs to wait for until tomorrow.
That's right. We invite all Cavaliers to support them in their watch party. It's happening in the Kabasigan Barangay Hall, Pasig City, and at the Keigo Korean Food House in Los Baños. All right, bring your Liquid merch, even your Echo merch, that counts. That shows that you're an OG fan. Hell, if you have Aura merch, do that too.
No, Team Liquid Philippines, they're in an awkward spot. I don't know why. Because they said they wanted to see Falcons in the playoffs.
Yeah.
But they are the one team standing in Falcons' way. They said it in an interview. Sanford answered, I want to see Falcons make it to the playoffs. And they have one condition. Falcon beat Team Liquid Philippines. And if they lose, they're eliminated.
It's literally in their hands. And this is all these best pure athletes in the game can do. Just hold hands, do their darndest, and win 2-0 or 2-1. They just beat Liquid. If they lose to Liquid, Omega takes their slot. Look at Flap.
Okay.
I'll tell you now, we had a conversation with Flap, Awami and I. We went out to buy coffee earlier, and we ran into him and Ferds. I'll tell you now, not a shred of nerves on this young man.
Yeah.
I mean,
he doesn't care.
I like what I'm seeing. At least he.
Like that?
Okay. No, not that. But it's nice to see that they don't feel as nervous about this matchup, even despite the stakes. But yeah, we have to all prepare ourselves for this. That's all.
She was not ready for the hip thrust.
No, I was not.
Neither was I.
I got sidetracked.
I saw it coming. We need to hear from you folks. Here's the community poll for this match. How many more seasons will Few and Carl TZ play? 10. That's about 2 years. B, 15. C, 20. Or D, 25.
10 is 5 years. Said 2.
Yeah. That's what I said. 2 years, 2 seasons a year.
2 seasons a year.
What did I say?
And 10's the lowest option. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we didn't even give them less than 2-digit numbers.
You know what? Carl TZ 5 years from now, I think he'd still be in shape.
And he still looks the same.
He'd be at around the age of JP.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, at that point, he'd be Daddy Carl.
What? Oh.
Right? 5 years from now, he could be Daddy Carl. Maybe in a few years from now, we'll be calling Few Daddy as well.
I mean, when he did.
Because they'll have children, not because of any other reasons.
Yeah.
Get your hands out of the gutter.
Yeah.
And when he did greet his girlfriend recently, I think it was their anniversary or something.
Yeah. Carl TZ, yes.
He hinted at like a wedding ring. Maybe. Who knows in 5 years?
Oh, wait, Carl.
Oh.
I'd like more than D. You know what? As far as I'm concerned, if I could have Few and Carl in the league forever, that gives me a reason to stay too.
Yeah. What if one of these days Few is in the Filipino broadcast?
Wait, that means Few and Carl eventually by then are both, wow, from being the young goat to both married goats.
The married goats.
I'm pretty sure that's not how the moniker works.
The married goats. Okay.
Folks, we want to hear from you. Go ahead, put it in the chat. Put it in the comments below how long you want to see these OGs, these greats, play in the league, because they are mainstays, they are fixtures, and it would be a shame if they retired anytime soon. But I'll tell you now, there's a lot left in the tank for these two, and we'll see them in action here tonight. Because again, just a quick reminder, all right? Even when Falcons were down in the dumps and this Clash of Titans happened earlier this season, they still went all the way.
Yeah. And at least now you get to see Falcons in a not so devastating position. Because they've been coming off of wins, and slowly we're starting to see them get back in shape.
I'm excited. And I am nervous.
Same here. Folks, hold on to your horses. We're about to begin. Let's welcome Falcons and Team Liquid Philippines to the arena.
This is the final match for the Legends and Titans of MLBB. Super Marco, Ogwin, Few, Kyle Teasy, and Flap Teasy. Make some noise for Team Falcons! This is the Cavalry's climb for an upper bracket slot. Welcome, Oheb, JP, Sanji, Carl Teasy, and Sanford. They are the reigning champions of the Philippines, Team Liquid! Our marshals for this historic matchup: Joshua G, Chico, Patrick, and Yako Jeff. And the coaches for Team Falcons, Coach Trevor. For Team Liquid Philippines, Coach Tic Tac. MPL Arena, I want this to feel like a grand finals. Make some noise!
What changed in Team Falcons Philippines?
What changed was Falcons woke up and told Super Marco, don't worry, we got you now. Ogwin, Few, Kyle, Flap Teasy, they are back. But will they actually be? Because in week 6, they struggled, they fell. Week 7, they all popped off. But now in week 8, in their final game of the season, they need to show their old World Championship form.
I need to hear from the Liquid girlie on the desk. What's Liquid to do when they are at a crossroads like this? They want to see their friends Falcons in the playoffs, but they gotta beat them too.
Yep, they just have to keep it slow and steady. They're leading in high DPM as a team, and this will definitely be one of those key factors that will come into play up against Falcons, who again have just been adjusting and slowly getting back. But Team Liquid Philippines, you could consider them as the quote-unquote final boss for Team Falcons in this situation. They have pretty high standards themselves, and I'm pretty sure they worked on a lot as a form of respect against their rivals in Team Falcons.
Many a stage, Liquid is considered a final boss no matter where they step on. I'm looking at Falcons draft, all right? Besides their gold laner, Bulletproof Marco, waking up, and the rest of the team supporting him, I think Coach Treb, Coach Moody also has to step up and make sure that the draft is tight. Because many a time in Season 16, we've looked at Falcons go, so what are you planning to do with this draft?
Yeah, the interesting thing is actually they're one of the teams that have really embraced damage mainly. So more about that later.
Let's go ahead and listen to the Smart 5G ping test to see how they prepped for this match.
Buti na lang umabot tayo sa Cuneta, no, Carl? Mga MPL fans, can you please watch po sa Cuneta?
Dahil kasali kami doon.
You know!
TC Brothers, sirap pa tayo ng kalaban. Ano message mo kay Flap TC tol?
Mundo.
Naka-mic tayo, tama na.
Sorry.
Maya naman.
Sorry. Ay, nakasabay pala namin yung Falcon sa gym. Sabi, chill lang daw. Tapos sabi nila, huwag daw natin silang bubugin. Eh, di naman sure panalo tayo eh. Pelkani, na-psycho tayo eh. Inaano nila tayo, pinapressure nila tayo. Bubugin tayo niya mamaya to.
Sino mas malaki sa inyo katawan ni Flap?
Mas malaki si Flap.
Yun. Mas malaki ka daw, Flap.
Malaki si Flap. Malaki talaga siya.
Sabi mo, mas malaki si Flap.
Yung muscle niya. Tsaka mas matakad siya sa akin. Ikaw, ito. Ikaw pati si Kyle parehas nag-gym. Sino mas malaki katawan sa inyo?
Hindi ako.
Yo!
Pupupayan sa biceps ko eh.
Tingnan. Tingin ako.
Shout kay RC guys. Ano siya?
Wilson, Coach RC. Coach, ano ka na lang dyan? Tulog ka na?
Tulog ka na lang. Pero pag natalo kami coach, ito. Grand finals match namin to. Gagalingan namin. Kung di kami pala rin, nice try.
Just love me down.
Dad, what's the word of the day? The word of the day is sulasok.
Susulasukin na natin to, pare.
We need the action plan, bro. It's either this or this. Sanford, wag mo galingan. 1, 2, 3, fusion na.
That is literally how Flap was when we ran into him.
Oh my god.
None of that was scripted, folks. He went off the top.
Yeah, and it's true that they went to the gym together. I wonder how it went. Because like they had a match this weekend and then the previous week they were at the gym together.
Wait, they gymmed before the match?
Not exactly yesterday, but the week, like the previous week.
Okay. I thought you meant like right before coming to Greece and they decided to gym together.
No. I'm pretty sure it was the evening prior, but that must have been a trip, right? Imagine just being your random gym buff and then, are those
those guys?
Let's listen to Wolf. He's going to be delivering the keys to victory via the howl.
Welcome to the Howl. Ako pala si Wolf, bringing you the Infinix keys to victory. It's Falcons going up against TLPH. Isa sa mga longest standing rivalries natin dito sa MPL Philippines and also the match that will decide a lot of our playoffs bracket. Kailangan ng Falcons may panalo ang laban na to. And for them to do that, they have to start by unleashing itong si Kyle Tizzy. Starting with the draft maybe, lalo na po nakita natin na pag-funnel dito si Kyle Tizzy or when he's playing the skill type of heroes. Kyle Tizzy has been phenomenal for Falcons in the past week at magiging instrumental siya sa pagkakapanalo at pagpasok ng Falcons kung sakaling ma-unleash siya. And they also have to prepare for TLPH's low cooldown ultimate strategies. And I think nung binalikan ko yung mga matches ng TLPH versus Falcons even way back, ang talagang naipapanalo ng TLPH is kapag umipili sila ng mga heroes na mabibilis yung cooldown like your Arlots. And now that will be instrumental as well. Dito sa laban na to, kailangan na pigilan yan outside the Falcons. Now for TLPH, they have to deny yung suppress at displacement heroes nitong si Ogowen. For example, yung Kaja, yung mga Franco, the Kalea. Heroes like this give so much of an opening para dito sa Falcons. It seems like ito talaga yung gusto nilang kind of strategy when Owen is playing the catch type heroes. And TLPH, if they mind that, it will be much better for them. They also have to overtake Falcons jungle with highly disruptive mid-roam duo. Hindi na lang roamers to, pati mid kailangan na rin isama dun sa ating recipe. And also yung fast clearing na XP na alam naman natin palagi namang ginagawa ng TLPH. But today, that will also be important going up against Falcons. Abangan natin kung sino nga bang mananalo sa series na to. Back to the casters.
So the main conditions for Team Liquid Philippines are to disrupt the jungling and rotating pattern for the center of the map of Falcons. Deny the suppress heroes for Ogwen and overtake Falcons jungle with a lot more disruption on your side. That's for Liquid. That's why watch out for Juicin as being one of the picks to steal for both of these two teams. While for Falcons, Kyle Tizzy's YSS was stellar last week. High scaling heroes, great for Falcons as well. He's no longer just the Fredrin guy, the tanky fighter jungler guy for the season. While at the same time, Falcons needs to watch out for Liquid Stampede, low cooldown, high aggro.
If I may, Flap Tizzy has slowly been building up to be such a nuisance. He's reintroduced, can I say that? A new kind of EXP laner wherein he's not going to use crowd control, he's not going to use a lot of damage, he's just going to be annoying. So if you can get a hero like, again, Uranus saw a lot of success last week in their campaign against AP Bren. What, another try at making Alice work?
Yeah.
Those would be great chances to ruin Liquid's chances.
Yeah, and I think it brings us back to the entire Kyle Tizzy on his high scaling heroes condition that they need to pay attention to, because if they really want to play around that, there's a high chance we see those on Flap and maybe even the Bane again on Super Marco, which is kind of weird. Like before, we used to put so much highlight on Super Marco. Now it's shifted to Kyle Tizzy being sort of the funnel for Team Falcon.
Yeah. One thing I want to point out between these two as we look at their expanding Rivers win rate, even at 33%, but more reps here for Falcons Philippines.
Wow.
Is that Falcons PH and Team Liquid When I saw their drafting tendencies, they are the two teams that draft the most similar in terms of patterns. Who gets what, their priority heroes. So Falcons, we mentioned the juice in, instead of picking it up for themselves, something they like to do, they ban it out. While Team Liquid Philippines saw the Uranus of Flap from last week and said, no, we're not going to give that to you. Because that is a very sure Bluetooth 3 pick for Falcons. They also take out the 1-1. Good job. I like teams that never give the 1-1 away. Good on you. While Falcons also take away the low cooldown, high pick-off style that the Kalea could bring for JP. And of course, Sanford's Arlot should not see the light of day here for Liquid. Falcons needs to keep contesting it. So for the first pick, the YSS is open, or will they consider taking away Carl Tizzy's Lancelot? But we have also seen Grok rise up in priority, Alice being a key major trade. So many things have changed since their last matchup because of the reintroduction of those two heroes.
Yeah. Usually it'll be the Lancelot, but when it's Team Falcons that we're looking at, the Yi Sun-shin sounds to be more of a priority, but they can potentially save that for later. Oh, instead of any other heroes, it's still Flap that they prioritize, but on a CC.
We don't know. CC has been growing as a solid gold lane pick in the advent of gold lane fighters. So this might be such a wild left field pitch for Team Falcons that throws off Liquid. But I don't know how much of a priority a CC is. It's been a hot minute. Liquid answers back with a Lancelot and a Lapu Lapu. These two picks, I'm a little more at home with.
Now, the other question is, are any of these two going to be crazy enough to rush pick the Bane in the first half? That could be something we could watch out for here. Harith, Granger, the trade is still on the table for these two, although we've seen a wide pool as well come in for Oheb. If none of those are available, he can maybe slot in an Obsidia. He plays the Bane as well, which is why we're asking the question if Bane can come out early. Usually Falcons wants to pick their few hero now alongside their jungler because they pick the Ogwen Super Marco heroes for later in the draft. Let's see if they'll continue following that pattern as the Farsa and Kimmy are available for few.
Or could they consider the Angelus?
They can't afford the Bane here.
Okay.
If you pick the Bane here, it's too telling. They get the Farsa and the Yi Sun-shin. So you get a scaling hero on Kyle, burst on Few, so they got a good solid damage source, but they'll leave the crowd control and the engagement to the later half of the draft. One more pick for Liquid.
The Harith is there too, although... Okay, yeah, there they go.
You don't have to doubt yourself, Bri.
Yeah.
It's a good pick. It's a good pick for Oheb. I think he currently has 6 games on it. Won about 66%.
So now these two, I think Falcons needs to consider taking out the Grok away from JP, but then we also have to put in the additional factor of what are JP and Ogwen feeling today, because the Franco's an option, Kaja's an option, even the Chip is an option for both Ogwen and JP. They have played that hero to success earlier this season.
What if... Oh, well, I doubt that they will take out the Kaja themselves if they might be looking to take it. But Falcons, if that so happens that they will respect it too. The roamers. Oh, wait. Oh.
Wait.
That was the Oheb.
I've seen that person.
That was the Oheb lookalike.
Yeah. Oh. Holding an Oheb head cutout. What's going on?
We have to take a closer look later on again, but there you go.
That's trippy.
Oh, yeah.
Where's the newly graduated Carl Tizzy?
Okay.
Oh, my gosh.
That's hilarious.
Oh, my gosh.
No. They're not related, by the way, but...
Even though I'm smiling.
The resemblance is there.
I can't.
Let's not try to psych out Kill One here. He's locked in. He's playing Harith. The Bane gets banned out by Liquid to close off their banning phase. Red 5. Falcons might try to take out one more roamer.
Yeah. I think they do have to consider banning out the Chip here. Even though they could easily slot in a Badang for Ogwen, I think I'd rather see them respect it. You also have a Sanji hero to watch out for. But they take out the Hylos. They focus on Daddy JP with 3 bans. Hylos, Kalea, and Gatot Kacha. Will JP pick his hero now? The answer is yes. He gets the Grok, and this does not bode well for Falcons. However, they do have a strong combo in the Yi Sun-shin and Farsa because the Mountain Shocker provides that information as to where the members of Liquid are to make it safer for few. But since CC is their main frontliner, Ogwen's hero needs to be beefy.
Yeah, so it can't be the Kaja.
Yeah. They did try it against AP Bren and they were able to make it work, but they were the victim to X-Nova's really good tech charges. This time it's JP. Are they willing to risk it again?
You know what? I think it's doable.
Where did the Khalid go? Like it's
Fight for the
suddenly.
ultimate answer.
Oh,
Glorious victory is now for
Hilda Esme. So this is a CC Gold.
It is a CC Gold.
Okay.
CC or Esme?
No, I think it's CC.
Oh yeah, because Esme's a way better matchup against a Lapu Lapu.
Yeah. Oh wait.
Yeah,
You kind of want to run the Esme into the Harris too, but they might even have to do that, functional matchup later on. Liquid closes up with their mid lane pick, Sanji, on that Kimmy. I don't know how. You know what? Falcons did win with a Roam Hilda last week against AP Brent, so they might be playing off of the same interactions. They also had a Farsa in mid.
Yeah, the Farsa YSS seems to be one of the key combos for Falcons, but I'm still going to hold on to the thought that there is a high chance that Team Liquid Philippines might actually be able to just stampede their way through. If ever they don't win the first turtle or they're not winning just yet, post first turtle, the tech charge of JP is what Falcons needs to watch out for. But the early to late game potential does look good for Falcons if they do not give early kills.
It is a Hilda, so you will expect the aggression and some invades from time to time, but they cannot get punished for it, all the while they're making space for Kyle, because this is one of the main pieces that Falcons needs to work on, and they have it now. So
welcome to Mobile Legends.
Holding on for dear life, Team Falcons are fighting to stay in the game. Here's the first in a bout of 3 between them and Liquid Philippines. I'll tell you now, this draft style by Falcons is so Project Next.
Yeah. And it's a throwback as well to a time before when Funnel used to be the main thing for you in the mid. Taking too much away, or too much of his health taken away by Sanji.
What do you expect from a Kimmy in mid?
Yeah.
And they did wanted to clear the wave alongside JP and Sanji, but then the Kimmy was just too much to deal with. Something you would expect, but you have to be careful of if you're Falcons.
5 wins and 4 losses for Pio on this Farsa, while Sanji's 4-1.
Oh.
Debut pick for JP on this Grok, the first time he's going to show it this season.
I'd like to think Falcons did not leave out the Grok because they forgot that it exists. I'd like to think this was a calculated risk and said, yeah, JP's never played it, so we don't know how potent it is. Let's test it out now.
Yeah, they picked into it, and then they... Again, could have been a confidence booster for them that they still gave it to Liquid because of it going to X-Nova earlier last week. So Few goes for the Super Fringe signature of the Rapid Boots. Wants to go fast, quick rotations to match the speed of the Hilda later on. Once they're both level 4, expect them to just keep going around the map to try and find picks.
Yeah, but that did look like something that Few was trying to build. That can't be a Radiant Armor priority.
No,
he rushed the Rapid Boots.
Oh, okay,
It's for Rapid Boots, and it's really a question of, is it worth it to invest in that kind of mobility first, or just raw damage output? This is a fight waiting to break out. Liquid disengaged, the turtle spawns. Down bottom, it looks like gold laners are just fixated on, we're not doing anything. Mount Shocker by Kyle. They're not really diving into this fight just yet.
Yeah, Flaptease is already level 4 though, so he will be starting to be annoying, but Carl TZ actually got to fight Few there. Has no other way out. Sanford picks up first blood. And now Ogwen might be the next target. Look at the bravest fighter and the frees that are coming in from Sanji. He'll just try to run away, return under the bush. Super Marco joining the fight as well, dealing enough damage actually to force Team Liquid Philippines to walk away. But they will still be able to find their way back. Carl TZ very low though. And now Kyle TZ gets the turtle instead.
Oh, Marco's not done. Pushing away JP. I think he wants to drop first blood. Flickers in. Takes down Daddy underneath the turret.
Oh my goodness, another bravest fighter from Sanford just to keep himself safe under the turret. Falcons did not want to get away without a fight.
Yeah, they take a major trade though. OM gets a lot. Flaptease almost taken down by Sanford up top, under turret. Good call by Super Marco to leave the gold lane. Quickly join the fight. He is a fighter. He can afford to do that. old school funnel at its finest.
All right, if this wasn't Project Next and we're not looking at a funnel, I'd say they were overheating. But Falcons now are playing a controlled aggression. They are pushing Liquid's buttons, knowing that Liquid have a normal tempo. They are playing with a Harith gold lane, while Falcons can pull this kind of thing. Just spread out the resources, make sure a majority of it is going to Kyle.
Yeah, and even though few went down in that sequence, the initial burst he was able to dish out was enough to mess with Carl TZ's desire to go for that turtle. He had to back off, he re-engaged, he looked, he just couldn't find a comfortable, really comfortable spot for him to get a retry. Even though Kyle TZ ended up on the other side of a wall after the retribution, Kyle was still in a very comfortable spot. It's like, all right, cool, you guys are protecting your jungler, I'm gonna get this turtle easy.
And where this puts Kyle TZ is almost a full XP bar above Carl.
Yeah.
And even in gold, there's 100 gold between Kyle and Carl. There's a Mountain Shocker. Again, you can't trade that kind of utility over.
Yeah.
Kyle has a free rotation.
He got his first item already, and there are much faster rotations that we're starting to see from Team Falcons, although they don't fully go for the commit because it does seem like, hold on, Sanji, does he get to go or escape? Flicker was forced out, but at least he'll survive. But that's going to be something massive, especially for this upcoming objective. Carl TZ, though, will still try to make his way through. Flap TZ trying to block him. There's the traction pulse. But that was a fight that Falcons clearly started even before the objective.
All right, Marco making a beeline towards the turtle fight. Turtle at less than half health.
Sanford jumping in, trying to look for a few. Carl TZ this time around secures the objective. Flap TZ's left all alone, and Carl TZ and the rest of the members of Team Liquid will be able to deal with him, while Sanford deals with 4 other members and will have to sacrifice his life to Kyle.
Yeah, Falcons lost the turtle, but they ended up getting a big trade. Sanford and Carl, they only lost Flap. So good zone out there by Sanford, but since Carl TZ and Sanford spent a little bit too long trying to survive there, as Flap TZ was actually keeping the other members of Liquid at bay, it leads to this. Falcons getting the first turret of the game up top. They didn't get that turtle, but hell, they got kills.
You know what? 5.5 minutes in, and I really do believe. Oh wait, Carl, what's he thinking?
This isn't a 1v1, it's a 1v2, but now make it a 1v3 because Ogun gets left in the middle of 3 members of Team Liquid, and Sanji will be the one taking the kill.
You know what? Something tells me Ogun may have flickered the wrong way. I don't think he expected the bush to be that far off.
Yeah, I think he was also trying to pull attention away from the fact that Ogwin, or excuse me, I believe it was Kyle and Few who were trying to actually get Ogwin in the center of the map. Well, JP was almost taken down by 2 members of Falcons. Maybe that's why Ogwin decided to flicker further, so that if ever there's a chance, it could have been a roamer for roamer trade, but it just didn't go well for Falcons.
Marco!
Good wall.
Okay, there's the tech charge, and the curtain call was also used just in time. Now might be the clapback for Team Falcons. Better airstrike already committed, but then for some reason they get to survive, and Carl TZ!
Oh!
He doesn't get to dodge the last hit from Kyle!
Call it a TZ sandwich! He was gonna run the flap either way. Ogwin running away from Ohib and JP. He'll be fine. Marco holding the brush. All the way Falcons has been playing, especially Super Marco. We did set it up prior to the matchup. He's playing like they owe him money.
Yeah, and Falcons, their man marking is on point. They always have an eye in another angle that another member of Team Liquid Philippines couldn't go through. So now they have their bases covered. Good vision provided by the Mountain Shocker. This is a great position for them.
Yeah. Sanford doesn't get to put himself out there as much though. Ogwin and Flap TZ are doing such a great job at holding down the members of Team Liquid Philippines. JP is also almost half HP. Fettered airstrike already used. Oheb forced to use the Zaman Force. There goes the traction pulse. Flap TZ, though, he's already tanking enough. They won't have to worry about him in this position.
All right, Oheb gets sent away to the other lane. I do think this is the coast clear. Kyle TZ gets it.
Oh, even with the tech charge used, Flap TZ was just too tanky. Kyle TZ had no problems getting that objective.
Yeah, Few has been stellar with this feathered airstrike. He hasn't been getting kills, but it's been the deterrent that Team Liquid Philippines have been annoyed of for majority of this game. Again, look at that.
There you go again, Carl TZ. It did seem like he wanted to fight, but with Ogwin there, it wouldn't be a great decision either. And now he's just able to do that. Stand in front of Carl TZ and watch where he's going.
And what Ogwen is doing is very reminiscent of what Flap would do on a Uranus. He's just breaking lines, being a nuisance, giving Liquid something to think about even before they can find the softies that they should be getting to. That's why OEB hasn't had such a great game. Sure, he has what we call in the industry a gold lane experience, but really, what's he get to that? Some good farm? He's still behind Kyle.
Yeah. Double fighter setup for Falcons working out very well for them. All the times that earlier in the season, the times Falcons lost where we berated them for, hey, why are you doing this? Why does it seem like you're overextending, you're overheating? It's much easier to pull off over-aggressive plays when you have two fighters. But Ogwen needs to watch out.
Yeah, this seems like the so-called identity of Team Falcons at this point, but aside from the fact that they're just too tanky, you take out the Uranus but you can't take away the Hilda, they have such high mobility as well. And it feels like you can only rely on Carl to deal with that. Now he wants to look for a few, but the Wings by Wings will keep him safe.
Carl popped the execution there. I'm pretty sure he was looking for a kill angle.
Yeah. Centerpiece right now of this draft of Falcons, clearly again the Farsa. So yes, they have been very aggressive, but if they don't have enough help for Few, if he gets dived on, they're going to lose a significant amount of damage. So they need to make sure their Farsa is well protected during fights. He only has a glowing wand, already up to a Sky Piercer for Sanji. They need to be careful about giving this Kimmy kills, or we might end up seeing another Savage game for the Lone Stallion.
Yeah, but you have to deal with the Feathered Airstrike first, before Sanji's even able to position himself in a team fight.
Few has been playing this Farsa very specifically. He's using it as cover fire. Oh, Flapdies, he's fine! He survives a four-man gang!
Yeah, and had to use his Purify, and JP didn't have to use the tech charge. So at least that's one resource down for Team Falcons.
Look at this, sneaky push down bottom by Kyle. He's going all the way, taking down tier 2 in the bot lane, and then they can still contest.
Great macro, great micro so far for Falcons. Few now has a Bloodwing Sass, also extra survivability. A little bit of damage, of course, with the magic power for this Farsa.
Oh!
Feathered Airstrike starting it up.
That was close.
There's a wall. Oh, JP, he can't catch a break.
Yeah, this could be a sign though for Liquid to go since there's no more Feathered Airstrike. But the pressure that Super Marco and Caltese are applying through macro is a bit too much. So Liquid tried to bait out a response by Falcons.
Yeah, and Sanji doesn't have the flicker too. Ogwen might be going for him actually. Sanford and JP, they go for the other side. Carl TZ secures the objective and they're able to deal with Flap. And all the while, Ogwen too will be having a difficulty at sustaining the damage. They just focused on the Lord.
Kyle is so slippery. I could have sworn it was enough to send 40 and JP to kill him, but he lives. Bad news is, Liquid got the Lord, so all the Falcons cannot celebrate just yet.
Yeah, it's good news for Liquid that the zone out and effort that Sanford and JP did still lead to the Lord, because Caltese had to traceless to a safer distance. He could not traceless into the Lord pit lest he give another kill for Team Liquid Philippines. They'll be able to clear out the Lord up top and it wouldn't go on a deep push to the second turret in the top lane. So now Falcons has another room for error. But now Liquid finding control, and Falcons needs to find a way to turn it around.
And JP finds Ogwen too. Now they get to take him down. They clearly want to maximize this objective that they got, even using the tech charge just to take that tier 1 in mid.
I was going to say Ogwen gave himself up so that the turret wouldn't get pushed, but Liquid had enough firepower to force the issue, and Falcons are still lacking. Sure, they've been winning a majority of the early game into the mid, but you're a funnel strat. If Few is displaced and Kyle can't get those free hits and keep dashing in and out, the proc is passive. It's a non-starter.
Caltese is hella farmed though. He does have the Malefic Roar. But now the balance of this game has changed and shifted in favor of Team Liquid Philippines. OHEB still only up to, has the 3 core items. Has the Holy Crystal, Feather of Heaven, and the Starlium Scythe as well. Interesting prioritizations and juggles by OHEB. I think he went for a bit of a chop suey build and then built the final pieces depending on when he gets his gold, when he gets the item.
And now they commit on to Ogwen, but the damage might not be enough just yet. Flapteasy goes in with the Falling Star Moon. Carl TZ gets to dodge it with the Thorn Rose. OF already here, but will he use the Zaman Force? The Feathered Airstrike doesn't matter. Sanford just jumps on Few, and now they successfully take down Flapteasy.
He had no Purify. That could have been it. Now it's Ogwen's turn, flickers out of the wall.
Oh, he had to flicker because there was a wall. Kyle TZ, they see him now, but they have the conceal. But that's one man down for Team Falcons, and Team Liquid Philippines might go for the push.
Yeah, and with Liquid in control, you're starting to see the problems of this Hilda-centered lineup in Rome. And FlapTZ can only hold so much damage. Liquid are gonna start stampeding over Falcons if Falcons doesn't find a way to wrest control from them.
13 minutes in, some weaknesses coming to the surface for Falcons draft. They can't hold a box. If they're not first to engage and compromise Liquid's front line, good luck holding a box.
Yeah, what makes it even worse is that OHIB now has a Divine Glaive, so Liquid are definitely within their power spike, within their comfort. The control that Falcons has had for a good amount of this game is now in their hands, and they can keep this up. As long as they blast Ogwen down real quickly, they can ignore Flap, just zone out Kyle TZ. This should be good for Liquid.
All right, there's a Salmon Force. Ogwen buying some time, pulling Liquid away from the Lord Pit. FlapTZ jumps in. Oh, this is a full-on dance.
Oh, traction pulse! And now they use the Feathered Airstrike as well, but Team Liquid Philippines still be fine.
Yeah, 2 big ults used. Kyle TZ dancing on his former TZ brother. I think we're gonna be just delaying it.
Oh, that's the wrong brush! Kyle TZ walks in at JP and OHEB!
The target was Kyle all along, but OHEB and JP will get traded out. Super Marco will be the one picking up the kills. That's the land shaker committed by Sanford, but will Sanji be able to deal with these tanky heroes of Team Falcons? 40 with the sustain, and now Sanji, San Duo are actually making it happen. Gets the flicker away from FlapTZ, and somehow FlapTZ still survives while Carl does not.
FlapTZ turning it around like he's an F2 in Singapore in early 2021.
Sanji might get to find FlapTZ this time around. Sanford really trying to tank everything, but all is trying to walk away because Few gets to join as well and takes him down.
Sanji refuses to stop firing at Falcons. That fight lasted forever.
Trade after trade, that was like a string of technical submissions chained together. It's like I was watching Jiu-Jitsu in MLBB. San and Carl, and of course Falcons, Kyle, View as well. Now it's a full-on fight for the First Lord.
Sanji still half HP. He can't really put himself out there. Ogwen, and now Flap. Look at how much damage they're dealing. The Lord will finally go into the hands of Team Falcons, and all that TLPH could do is watch.
My friend, you're not wrong. It is Falcons' first Lord, and they're going to take over the map. I'll tell you now, that long sequence before this Lord take may have taken the gas straight out of Liquid's lungs.
Yeah, and now Falcons with the Lord can march. Let's see how many towers they can take. Oh, Ogwen gets spotted.
Yeah, that's a Phantom Execution already used. Rose gets to successfully pick him off. Carl TZ, he actually wants more. Goes for Super Marco, but the Falling Storm was on point. And there goes the Salmon Force. Feathered Airstrike. Everything thrown out, even the Mountain Shocker. And Kyle TZ gets to burst down OHIB.
Kill 1 gets zeroed just like that.
Trade after trade. Falcons really wants that playoff slot, but Liquid aren't giving it to them.
Sanford jumps in, bravest fighter. Now they want to take down Flap. Solar Beam, and that's a mega kill for Sanji. They will now disengage after losing both Ogwen and Flap.
All right. Decisively, that is an overheat. Ogwen for OHEB is a good deal, but Flap underestimated the amount of damage Liquid had left in that lane.
Yeah, they wouldn't. Oh, they're actually going to be able to break the tower in mid because Few committed the Feathered Airstrike so that Liquid won't be able to take down the minions. No tower now in the bottom lane for Liquid as it was broken down by the Lord.
In hindsight, it may have been because of FlapTZ's sacrifice.
Yeah, because they had to spend resources to take Flap down.
So it's worth it.
It was worth it there in the end.
I would trade my life for an inhibitor anytime.
That's a base turret you're talking about. On the opposite lane too, of the next potential, of the next objective that we're about to see in this game.
That's what they call in the business the long lane. Falcons have the long lane advantage.
This is all still very close. It's a game of inches at this point. See Halberd already built up by Carl TZ. The damage on this Lancelot is going to be no joke. Few needs to watch out. And even that one Thorn Rose is enough to take away a shield that is worth 25% of the health of the Esmeralda.
Okay, Few has been holding these brushes really, really well. And I feel like they will have, or they will be paying more attention to him, especially in the upcoming
It's
fight.
another power spike. Oheb picked up the lantern. He's dealing HP-based tick damage, DOT.
Yeah, and that means Flap really needs to wait for his proper timing of holding down the front because he will get melted through by that Harith. We saw it in the previous series what Domikite was doing to James in the game number 1 of Aurora versus Omega earlier.
Uh-oh. Flap into that brush, holding Sanji and JP. Few throws out the feathered airstrike. These ults, again, I think Falcons may have taken a page out of Liquid's book. They have low cooldown ults too.
Yeah, that's why they keep throwing it out. Phantom execution inside the right mid bush.
Hello, old brother.
At least it was just Flap there.
I'm pretty sure even Flap would, wait, yeah, so this kind of awkward. Let's just both leave this bush.
Hello there, old chap.
Okay, Flap.
Ouch, oh my goodness.
It's starting to hurt.
Yeah, even the damage from the Kimmy of Sanji.
Yeah. Carl TZ, what could be the play for Team Liquid here?
Oh, Carl's gonna go for his purple first. I don't think Falcons is in any place to blitz it. They are trying, pulling it slightly closer to them. Carl TZ making a beeline towards the Lord, gets a soft reset. Marco holding on.
But they must know that Kyle TZ will be coming from there though. And Team Falcons, they know that Carl will be coming from mid too.
Okay, there's a Mount Shocker.
Oh, doesn't land onto Sanji, but the curtain call will. So Carl TZ and Sanji are both tied together. JP doesn't land this time. Super Marco and Flap TZ lands that falling Star Moon perfectly. Now Owen and Few, they're all chasing after the other members of Team Liquid, but Carl, he wants Few. He's going after Few, but the Wings by Wings will save him. And now he's up against Kyle, and he takes down Kyle.
We talked about it! See Halberd on hand and he can burst down anyone with Kyle down. This is bad! The conceal play by Ogwin was countered by JP's own defensive conceal. That's why they couldn't target the Harith.
Ults are but a tool to get what you need. The purpose of all of the footsies Liquid was playing this whole time was to get a pick off, and they got the best one. Kyle is out of the picture for at least 20 more seconds.
How unfortunate could it be that even without the landing, or even without the tech charge landing, you lose your jungler. And now the tech charge lands onto Flap, but they couldn't make much out of it, but it'll still be enough.
Few almost stole that Lord. There was less than 20 or 30 health left on that Lord when he dropped that feathered airstrike. That retribution by Carl was almost so late. What could have been if Few stole that?
And Few was one item short. If this came to fruition and eventually became what I would assume the winter crown he wanted to do, that might have been enough. But here we are, the delay by JP. Liquid marching down mid, escorting a chubby wave down bot. Now Falcons, for the first time this whole game, has to be on the back foot.
Oh, curtain call used. Carl TZ can't puncture out.
Oh, Gwen.
And now Flap TZ jumping in, but it seems like they're able to focus all their resources on him. Feathered airstrike also avoided by Team Liquid Philippines, and the bravest fighter might be enough to zone and deal enough damage. Super Marco unknowingly has so much, but Carl TZ is able to deal with him. Ogwen nearly tried to take down Sanji, but they have all their eyes spread out across the map.
Underneath big fights like that, Falcons box just pales in comparison to Liquid.
Oh, Carl TZ again looking for Kyle. Feathered airstrike already used just to clear the minions, but they have one more up top that will be immediately dealt with. They have another. Will they still go for it?
I think they're going to try because Carl went for potion. There's going to be a lot of damage from this lands.
Oh, traction pulls. Mountain Shocker gets touched as well. Sanford, does he still go in? He actually will, and there goes the tick charge as well. Carl TZ, he's only after Few, and he will be able or unable to take it. Kyle TZ deals with him instead.
Kyle's miracle play takes down Carl. Double kill for Kyle. They kick out Liquid.
Just when we thought we'd hear the 3 count, shoulder up in the air, off the mat, and Falcons still fighting. That was a 1-2-0 moment for Falcons. Liquid might have overheated in their priorities. Carl might have been a little bit too eager in taking Few out.
All right, one more look at how that defense ended in Falcons still breathing. 21 and a half minutes in, it was an almost perfect tech charge, if not only for Flap playing Patsy. He said, look at me, I'm such a huge target. Psych, I'm the only one you're hitting.
And Kyle delayed the minion wave just enough and had enough damage to finish off Carl himself.
Oh, this could be a free lord for Falcons.
Yeah, they're bursting it down. Super Marco using the curtain call again. The Feather Airstrike just has too much damage. Will Carl make it? He might actually make it. And without the Feathered Airstrike, Team Liquid might fight. They might actually go for the fight. Sanford jumping in with the bravest fighter. But where is Carl? He is nowhere to be found. He dealt with Owen first. 40 with such a play. But now the Lord is in the hands of Team Falcons, and all Team Liquid are after is the fight after.
All right, that's a 2 for 1. They're not done. Feathered Airstrike.
No, what the hell? Kyle Teasy once again.
Kyle Teasy, a monster in the land of Dawn. Taken down 2. Make it 3. Carl is the only one left.
Kyle freaking Teasy! He put the name on his own! And he carries it with such pride and ferocity. Can Falcons end game 1 here?
Who would have thought that he'd still survive?
It's 20 seconds till the rest of Liquid come in. Bare minimum. Mountain Shocker. Feathered Airstrike. Lord on the base.
Carl Teasy just goes in because he has no other choice. Team Falcons are still alive as they take game number 1.
Falcons 1 game away from locking in that playoff spot.
What the hell did I just witness?
What the hell?
That was some of the most mechanically insane MLBB I've seen. The patience, the timings. I thought Falcons would back. I really want to find out later whose call it was to run them down and chase Liquid. Because that was the perfect call. I think one of the conditions they were looking at is if you had this Feathered Airstrike. He did. Paired up with the Mountain Shocker. This is why I made a big deal about this combo in the draft. YSS and Farsa together.
I'll tell you now, even the fans, we're looking at the nest here. This is a smart super fan reaction cam. They can't believe the action they're seeing in the MPL arena.
Yep. So this is how it feels like to witness that kind of play from Kyle, where he was just going everywhere all at once. And this guy...
Now I get it. Now I get it. Kyle Teasy is my girlfriend's first MLBB esports crush. Maybe you're watching at home. I get it.
That Yisun Shin was too much.
Kyle freaking Teasy.
Every time. Ever since he started picking up YSS more consistently for Kyle, he has made magic play after magic play. Up against the GOAT, up against the guy who he said was his idol, to the point where he would make TZ his own. And he saved that game 1.
He just didn't save that game 1. He is on his way to saving their playoffs dream.
Yeah. This entire funnel strategy is definitely working for Team Falcons. As surprising as it can get, the CC Prio, well, it did used to be like that, but everything just makes sense now.
From Fredrin first pick and Baksha Prio to just give me the Yisun shit.
Give it to me. And they're making it work. And I love how, again, Falcons have found again their main roles in sequences, their roles in fight. Owen and Flap TZ literally just being bodies for Liquid to ignore, but then if you ignore them too much, they're actually gonna be a pain in your ass. And then of course, Super Marco on the CC, the guy who's been touted as like the team carrying Falcons as a marksman, now as a fighter with his life. I feel like they saw Super Marco and said, Marco, you've been carrying us all season, let's make it easy for you. You have one job, hit curtain call.
Just fight.
And just fight.
And whenever he gets to include Carl TZ in that curtain call, it's just so hard for Team Liquid. He doesn't get to use the Phantom Execution out. He can't even puncture out. He has to always dodge it with the Thorned Rose. If not, it's going to be so hard.
One might say CC is a soft counter to Lancelot. So we get it, the early priority, and knowing that by doing this, you're giving Carl TZ the Lancelot, him being the Lancelot, it was a calculated risk.
Yeah, and this result came from the fact that, again, we have to repeat it for everyone who might have missed the draft. Falcons first picked a CC on the blue side. The very first pick of the draft was a CC.
They first picked it like it was July 2025.
Yeah.
Like it was MSC all over again.
It was a surprise to see that, even despite the likes of the Gronk. Again, we mentioned that too, rising in terms of priority and all other possible picks. But okay, now I wonder, Team Liquid Philippines, it did feel like they actually came into the draft so prepared too.
Yeah.
But
you know what? Liquid did nothing wrong.
Yeah.
It's just Falcons played so well, and Falcons rolled the dice when they can afford to, and never once did it come up snake eyes. Maybe when they almost got wiped out, and then all of their turrets got lost inside the base, save for top. But Kyle TZ got their back. He's the saving role. He's literally just advantage. Like, no.
he was like main character moment.
Yeah.
Wow, Falcons. Again, what happened in the draft with Liquid having cover up Falcons? Actually, no, don't even cover up Falcons draft.
Okay.
You will pick Team Liquid's draft any given day. But then how Falcons executed it, this is why after the results from last week, we can definitely and confidently say that they are back. Let's see if they can just keep carrying it. Few only had one kill here, but we saw the major utility of that feathered airstrike. Did he always hit the feathered airstrike hits? No. But the timing was good because, again, when you're playing with YSS and Farsight together, you have someone getting vision for you. At the Hilda and Esmeralda there, even the CC, so much vision that Fuse just like, okay, feathered airstrike. And Liquid's looking at the feathered airstrike circle going, what the hell are we going to do, guys?
And to answer the question, is the early Rapid Boots investment worth it? I think yes. Because more than just the power and the direct damage output of the feathered airstrike is the accurate and scalpel-like precision of positioning it.
Yeah.
And you only get that when you have the extra movement speed you get from leaving combat with Rapid Boots.
Yeah, I was supposed to say, it feels nice seeing Few not being the target all the time in the early game, or him being able to keep himself safe most of the time, and the Rapid Boots definitely had something to do with it. As desperately as Carl wanted to get the kills on Few, he just always had to, or he just always had his way out.
No, I think he just, again, tactically let go.
Yeah.
Because if you constantly tried to chase down Few, you would be missing out on Marco. You'd be missing out on Kyle. It would be a non-starter. So I guess Few gave him they didn't give him a choice.
Yeah, and even if you look at the debut and Gronk pick for Team Liquid Philippines, though you could say early on there were some mistimed and miscalculated placements and entries with the tech charge by JP. As the game went on, you started seeing it like, oh, okay, yeah, he's making up for all of the early game mistakes. He's definitely hitting everything now. Walls, perfect. Those little micro stunts and knockbacks, knock-ups, all perfect. Just that, I think, looking back at it now, the Hilda and Esmeralda were more than enough to really piss off Liquid's team fighting. Because like when they would fight, Sanford would go forward. They're like, wait, where the hell is everyone? You have the Esmeralda and Hilda trying to mess up Oheb, trying to mess up Sanji.
What is a box if you got these two dudes randomly running around, causing havoc, breaking any semblance of order? Once again, ladies and gentlemen, our BPI rich guy was, of course, the final target, Kyle TZ. Now let me tell you all about Kufra's Cursed Scroll Epic Skin. It's available now for free. Just open your game, play it, press the red button, claim every day, and you will eventually end up with this epic skin for free. I got it in like the first week it came out.
I forgot to claim again.
Just keep pressing.
Yeah,
There's a lot to press, and sometimes my brain just turns it off now.
When you're pressing,
to claim.
don't forget that you can also press the new Aspirant skin. It's Aspirants Unite. It's a themed draw event now available.
Yep, the first time or 10 times draw using diamonds is 50% off, and every 10 draws guarantees an epic or higher quality skin.
Come join the draw and witness the power of aspiration together.
My baby sister drew the 10 just because it was, again, you know, on a discount. And she didn't get the skin, but she did get Farsa's collector.
I think I got a lot of epic skins from just a single draw. So you should try at least the first 10 times draw, because you'll get a lot.
It's value.
I've spent all my voiceover diamonds, and I don't regret it.
I might try to draw and get the Guinevere. I'm a part-time Guinevere fan.
I love the Vixana.
Not as big as our friend Rayash, but I do like it. Folks, draw now. Let's go ahead and check out our 9th anniversary celebration. Let's watch this.
Sige, te, bisa mo, te. Bisa mo, te. Bisa mo, te.
Anong taon nag-launch ang MLB?
2017. 2015. 2018. 2017. 2016.
Thank you po. Caster ang nagkakasimula season 1 ang gagawin. 3, 2, 1.
Wolf. Di ko matandaan yung pangalan. Ano yung pangalan na ito? Yung may kulay yung buhok. Rockheart.
Sige. Yung player ang nagkakasimula season 1 ang gagawin.
Pew! Wala ko. Si Pew? Sige po.
Sino ang unang team na nanalo nung season 1?
Either main.
Yung masaya ka naman na nanalo ka?
Thank you.
Happy 9th anniversary MLBB! Happy 9th anniversary MLBB!
Happy 9th anniversary, MLBB!
Happy 9th anniversary MLBB!
Happy 9th anniversary, MLBB! For those of you wondering who that printed mascot is, I know it looks like a Labubu from afar, but that's actually BB.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Royce. Yeah, but BB,
Him too.
the mascot for the 9th anniversary. Yes.
Yes. Spelled as B-I-B-I.
That's him.
That's him.
It's a him, right?
Yeah, because I think...
He is presented masculine, yes.
Yes. And his aunt is Tita Jolens. So,
Oh, is that canon?
yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh okay. Yeah. Into Filipino lore.
All right, the Filipino MLBB lore,
Yeah, because
yes.
I'm pretty sure the Indonesia, Malaysians, the Khmer all have different lore for BB as well.
True, but BB is an international icon.
Is Tita Jolens? That's the question.
Yeah. Regardless, Liquid now choosing their sides. They're going blue side for game 2 in hopes of taking this all the way and halting Falcons to get a better chance at them getting upper seed. Folks, I did not stutter. Falcons is one game away from moving on to punching their ticket to Corneta Astrodome.
They've had an insanely difficult season. The struggles, the long lose streak that they suffered. At one point, it was like 4 or 5, if I'm not mistaken, in series lost. They've only won series against... Did they win? No, they didn't even... Okay, the funny thing about Falcons, as they're about to enter the playoffs, they didn't even win a series against Omega this season.
Oh.
They didn't win a series against TNC Pro Team this season.
Nope. Not against Onic.
No, Onic, they were actually...
Oh, they did beat Onic and AP Bren.
Yes.
That's their win streak, yes.
And there's a chance they make it to playoffs while beating Team Liquid.
Yeah. Yep, they came close the first time around. Folks, on camera, that is the explainer of the week. That's Flap Teasy. And now the jungler of the week, Kyle Teasy. Look at this. Despite their rocky Season 16 performance, both Teasies in Team Falcons PH roster are still first and second in a lot of stats.
That play he did last week on the Yisun Shin is still having replays in my brain.
That play he just did about 10 minutes ago
That too.
is also going to be in my brain for the next 2 months.
I don't know if we'll see him on the Yisun Shin again. I feel like there's a chance, but like...
All right. Renmar, what do you reckon Coach Tic Tac's going to do about this?
Get the YSS away from the hands of Caltesi at this point.
They're on blue.
Yeah. Liquid, with being on blue side, they can just first pick it. But then the thing is, Liquid has been susceptible to drafts that counter the first pick or even the Yisun priority for Carl Teasy, that I wouldn't be surprised if Falcons revert back to their old ways and then just decide to run a lineup that can run over the jungle of Team Liquid Philippines.
Because not even Falcons first picked the Yisun Shin in the draft we saw in game number 1. Now we're getting Flying Clouds. Wow, it's a good map for both of them.
Yeah, they're both undefeated. 3 games for Falcons, 2 for Team Liquid. So we enter the draft. Let's see what the priorities are going to be. Uranus still taken away from the hands of Falcons, while they are now on the red side, respecting the chip capability of Team Liquid. And I like this. I made a point of this in a video that I made earlier this weekend, that when they go up against Team Liquid, they are not allowed to give the R-Lot to Sanford, and they keep banning it still.
But the way it's looking now, the Baksha could be open for both teams.
Yeah.
And if Team Liquid Philippines does prioritize these, or the Baksha, if they get torn.
Yeah, I think they're going to be overloaded with options that they can actually run. So they ban out the YSS blue side.
Yeah.
So does Falcons ban the 1-1 here?
They have to. I am always from the school of thought of just never give the 1-1 at this point.
So that means Liquid gets first pick Lancelot, Falcons gets... Can you still do that though? Can you go CC into something? Can you even feign that with the Yusin Missing?
Yeah, I think they can go CC Hayabusa.
Yeah.
Or just CCX, because you don't have to rush the Hayabusa.
The Baksha and the Baksha is also there. I'm just thinking about...
CC Baksha, yeah.
If Team Liquid Philippines still does go for the Lancelot first pick. Oh, wait, the Wallace.
Okay, they're willing to give the 1-1 because with them taking away the juice and they're making them think about the trade. So obviously they'll get 1-1. You're not going to hesitate. Falcons needs to get Farsa here because if you ban the juice in and you still don't get the Farsa, then what was the point? The reason why you take this trade is because you want to get Farsa as the first 2 picks.
So you can blast that 1-1.
Yeah, but now the thing is they're forcing themselves to also pick up the Hayabusa with it because Liquid can pick up a Hayabusa. Could be greedy to go Hayabusa 1-1, but then you'd want to pick up the Hayabusa against the Farsa of you.
Farsa.
They're willing. Okay.
There's still a Lancelot.
Yeah.
So it's a few Farsa, and then the Baksha, which is a solid flex. I'd rather it be in Ogwin or Flap's hands. It's come to that point. I think putting Kyle TZ on a core hero with good damage and is mechanically demanding is a DEFCON 1 threat. I think Falcons has to understand that too.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they do. It's just to close this game off and this series, they gotta do that.
I think they can pick Eve alongside this Lancelot now. Just pick your mid laner because I don't want to see them try Kimmy again. Okay, no, they still go Lapu Lapu. So they're saving the mid and roam pick. So they've changed their drafting identity a little bit. While this time they're going for the roam mid prio. XP.
This reminds me of Aurora's pattern earlier.
Yeah.
Minus the Alice.
Either Esmeralda or CC would be okay.
And you just leave out the Hayabusa?
Yeah. The thing is, actually, they can even just go Bruno later for Super Marco against the 1-1. Because it's gonna be really tough for the 1-1 to win the first 4 levels up against that Bruno.
There's the Bruno Mathilda or just the Bruno?
I'm okay with the Mathilda as well, actually. It would gel very well with the lineup of Falcons, but they have to fix their priorities. Because they're gonna be giving away what they want to do to Liquid.
All
right, I mean, come on.
Okay.
The game where you could finally qualify for playoffs, just pick up the Franco for Ogun. Why not?
Hey, it's not wrong.
Yeah.
They have won 100% of their games with Franco this season.
Yeah.
So I still don't know where this Baksha's going. That's the most uncomfortable I am with this first phase for Falcons.
So at least it's not in the roam. So will Flap play it into a Lapu Lapu though? Because like...
Okay. As they take away the Kalea, I think Liquid needs to consider taking away the glue. Because if ever they decide to really just put that Baksha into the jungle now and then the glue is open for a Flap, that's going to be more devastating than going up against an Esmeralda. Because now they will, no matter what pick they end up with, they will not have the damage profile to deal with the glue. Yes, the matchup is not going to be so favorable, but once you start hitting level 4s, you're going to see that the glue might actually just be more of a problem than it was for the Lapu Lapu in lane. So they're taking away options from Super Marco first, but one of these bans sorely needs to be a ban for Flap TZ.
Yeah. They'll just have to choose. Again, it's not just the glue that's up there. Even the Esmeralda, if you think about it, the matchup favoring Flap TZ in the lane.
Yeah, but at this point, if I'm Liquid, I'd rather face an Esmeralda than a Glue.
Because you have a 1-1.
Yeah, because especially with this Franco being up front, or not being as up front, you're gonna need an EXP laner that can help hold the front line. Yes, the Esmeralda did that earlier. They might even have room for CC at this point, but they're still focusing on Super Marco heroes.
What if he goes Bane?
They don't care about Flap's hero.
Bane's open, Bruno's open.
Because Super Marco still has his Bane.
Yeah. Hell, they could even save the Super Marco pick for later if ever they still want to feel like playing Moscow for him.
Yeah, I'm about 70-80% sure that this is Kyle's hero, the Baksha.
Yeah.
We're looking at it. Red 4 should help us narrow down and, of course, help Liquid figure out what Falcons is up to.
Oh, yep.
Here's the Moscow.
They're saving their EXP lane matchup for later.
And the full flex.
And the full flex.
Still don't know it.
Oh, Selena for Sanji.
It's been a hot minute. When did we last see a Selena?
Selena Gatot!
That's a combo.
Yep.
Liquid have drafted such a fundamentally sound 5. How does Falcons wrap up their draft here? We still do not have a definitive Flap TZ hero.
Please pick the Glue. It's all dive for Team Liquid Philippines. They are going to be in your face.
They can't deal with the long longs. They gotta kill long longs the old-fashioned way.
Is it really gonna be? Are they gonna settle for an Esmeralda in the end?
Yeah, they're still talking about...
Is it gonna be a surprise, unique pick? Oh, it's not.
It's an Alice!
Okay.
Oh.
Interesting. A lot of weird setup in CC coming from different angles for Falcons here.
Yeah. Throne of Ruin, and I think they were also thinking about the Winter Crown for Alice, considering that this Alice is going to be taking the brunt of the damage, and being the main frontliner for Falcons means that you need the Winter Crown to help cancel out or diminish the effect of the crossbow of Tang from the 1-1.
This is a stark difference from playing a Yi Sun Shin and literally putting the game on your back to playing the Baksha and playing a more macro-centric jungle.
Yeah. If we thought that we already somehow familiarized ourselves with the new identity of Team Falcons, they're reverting back to, might I say, what they were trying to make work in the first few weeks.
I like that. You know what? This is the Falcons that a lot of members of the Nest, Renmar and I included, fell in love with. Their willingness to put Super Marco on a hero that is literally feast or famine. It's on Marco again.
On the Moskov, with all the space that Kemper created, the boxes with the Farsa and the Alice, and Owen with his signature suppress hero is making me a bit nervous for Team Liquid.
Isn't this dangerous to not put a Purify on the Moskov? Super Marco is literally saying, no, I'm better. He's never gonna hit me. He has a flicker.
Yeah, I think he's considering the fact that since it's all dive and you have the AOG to watch out for, that, and of course what Sanford can do in terms of just diving him, he'd rather find the flicker to reposition himself than actually cleansing the crowd control.
All right, he's not gonna go through it. He's gonna dodge it. That seems to be a solution.
Welcome to
One more
Mobile
game
Legends.
to keep Falcons' dreams alive. They want to go to Caneta Astrodome. Will Liquid deny them that? One more game.
What's stronger, the 1-1 or Ogwin's Franco? The 1-1 has been the most feared pick of the season. Frequently banned and picked and prioritized when it's available for the blue side team that's lucky enough to end with it. This Franco for Ogwin, undefeated.
Oh. Yeah. Speeding things up. Okay, Super Marco going very aggressive in the laning, seems.
Yeah, and he'll need that going up against the 1-1.
Yeah.
Also, Festival of Blood for this Alice. So yeah, expect Alice to play very aggro.
Oh.
That was a very aggressive play from Sanji as well.
Oh, wow.
And
Marco,
down bottom.
how is he dueling against Oheb like this?
Yeah.
So, I guess all the Inspire basic attacks landed?
Uh-oh. Look at Sanji from the flank. Throws out an arrow.
Ooh.
Marco sidesteps.
Barely.
Right in the edge. And Super Marco, he decided to go so close to Oheb in that because he used the knockback in hopes that the passive from the Moskov basic attack could actually land to the minion behind the 1-1. So that's why he decided to take that risk. But yeah, it's a struggle right now for the Moskov. And Falcons needs to recalibrate so that they can help their gold laner because they can't allow this 1-1 to just freely farm.
It looks like it's a struggle in two lanes, mid and bottom. Liquid, though, they're worrying about 40. I mean, they don't have to worry about 40. He's pretty sturdy. It's just Flap is winning. Like, the word on the street is right. Alice is a lane bully.
Yeah. He isn't, or at least he's level 4 now, but there will be some delay in terms of who setups for, or for who sets up in this turtle first.
Flaptease is going to be here. He has Flicker and the Throne of Ruin.
Okay, all the Abyssal Arrows have been dodged so far. That's the Revitalize already used by JP. Black TC actually went in, but First Blood goes over to Ogwen. Sanji finds Kyle TZ. Flap TZ2 taking down his TZ brother. That's going to be a 1-for-2 trade.
Yep, Falcons happy with the extra kill, but at the end of the day, it's Turtle 1 over Liquid.
Yeah. Oh, Missile Arrow's gonna land, but he's not gonna go anywhere close to that Franco. He is level 4, but he already used his Bloody Hunt in the sequence earlier. So yeah, just an even trade. You see how it could be quite risky for Falcons to fight into scenarios like that, which yet again, since they have the Farsa on view, he becomes the final boss for Team Liquid Philippines by all regards, considering that it looked like Falcons was going to lose that. But then since Fuse still survived and was able to dish out a combo, that brought Carl TZ down so low, and that's why Carl TZ ended up falling alongside JP, because Fuse was able to reposition and deal damage.
Not to mention, JP, he disappeared. He literally just got squished. That was even before the bite down. The bite down was on Carl. So Falcons are definitely playing with good firepower here.
Yeah. So far, they've been really good at dodging all these Abyssal Arrows too. It doesn't feel as if they've been disrupted as much by Sanji throwing out all these arrows, although he is able to get those kills, or at least those dashes in. Kyle TZ has full information.
Yeah, and he has help. So considering that they're playing around the box at Alice. Okay, so they recalibrated the funnel strat. But all the vision provided, this might even be like a sneaky little, not really a funnel, but Alice just thrives in this environment.
What if it's...
Yep, because again, Liquid is all dive.
Yeah.
So Flap TZ would welcome them with open arms.
Yeah, and considering that the box is another frontliner, even if Flap TZ is not the one doing the main frontlining, he can just show up eventually and then become the carry/main frontliner.
Yeah.
Let's see if he's gonna rush the cursed helmet. I think he is.
Yep, he does have the Molten Essence already. Turtle 2 spawning in the lower quarter of the map. That's an arrow right to the face.
They got the stacks. Crossbow of Tang coming in.
Bang!
Oh, but Sanford doesn't get to sustain it as much. Carl TZ gets the objective for his team, but will it be enough? Flap TZ still holding on. Doesn't get taken down. JP finally does, though. And that's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. But again, the objective goes into Team Liquid's hands.
Yeah, at some point, Falcons are going to need to start winning objectives, and Carl TZ might steal the purple of Carl TZ under his nose.
Oh no, Grand Theft Purple.
Yeah, Carl TZ too low. I think they're willing to give it, but they're trying to make sure that it doesn't end up with Carl, but it does.
Okay.
Marco walks into Sanji.
Still has the flicker. Okay, that was close. But at least that's a bit more space created for... Oh, they already swapped their lanes.
Yeah, little by little though, Falcons losing this. Hook!
Iron Hook landing. Winter Crown!
Yeah, he rushed
from
it.
Ogwen! And now they successfully take down JP. That was a surprise.
Yeah, Ogwen built up that Winter Crown as the second turtle was happening, actually. So now, I think even Team Liquid Philippines were caught off guard by that. He committed the bite, Winter Crown, and that does not, again, to remind you all, that does not cancel the animation of the Bloody Hunt.
Oh, look at this. A little bit of insight on how Ogwen sets up his hooks. He actually holds and aims. He walks around with that hook fully cocked.
Oh, so it's always ready.
Yeah, he thinks 2 steps ahead, and he I would assume he never throws it out just willy-nilly.
Yeah. Yep.
You just don't want to whip out that hook like that.
Yeah, you're seeing it right now. But at least Oheb does have a way to get out of that Iron Hook. But does Sanji have a way getting out of this?
Nope.
Doesn't even have the flicker, and what can he do against the Baksha?
Just blasted down. Now, folks, I don't know if you hear it as much, but the crowd is tense on both sides.
Yep, you're hearing the silence.
Oh, another hook!
Another Iron Hook and the Bloody Hunt.
Bang!
JP, will he even get to use his AOG? He does get to use it. Carl Tizzy will just deal with the waves.
But that is a big ticket ult that Liquid cannot get access to for this final turtle.
Yeah, but there's no Bloody Hunt, no Feathered Airstrike, and no Throne of Ruin as well. I think Liquid gets this turtle.
Okay, Sanford going in. Bravest fighter, only Flap trying to scout Carl Tizzy and JP. But what? Super Marco finding Oheb with the help of few, but Flap Tizzy. Phantom execution, Sanford takes the kill.
2 for 1, but they eventually equalize. Liquid, 100% turtle take rate.
Yeah, Falcons are trading out the map because they keep losing the objectives. They're not going to be able to push out down bottom. Again, it seems like Falcons' time is getting smaller and smaller. Even though they're getting kills, Team Liquid Philippines, little by little, they might convert. If the next major objective goes to Liquid, they'll convert that into towers, map control, and Falcons having to play from behind.
That's a problem they'll have to solve a minute and a half out. That's where the Lord will spawn lower quarter. Not a single turret pushed for Falcons. All turrets still standing for Liquid. You're right, the map is the problem for Falcons. They're such a pick-off-centric lineup that they have to convert. There's really nothing sneaky about it. Sure, Marco can try to push, but he just can't. Liquid just has tabs on him all the time.
And I guess it's mostly because of Sanji that they're able to keep tabs on multiple members of Falcons, specifically Ogwen. Although this is a really good standing we're seeing in Ogwen. 2-0-2 on the Franco. It does seem like Team Liquid Philippines are majority of the time aware of where the other members of Team Falcons are.
Something else to note, Few changed his choice of boots. He's now on Arcane boots instead of Rapid. So it's less about repositioning and more of just sheer firepower, just output at this point.
Yeah, they're not playing with the Hilda, so they have to be more... Wait.
Flap?
So arrow lands, Phantom execution. But Flap Tizzy with the Throne of Ruin will survive that.
They used a lot. Is Falcons going to try to find a clapback elsewhere? But I don't think, they're not going to commit it, considering it is the big ticket ultimates of the heroes that get their ultimate very quickly.
Ogwen has the flicker, by the way. Oh, Super Marco using the SOD to reposition, but Sanji was right in front of him. And so he gets taken down by Team Liquid.
Yeah. I have a huge question. How?
I think it landed onto Sanji or Sanford.
But how did Liquid get on top of Marco that close?
And now JP gets taken in. Carl Tizzy looking for Few. AOG already landed, but everyone touches it. Carl Tizzy successfully takes down Few, however. Crossbow tag already used by Oheb as well. Flap Tizzy trying to tag the damage, but now all they want is to take down that tier 1 miss. And Flap Tizzy next as a bonus, but he still survives.
Immaculate turret juggling by Liquid, and they're not done. 41's Ogwen!
Oh! He was too quick with that Winter Crown!
Oh my goodness. And they both reacted at the same time.
Yeah.
Because Sanford was caught by the Iron Hook, but he was able to use his bravest fighter quick enough.
Quick draw duel. And Liquid with the better margins. They have more equipment, more life to play with, more damage to dish out. For punishing Falcons, I think.
SOD!
Not gonna happen. Close call though.
Okay.
Marco's trying his darndest. And they're about to just get their first turret. This is Falcons getting punished for overheating early.
Yeah, and now they're gonna have to play from behind. The good thing is Super Marco was able to stay close in terms of the farm. It is a level gap between him and Oheb, but he's still good, still healthy, and they still have the Feathered Airstrike to work with as well through Few.
Okay.
Few, too close.
They know. They're just holding that.
Kyle's not gonna be able to get his purple buff here.
Nope, not gonna force it. Liquid's using it as bait.
Okay, Vacuum Shield Unity. At this point, this is a 5k gold lead we're talking about. Team Liquid Philippines are likely to take out majority of the outer turrets from Falcons.
Yep, Falcons would be happy to not lose. Yeah. Falcons would be thankful to keep 1 or 2 inhibitors.
They still don't have the Winter Crown for this Alice. They had to build Oracle, went into the Dreadnought. And I wouldn't be surprised if Flap Tizzy is still going to build that anti-cuirass, meaning it's going to be a long time until they can get the Winter Crown on the Alice, the key item for this frontliner. Ogwen already has his, but can only do so much with it.
Oh, they'll be able to save these Holy Shields, though. Oh, not this. All right, mid's fine.
Just a little bit. That will still be gone eventually in a minute or so, though.
Yep, it's a minute left that they saved on that, so that's a freebie. Down bottom gets popped. Still, you're looking at a 7,000 almost gold lead.
Yeah, it's going to be a really tough climb. This is why Team Liquid Philippines can just keep this up. They're controlling the game, controlling the tempo. As long as they don't overdive when they're trying to end the siege, win the game to force game number 3, it's going to be okay, especially since Sanford just built up the blade armor as well. So even now, the Moskov is going to be diminished because Sanford can just throw himself in front of the Moskov, and that's more than enough time to delay the damage that Falcons dish out so that they just get overwhelmed.
Yep. And speaking of the Moskov, they manage it so well that you don't get to feel that Super Marco is able to do as much split pushes.
Yes.
Or managing the waves even, just because of how Team Liquid Philippines has handled the early game. But that's the AOG landing on multiple members. Bravest Fighter 2 with such high damage. Flap TZ trying to deal with the others, but look at Bohem flying over everyone with the crossbow attack. And Flap TZ is only able to isolate one. He's only able to isolate JP. And now he might have to say goodbye as well. As it's a wipeout. Team Liquid Philippines, they're so close to evening out the series, and they're not letting Falcons take the 2-0.
These last few moments are but a formality. Liquid, take us all the way. Not so fast, Falcons. You gotta win one more game to lock in for the playoffs.
The perfect set by 4D, Landshaker into the AOG. Liquid could not have executed that any better. And even though Few was able to land some crucial feathered airstrikes, they could just not get the kill onto the members of Liquid.
You know what? There was a voice, literally maybe one of us mentioned, how Falcon seems to be backsliding into an old identity. That did not work clearly. We should have listened to that voice.
So it's a little bit too much again on Super Marco.
Yep, that was the play.
Yeah.
And a lot of amazing talent and kit wasted on Kyle. I'm going to say that now.
Yeah. And again, stop giving 1-1. There's a reason why 1-1 keeps getting banned. Oh, perfect raging slashes by Sanford. Yeah, well-deserved MVP. His Lapu Lapu was the X factor for Liquid. And again, the final set there, it was started off by him. It was his Landshaker, and all the other crowd control dished out by Liquid afterwards.
The Apex Predator at work. Again, he came from the lane that you could have looked at in the early game to say, hey, Falcons is doing well here. But he shut that all down.
Yeah. I mean, Flap was doing something very similar to game number 1, even when he was on the Alice, but it seems like there were there's just so much more demanded of him as the Alice in this game compared to the previous game. Because like previously he had help. He had a bit of help in Ogwen. But now we don't even get to see Ogwen position himself as much, or he does land those iron hooks, but they don't even get to convert it into really useful kills majority of the time.
Now you mentioned Ogwen. This is his first loss as a Franco in Season 16.
Yeah. So I think the question is answered. What's stronger? 1-1 being really good or Ogwen's Franco? Yeah, it's the 1-1. It'll always be the 1-1. But then you could also see the moments in here where Falcons were just out-executed by Team Liquid Philippines. What a fantastic combo yet again. And at that point, because look at that, the Super Marco, the damage reflect onto him as the blade armor is already locked in for Sanford. Even though Flap TZ was winning the lane, eventually it just hit a point of diminishing returns because, again, Marco got picked off that one time by Liquid, and eventually Few fell off as well. Even though he had the damage, he just didn't have enough.
Yeah, and he clearly wanted to take out Carl in that sequence.
Yeah, almost did.
Just to double check, did I see that correctly? Sanford rode a flying cloud in the opposing team's base.
Yeah, and I thought that wasn't possible. I tried it once. Maybe I just missed the mark, but it is possible.
You can.
Wow.
Then he was just circling around.
Our flying cloud. It was a 12.5-minute game. A fraction of what we would expect from a clash of this scale. I'm hoping Game 3 doesn't take us any faster, because it feels like Falcons really didn't do much. The expectations were literally 10 stories high after Game 1.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see the effect of, Team Liquid Philippines eventually picking up the Selena, though it didn't do too much to disrupt the rotations. eventually it just became bothersome for them to deal with. That, okay, yeah, you're not stopping us, but oh wait, Abyssal Arrow, sure, why not? Oh, we're dead? Because we just get jumped on by the Gatatkacha, Oheb was free hitting, Sanford just jumped on us again. So eventually this pure dive lineup of Team Liquid Philippines just worked out. They were so aggro with it that they couldn't find any room for Few and Super Marco to really just settle, hunker down, and be able to do what they want to do.
Yeah, why we so badly were hoping that this might not be the Backshot Jungle 2 for Kyle TZ.
I was hoping it was at least going to be a Haya or something.
Yeah, which we did suggest earlier when we were looking at the first two picks on red side for Falcons also, but
This feels like a regression. It feels like they're falling back on comfort or old drafts that were put together like a month ago.
Yeah.
They don't need to. Clearly, they were working with the idea that they have multiple carries, that they have multiple options, that it really just cannot be Super Marco anymore being like one of the main win conditions, if not the main win condition of the lineup.
You did mention that Flap was eventually going to be a secondary carry, but that's a long ways down.
Yeah, they couldn't get to it because they had to. After like Kurthelm, Oracle, Anti-Karastu, he cannot get to the Winter Crown. He becomes a carry once he has that Winter Crown.
And that's the fourth item.
Yeah, the fourth.
In the current metagame. Look at our BPI rich guy in the carry. It's one dude. It's Carl, Lancelot, TZ.
Yeah.
He made it work this time.
Yeah. And he got so much help from, I think that's one thing Sanji was able to contribute in the early game. Like the way he was just able to speed up the farming for Carl. We're so used to seeing that with the Yisun Shin Selena, but doing it with the Lancelot too is just allowed him to get this high in terms of GPM.
Going into game 3, I'm gonna lay this down here. Y'all can take it. If you don't like it, just leave it. Falcons go blue, and then they try to force Liquid to ban out both 1-1 and Yisun Shin. So that leaves so much open for that blue 1 swing.
I'm thinking now too though, like if you're Liquid and if ever Falcons ends up on the blue side, what if, and even though I'm the guy who says please ban 1-1, what if they're willing to let it through? Because then that means you're forcing Falcons to regress into playing around the 1-1, into playing for Super Marco again. Or is the 1-1 just too strong a pick that even if we see Falcons go all for 1, all for Marco, that the 1-1 might just be too good at what it does, that it's actually going to be okay?
Actually, now that, come to think of it, there was a Franco.
Yeah.
But it still wasn't enough.
Yeah.
To deal with the 1-1.
And again, that's another power pick that Falcons can try to play for and strategically ban to open. There's a lot of options if you stay blue. And I think being in red kind of changed them. We'll talk more about the draft in just a bit. For now, let's go ahead and watch this short video featuring some people you might know talking about Project Next.
Is it me?
Maganda to para sa mga roamers para makasabay talaga sila sa current meta. Lalo na talaga may mga roamers tayo na goal nila is makakuha kagad ng vision, and early information gives them early advantage sa mga major objective at nakakasabay sila sa leveling paglabas ng turtle.
Each map, may hero talaga na sobrang lakas niya. Tapos specific map. Katulad sa Expanding Rivers, malakas dyan yung mga likes of the Khalid, even the Hilda. Pagdating sa Dangerous Grass, diba? Dami niyang grass na kailangan at yun yung pinaka-advantage ng mga heroes pagdating sa mapa natin. And for me, this will really shake up yung meta natin dito on the whole world of MLVP.
Yung pinakagusto ko sa new map kasi for the longest time, gold is the god tayo. So nawala yung pagiging ganun ng gold lane. Now, it feels like roamer na. Yung roamer minsan mas mataas pa yung gold kesa sa iba't ibang lanes. Minsan mas taas pa yung gold kesa sa jungle, kesa sa gold laners. So I like na we're getting to that point where the roamers finally hindi na hubad. Diba? Nakapalag na, and mas tumataas yung importance for players like halimbawa kina Light na nagiging siya yung mas nagiging role player for Aurora for the longest time, where dati it's usually just Demon Kite, diba? So sila US. I love the direction we're heading here for Project Next, and feeling ko talaga we're not even close to 60% done with the meta yet. Hindi pa tayo na-discover dito na pwede pang gamitin ng mga player natin.
Favorite map ko so far ay yung Dangerous Grass. Kasi as a setter roamer, yun yung role ko. Gusto ko lagi nakatago sa mga brushes para makakuha ng mga surprise set.
Flying Cloud. Lagi ko to sinasabi kahit nasa desk Flying Cloud talaga. Bukod sa sobrang fun niya tignan, for me malaking bagay siya to responding sa linya mo, lalo pag namatay ka agad. And eventually, nagiging factor din to pagka base defense na. Base defending ng mga teams natin. So far, ito yung pinaka-paborito ko along all the 4 maps na meron.
Favorite map ko, I think Flying Clouds kasi wala pa akong nakitang one-time wombo combo set na pagbagsak mo sa clouds may babagsak ang big AoE. So sana makita mo ako ng ganun, inaantay ko pa rin mangyari yun. Kasi obviously in MPL Philippines, mas safe yung mga players dito. Pag may nakita silang clouds, patakbo na lahat eh. So I'm hoping that we get to see that one big cloud set, and I think it has a lot of potential to be even more. Probably one of the reasons why Chip's always banned.
Never thought of it that way. Rockhart comparing Chip to Flying Clouds. That's a good comparison.
Yeah, because it does take a bit of time to channel to a portal.
Because you get to fold the map.
Yeah, why walk? Why teleport when you can fly?
Yeah.
Wait, no, I'd rather choose to teleport. What am I saying?
That's different.
Yeah. Right, you choose to teleport.
I'd rather teleport.
But if you're Goku from Dragon Ball, you can do all of the above.
Can you?
Yeah, he literally has Nimbus. He runs like hell, and he has instant transmission. Let's talk about Liquid's damage per minute rankings. They're currently number 1, way above even Onyx and Aurora. And look at their average damage dealt at 12, 15, and 18 minutes. They are first, and then second. Who deals more in the late game?
They love to fight. They love to poke, and I think it is. It's cool how as time goes on, the fact that we keep calling them the cavalry, it's like the numbers show it. It's very cavalry numbers.
Yeah, the Liquid Stampede, you get to see it every single time, especially when they keep ramping up the pace like this, which they always do because they're leading in damage per minute.
Yeah, especially in the early end game scenarios. At 12 minutes, they are the best at that. So maybe that's why Game 2 went the way it did, and Game 1, when it extended a wee bit, you know, they may have slipped up. Can we count that as one of the ways for Falcons to win? Is to extend it way beyond Liquid's comfort, and where it's clutch time, you force them to make weird decisions and possibly make mistakes.
Yes, especially if Kyle has his high scaling heroes. But I'd be 50-50 about it if it were the same backshot kind of lineup that we saw. Unless it's I don't know if it's working anymore, like the hard carry over to Super Marco setup. But at least now they get blue side, which feels more comfortable for them.
I think Falcons, I thought he was whacking Flap with the papers. I think Falcons just really need to accept that if they really want to make it to the playoffs, if they want to succeed, get Kyle on the carry, have multiple carries, don't just put it all yet again onto Super Marco. Have flexible options. 2 isn't enough. I feel like for Falcons, it's like you really need 3 carries to cross. By the way, Carl TZ milestone achieved, the second player to reach 3,000 career assists in MPL Philippines. If I'm not mistaken, Few was the first.
GOAT following a GOAT. Started his career in Season 2 of MPL Philippines and never looked back, never stopped since.
3,000.
Carl TZ is my senior.
Yeah, and I mean, there was a time he was like always heavy on the utility, so I feel like that significantly added to the number of assists he had.
For sure.
Leo, if Carl is your senior, do you call him Kuya when you see him? Do you call him older brother?
Kuya Carl?
Sir Carl.
Sir. Okay.
Sir. Sir Carl. Sir Carl. But no, our dynamic is actually far from that. I'll tell you later if we have time. Let's check out a random map coming up. Game number 3, the decider. We're going to Dangerous Grass.
Again, a very equal win rate.
Exactly equal. It's like, oh my goodness. It's like
they both like it.
Yeah, they both like grass.
They like
me. I like grass. I love grass. All right. First pick. Just at the. I wonder if they're gonna do anything crazy again. Well, they banned
There
it
is.
out.
See, I told you.
Like,
they
no.
go blue and tell Liquid without saying it, without mouthing it, you ban the 1-1.
Yeah.
You ban the Yisun Shin.
Oh, now that opens up the field.
There's a Kalia out there.
I think
There's a Lance out there.
if they want to surprise Liquid, get the Kalia first. And then they just play differently into that. However, the problem is, if they do get Kalia first, they might be susceptible to Liquid this time running a lineup that is way more aggro.
Oh, but
they ban it. Okay. Huh.
You know what? They don't need to rush the Kalia because they can go Franco 2-3.
That's true. They also still have a Kaja option. Irna still banned. Juice and Arlott Kalea were the same bans of Falcons. Will they first pick CC again like they did in game number 1?
Again, from where we left off in game 2, we're just going backwards. We're Tarantinoing this.
Or-
CC Hayabusa.
Yeah.
Please.
Are they not considering the Lancelot at all?
I think they're more than willing to just give it.
Oh.
You know what? This is actually a safer pick. This is more of A to B solution. This is less Tarantino, more just Spielberg.
Wait, does that mean that they're sort of like trying to nudge Liquid into playing the non-assassins? The high is still available for Carl.
Oh, what?
Oh yeah, that's exactly what they wanted.
Here.
Yeah, that's exactly what they wanted. But why? Why is Falcons choosing to tell Liquid to play the tanky fighter junglers?
Wait, is it really the Baksha? Because the Fredrin is open. Carl TZ's second favorite hero in the whole damn game is Fredrin.
Yeah, let's see. If Falcons ban out, if they pick up the Kimmy here, then they're clearly thinking about the Fredrin.
They're still respecting the potential.
Yeah.
Because Daddy JP might just go ahead and pick up the,
Or a third Farsa game, although there's a Lapu again, which was always the case.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Few is afraid of the Lapu.
Yeah.
He sees it as a workplace hazard.
I think this is now the time to go Bane. Oh, they're not. Okay, they're going to go
Shut it
Harith.
down.
All right, it's Marco on the Harith.
What if Oheb goes Bane? Because wasn't it like with a
Oh my god.
Baksha or a Fredrin too?
All 3 cores revealed for Falcons.
Yeah.
If Liquid don't pick it up, they have to ban it. But then they could easily just slot in a Granger. And then if it's not a Granger, I wouldn't be surprised if later on Oheb even considers a Claude later into the draft, so they'll go full dive again.
Full dive.
All of which aren't really a problem. Liquid won with a full dive comp in game 2.
Even against Analyst too. Oh.
Okay, still gonna be the Granger. Playing with range. We've gotten very conservative now.
Franco.
Yeah.
You banned the Franco.
Yeah. You banned the Franco.
BTF.
I think you also need to ban the Kaja.
BTK. Ban the Kaja. Or they can just, no wait, they could just pick it on the swing back.
They could. They could even pick up a Grog.
They can ban Chip, ban Kaja or Franco, whatever, then pick it red 4.
I think Falcons should ban the Grog. Because
BTG.
No, but they also might want to consider banning out the Matilda.
Matilda on Falcons seems good.
No, that too. I was thinking Liquid might be able to pick it up red 4, but then that means the Esmeralda will be open if ever they don't ban it.
So roam is abundant.
Yeah, but then with the Baksha on their side, they might be more than willing to pick the Esmeralda. They might be okay with it. We still might end up with a CC for Flap in the end, despite everything that we just said.
Okay. What?
Even they're respecting the possibility of JP picking the Franco.
Hey, Daddy JP knows how to play me in Franco too.
Oh yes.
His is the truly undefeated Franco at this point.
Yeah. Would they even consider the... Nah, I think the Kajas will be open either way.
Kaja's a little frail
Yeah.
at this point.
Even if they do pick it up.
If they're scared of it being frail, then that's why you late. No, but yeah, Lapu getting picked up means I think Falcons do not want to pick a glue into a Lapu in lane. They'd rather think about the matchup and the balance with it. Will he just end up with the Alice again later, Flap?
He can win the lane, but consider now, there's a Baksha on the other side.
Yeah.
But they have a Lancelot as a jungle. I guess that's the difference. Grok!
I thought they pick it up themselves. So, I think Liquid can go Matilda. Just run Falcons down.
Or Liquid can just Gatot again.
Yeah, that too. It seems like whenever they end up with a roam, they can't go wrong. Even if they just somehow bring out a Khalid again.
Like the high loss isn't even wrong, I'll tell you now.
Yeah, high loss is fine here.
Because we don't even know the mid lane hero for Sanji yet too.
He still has the Kimmy.
So the Kimmy Gatot can still happen.
Can still Selena if he wants to.
Selena Gatot. Yeah,
Hell, even Low Yi for team fighting. If Falcons end up facing off against Sanji's Low Yi, it's gonna be tough for them to fight. Good read. You know what? I like it.
Yep. Would have been a mean Liquid Stampede if that Matilda came through.
Yeah.
Still.
I think save the Sanji pick for last, and then just pick up your JP pick now. Yeah, I mean, we mentioned all of the potential ones.
What does Falcons do? What do they put on Ogwin now?
I think they're willing to... They're gonna go pick off non-suppressed. They might go Cho. But then that puts so much pressure on Flap TZ's pick to hold down the front line. But I think Falcons needs more displacement. It can't just be an honest front to back. Oh my goodness, it's Baksha, Angela.
What do you mean save Sanji for last? Unless...
Liquid.
Yikes.
Okay, low cooldown ults. About 20 seconds on a hard guard.
That's both for the Lapo and the Angela.
Yeah.
So they can keep fighting.
Okay, Falcons has to close up their draft. They need an XP laner and a roamer.
I think they just go Esme and Kaja.
Yeah.
I think the Kaja's a bit more encouraged now.
Yeah, they need the suppress, they need the pick and pop, and then get the shields.
Okay.
Kaja, Esme, there it is. Okay, I think at this point it's safe to say we know Falcons. We know Falcons, but what is this? A joy from left field. Carl TZ psyched us out. It's Daddy JP on the Baksha with Carl TZ on that joy.
That swerve. Oh my goodness, Falcons might be shaking in their boots. That's a really good swerve.
Suddenly, they have a threat that they gotta put on a leash.
Second time this season, JP will be playing the Baksha in Rome. He's 50-50 for it. While the joy for Carl TZ, 50-50 as well. It's a coin toss decision for Liquid.
Literally just played twice in Season 16.
And that's into the Kaja, so he doesn't mind.
Yeah?
He's saying, hey, do your worst. By leashing me, you're letting go of Oheb. By leashing me, you're not taking care of 40.
Yeah.
These two teams are both fighting for playoff slots, but in different forms. Liquid fighting for an upper seed slot. Falcons literally just wanting to be part of the party in the Cuneta Astrodome.
2 lives for the Cavalry. Falcons, a chance for redemption. It all comes down to this.
So many teams want to see Falcons part of the playoffs. Even Team Liquid Philippines, admittedly. But they have to go through this.
One more game. Possibly. Team Falcons' final outing in Season 16. They have to play their darndest.
Welcome to Mobile
to be able to
Legends.
step foot in the historical arena. That is the Cuneta Astrodome. One last game. Let's take our time to digest the stakes and what they have to do to make it through.
I mean, it hasn't always been the easiest. Look back to earlier this season when Falcons was berated for picking an Angela and Joy together.
Yeah.
How ironic would it be if their chances of making it to the playoffs gets dashed by a duo, by a core idea of a draft that got them so much hate earlier this season. But then as we saw from Onyx, Angela and Joy, yeah, they can hella work together. What do you call this? The margin for error is so small. Maybe that's why they ended up putting the Baksha in Rome, so that they have a little bit more chance, a little bit more wiggle room to work with alongside the Lapu-Lapu being there.
I have this nagging feeling that the fact that we read into the Esmeralda Kaja blue 4 and 5 closer, the fact that it's so well read might mean Liquid saw it coming too.
Yeah.
That's why they were just like, yeah, just Carl, pick the joy.
Yeah. They picked it too fast.
All right, here we go. Game has elapsed. 30 seconds in, and there's a straight up brawl in mid.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. They're going to be taking up a lot of damage. They won't be able to damage the Baksha as much as they would, and of course, Sanji will just be healing him through it. Ogwin, patented, tank emblem set, inspire, pull yourself together, and focusing mark on this Kaja. And that focusing mark might end up becoming the thing Super Marco hasn't won yet with his Harith, but Ogwin still also undefeated. While this is the very first time this season Sanji is playing an Angela in mid.
The first time we actually get to see Sanji on this kind of hero.
Some might argue that by putting Sanji and Angela is akin to putting Kyle TZ on a utility jungler.
Yeah.
There's some mechanics you're leaving out for the potential for good macro.
I was thinking the same. It felt a bit too similar to... I'm trying to recall which mid laner.
Sean.
Yep.
On the Angela.
Oh my god, they forced a flicker out of Sanji. Flap Easy dancing around too.
That could be big though. And that's the first little advantage Falcons built up for themselves. But look at the damage on the Flap already.
Yeah.
Just from JP and Carl TZ together.
He didn't even use the electrifying beats yet.
Pretty sure it was unlocked at that point.
Yeah, it was. Got in all the stacks, but Team Falcons had to disperse. They could not afford to let that happen or a pick-off go over to Team Liquid before the objective, but Kyle TZ, he was waiting for Carl there.
Ooh, these two jungler savants are going at it. Maestros of the game. All right, Kyle just lets go. It's like, I need my purple first.
Yeah.
They might just hand it over.
Uh-oh.
Sanford going in. Oh! Phantom execution. Was that predicted by the Landshaker? Now they go for Kyle. He's going to be first blood. Flap TZ might be next. A not so good start if you're Team Falcons. He couldn't get out of it even under the turret.
Again, that's the key question. Did Sanford predict that? Because the Landshaker was perfect. Kyle TZ Phantom execution did, and once he reappeared into the map, he was stunned right away by Sanford.
I think he did. Sanford kept tabs on Kyle TZ and said he went to his purple, turned around when he saw the turtle was really low, and 40 just came at him. That was very well read by Liquid.
Yeah, because you would expect him to just go after Few or whoever, but
nope.
He waited for Kyle.
Man-on-man defense.
This is rough. It's already a 600+ gold lead favoring the Lapu-Lapu over the Esmeralda in lane. It's only 3 minutes in and we're already getting close to a 2,000 gold lead. Falcons needs to find a comeback somewhere because they cannot allow this lead to balloon.
JP, okay.
Few gets jumped on. Hard guard.
That's a back to shield unity. And look at JP, he might handle this all on his own. But now with the help of Carl handing over the kill, that's a 2-0-1 start for a Joy.
Not like this. I don't think Falcons was in a position to play patsy like that to bait out a response.
Yeah, Falcons are slipping. They are shaky, while Liquid are ruthless. Patented cavalry style. You cannot give Liquid room to punish you because they will make you pay over and over again. This is a lineup that plays around an Angela that now has so many options to give the hard guard to. You can give it to anyone in the team and Sanji will not go wrong.
That's a Sansan. That's a different version of the Sansan duo. I never imagined seeing Sanji being on an Angela.
I mean, it's accurate. Sanford does have the more muscular body IRL. So I could imagine him just carrying Sanji while Sanji piggybacking on him.
That's true, but who gets to actually win the second objective this time around?
All right, Turtle Dance initiated by Liquid. JP gets Sanji in him, so that the hard guard spent. Turtle still at about half its health. I think Falcons should just let go.
They've lost the early. It's already a flask of the Oasis for this Angela. They didn't even go chant the Talisman for it or anything like that.
Clear sign that Liquid knows they're going for the throat. Oheb picks up an early Sky Piercer even before building the Hunter Strike.
Yeah, that's a rush. They knew they have the early game lead, that there's a high chance that they could just start chaining kills for the Granger later.
JP came from behind.
Yeah. Not an angle you're used to seeing a Basha come from, but Few responding the way he should have in that earlier engagement. You can't bait out plays like that early on. He's playing defensively now. This is a good direction for Falcons.
Okay.
They have to play through a suppressed pick, get one pop, and then get out. They can't afford to fight a longer team fight at this point. There's only a Starlium side for Super Marco's Harith. They can get either the Joy or the Angela, well, and even the Granger. After they get that pick off, just go.
Oh, JP all alone though. Will he still get to receive the hard guard? It seems like Sanji did not pursue. They fully knew that they just had to lose him there.
Uh-oh, how about this time on Carl?
Oh, Gwen! Okay, maybe this is why we're saying the Kaja isn't as...
Yeah.
Yes.
It's frail.
Yeah, it's frail. They knew it was coming out. The swerve again. I don't think even Falcons were banking on the swerve. I think they picked that Kaja thinking, you know what, there's a chance that is already a jungle Basha. And then the sudden swerve of the Joy popping out, and now it's Angelo for everyone. Oh, Falcons, how will you make a comeback? Your playoffs hopes slipping away little by little as Liquid. Sanford's been on point. He's been checking shrubs. He's been controlling the map. And he's been showing up at a really good time. He could be on the way to another MVP performance, honestly. But Karatezi, of course, with a more impressive KDA at 3-0-1.
There is something we're failing to mention. Of everything that happened to Falcons, Flap is actually ahead on EXP. And one might say even in execution over 40. He's keeping tabs on the Lapu-Lapu, see?
Yep. He's not letting go of Sanford. Kyle TZ, Phantom Execution out. Landshaker already used this time. And Kyle TZ will secure the objective. But will Flap TZ survive this? Ogwen still not using the Divine Judgment through. Super Marco going in with the Salmon Force on JP. And he successfully takes a kill.
How's about that for some pop and stop?
All right, that worked out for Falcons. Liquid, I don't think they expected the sudden burst of aggression. I think they were already accepting the idea that Kaltizi will just walk away and give the turtle, but yet he was still able to get close enough to get into Thorned Rose Retribution range. A good thing Falcons decided to back them up. It also looked like they weren't ready completely for Marco to go forward. So Marco was alone dashing forward. It was like, all right, yeah, sure thing, Marco, we got you.
All right, Falcons are close to full-on aggression status once more, but they want to put a stop to this. Super Marco gets Carl on him, forcing a defensive Salmon Force.
It's impressive to think that Falcons did not use the Divine Judgment in that fight, though.
Yeah.
And they still got a decent trade out of it. But this time around, they go in for Super Marco. Ogwen could only watch.
That is as stampede as you can get with Liquid.
Ogwen!
Okay, using the Divine Judgment right now, but again, there's a hard guard. Better there's right from Few flickering in! And he gets the shutdown on Carl TZ. JP and Sanji will just have to walk away.
Here comes Kyle, 40, playing man-to-man defense once more.
That flicker is crucial. It could be part of a massive highlight of why Falcons might eventually, if ever they do win this, because they needed to get that kill onto Carl. And that gets a little bit more gold for this Farsa.
Flaptizi has 4 members on him.
He's actually too tanky, but Sanford still goes in, lands the Landshaker, and now will Flaptizi get to escape this? It seems like it's a yes.
Oh, Liquid relents. They consider Flaptizi a wasted effort to pursue. Falcons gets away with it once again.
Yeah, and I think Falcons hesitated somewhat into getting the tower in mid because it looked like Flaptizi was getting all that attention, and that meant that they had room to just break the tower there. But I think they were just playing it careful, especially it wasn't Angela and the Boxer together and the Lapu-Lapu that they just decided to back off. Falcons has equalized in terms of the items and in terms of the resources. Whoever gets this Lord will control the rest of the game. Unless a turnaround by anyone.
Falcons starting the dance, a slight advantage, a pull to their side of the Lord pit. JP holding the back. 40 dashing on through. 40 has to play man-to-man defense. Oh, the jump!
JP catches Kyle and might just be able to take him down. But before they even get to do that, he secures the objective yet again. Carl TZ just looking for the targets. They actually take down both Ogwen and Marco. Flap TZ, as tanky as he is, he's now up against potentially 4 members of Liquid. And he still dances through every single one of them, but not for long.
That was an odd turn for Flap. You see how he went the other way when he could have just ran straight through that?
Yeah, unfortunately, I think Few missed his combo as the Farsa. He wasn't able to maximize the damage that he can dish out with his second skill. That's why I think Flap TZ decided to bring it a little bit closer to Few there. Another stun into Carl. Oh, no, Few.
Oh, he's right in front of Few. And he takes him down.
My goodness. Commits the wings by wings, but does not flicker away. A part of me thinks he just said, you know what, I'm dead. This is it. I bought time, I protected my tier 1 in mid, I'm good.
Yeah, even if the flicker was committed, it still would have been enough room for the Joy to dash. No orange buff taken away from Kyle TZ, and just when we thought it was close enough for Falcons, they got the Lord, yes, but we set the condition. Whoever gets that first Lord could control the rest of the game, unless a turn, and Liquid turned perfectly towards Falcons members instead of the objective.
Slow conversion for Falcons, halted immediately by Liquid. They get a passive push up top, though. OHEB came in a little too late. So the map looks a little better for Falcons. But just the same, Liquid still have a 2,000 gold lead.
Yeah, it's swinging between less than 1K to 2K now, though. And I feel like it could have been way bigger, but Team Falcons found their way around things, especially with that shutdown on Carl. So now it's a bit different.
Carl is still 5-1-5 and has a pocket Angela on him. This Joy, can they take it down?
Full on hard guard. Committed by Sanji. Again, what is but 20 seconds of wait time?
Yeah.
Reduced even by cooldown from then on.
Yep.
Still holding on the 2,000 gold lead. Falcons have to be very specific how they pick the next fight. Luckily, they have a flicker on Ogwin and a Divine Judgment off cooldown.
Yeah, such quick reflexes too, just by seeing that Ogwin was there. And Carl TZ dashed into the brush. But now it's Flap that they are going to be after. They don't get the kill. Now Kyle TZ goes in, will just puncture his way out too. And still no Divine Judgment yet.
Oh, I'm sensing Psy warfare between these two.
Yeah.
Neither of them want to fully commit. Either of them just finding ways to get a one-up on them. And I think Falcons won because they got that tier 2 down bot.
Free push down bottom with surprise aggression. And now with Super Marco having the Holy Crystal, Divine Judgment. We're waiting for the combo from Falcons. Who can they pick off through this Kaja that currently stands undefeated for Master Ogwin?
Already using the bravest fighter, but they don't get to defend that tier 1. And all this before the Lord.
Falcons seem to know what buttons to push. And here comes Carl.
Carl TZ, but their target is Flap. Is that going to be enough? The Divine Judgment already committed onto him, but he has the hard guard, so he will still survive. But Kyle potentially could have taken someone there, but he was in front of JP.
Oh, a lot of ult spend. Look at all the green.
Few.
Out of both.
Few gets found. Sanford goes in, but he still has the flicker. Now surviving. Kyle TZ instead changing targets, trying to look for another one. And now JP needs to reset.
The mechanical margins that these two teams are playing with. Look at Flap dancing between Sanji and JP. Carl finds him.
He doesn't want JP to recall, but Carl TZ, he finds the other members. Few will have to reset too. My goodness, the reset, the back and forth.
This is a deadly dance.
It's tense. Liquid really wants that upper bracket slot, and getting this win brings them a step closer, while Falcons really want to make it to the playoffs. One mistake, one moment of heroism, one fumble, one miracle. Who's gonna get it?
It's a freaky combination between Mortal Kombat and Step Up, but I can't help but watch.
Wait, that sounds like a good movie in any universe.
And that's why we have to watch this right now. Game 3 in the Clash of Titans. The legend continues. They keep serving.
OHEB has the Sea Halberd. Cal TZ with a Malefic Roar. Items all already locked in. Flap TZ only up to an Oracle, but he's still very tanky with all the shields he can absorb through Liquid.
Yeah.
They gotta take care of the top lane.
And I have my eyes on Ogwin.
Have my eyes on Carl.
All right. Wow, look at these passive pushes by Falcons.
Oh my gosh.
Little by little, they're finding space through the minion waves that they're pushing slowly.
Oh, is this a call? Are they gonna burst?
No, JP sees it. It's way too risky. They cannot play the 50-50 as well because they're up against a Joy who got a good lead early. At this point, this isn't a 50-50. This is a sure. Wait, too deep.
He wasn't able to find his target. Immortality already popped. Sanford already using the bravest fighter. Will JP have to escape it? It's a no. Super Marco shuts him down. Carl TZ doesn't even get to deal enough damage to deal with the backlines. Kyle TZ instead will re-engage. Look for more. But will that be the right call? Even Team Liquid Philippines, very low cooldowns. They're prepared.
They don't want it. They're a man down. Flap TZ pushing the advantage. Falcons, that's a small win, but what do they do with it?
Yeah, they have to clear up the minion waves down bottom because now the passive push by Liquid is in effect for them. They couldn't get Carl TZ or any other of the main damage dealers of Liquid down, but without JP here, are they gonna try to? Will they get this?
This is Sanford and the hard guard. OHEB trying to contest, but Kyle TZ with Retribution will successfully take it for themselves.
The gambit worked.
A clean take for the Lord. Falcons now 2,000 gold ahead. Carl TZ just respawned. Liquid have to recover.
The gambit worked. They knew that they might have gassed out Liquid in that last exchange, so Falcons just decided to rush the Lord instead.
This is a throwback to another old Falcons identity, a war of attrition. Resources, battle spell counting, cooldowns in effect. It had to go the long way around. They had to take down Daddy JP first for Liquid to run out of good choices, options, decisions to make. And now they have a Lord.
Oh my goodness, this is a 1v1, but there's a help from Sanji, but the Divine Judgment denies him of the dashes, but the electrifying beats might still make it. He gets to take down Kyle, and now they're going after Few. Oh my! It's a double kill for Carl TZ. Oh, we're looking at the next target, but Super Marco has his Salmon Force just in time. Carl TZ just trying to escape, but he will get left all alone. But JP and the other members are already here to aid him as well.
Now it's Liquid's turn. They split Falcons up. Falcons was too comfortable.
Oh, Carl TZ.
Carl again, the surprise play. Carl freaking TZ this time with the swing back and the turnaround.
That's why he's the GOAT.
Oh my goodness, 715.
Marco.
But can he escape it? Super Marco has the flicker.
Bang.
But barely. He's able to walk. The hard guard.
Saved by the Lone Stallion. Alone no more. The chef is cooking.
Hi-ho, Sanji.
Oh my.
Liquid, do not fall. Not here, not now.
Just when that could have been another shutdown on Carl. Oh my goodness, Sanji.
A minute until the Lord spawns lower quarter. No inhibitors have fallen just yet, so no real long lane advantage either team holds.
5 series is the streak that Falcons face. 5 series they have been unable to defeat Liquid. There was a time in history where the script was flipped, where it was Team Liquid Philippines constantly losing to Falcons. But in this new era, as we may just be seeing the light finally die out on the embers of what was once the Falcons era, the Falcons AP Bren era. But it's not over yet. But where will they find their hope? Where will they find their turnaround when Carl TZ on a Joy with a pocket Angela is already too much for Falcons to handle?
All right, a calculated use of a Feathered Airstrike to clear the waves. Few pops that top lane. Lord spawns in the lower quarter. 40, thinking if he could start a dance. Flapped easy man marking JP.
Yeah.
Oheb with the Rose Gold Meteor. That might end up becoming a key item later.
Extra lives. Again, chances for Oheb to make more of this 1-0-0 record.
Yeah.
He's played very conservatively, and I think that is to Liquid's advantage.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to put himself in harm's way.
Yeah, he built up a Sky Piercer early. He doesn't have a lot of stacks, but he can start chaining them in the end.
Yeah.
While you also see JP build up an anti-Cuirass that will diminish the damage that Kyle TZ can dish out.
Yeah, his immortality is back too.
Divine Glaive for Few, and that might just be it. That might just be the light of hope that Falcons needs.
Okay. Sanford and JP kick Kyle TZ out of their side of the jungle. Massive pull here for Falcons. Is this right? Are they blitzing it? Feather Strike!
Look at that! It was just the Divine Glaive that you mentioned, but look at how Sanford was brought down to very low HP. JP has information, but can Carl TZ catch up? Kyle TZ will take it away from Team Liquid Philippines. There goes the electrifying beats, but now all they could see is Flap Super Marco with the answer, and that forces Team Liquid Philippines away.
And Falcons didn't even need to lean into it. They were happy with what they got.
Oh, the Feathered Airstrike was carried, but he has the immortality still. Carl TZ just goes for the turret, and he's after Kyle! Immortality already popped for Kyle TZ.
Marco coming in!
Okay, there's the dash. He will still survive again.
Oh, good with the conceal. He has the Divine Judgment cocked and loaded. They have to let go.
Divine Judgment, Divine Glaive, the Lord on their side. Is Divinity enough to save Falcons season?
By a miracle, can they make it to the Corneta Astrodome? They're holding on to this. Lord in mid, wave sync top and bottom. Kyle TZ locking in a malefic roar. Few on his way to a winner crown.
All items locked in. Still waiting for 2 more on that Angela who's been juggling items. Sanji on this Angela has been too much. Perfect angle for JP, perfect angle for Carl. Look where they are in the map.
Yep. They can just come in from the sides.
All right, Feather Strike by Few.
Oh, JP, he finds Super Marco, but he's all alone.
He got found!
He's all
buys time. It buys time though because Falcons couldn't use the Lord. They broke the tower in mid, but it bought time for Liquid to recalibrate.
Slow roll. Falcons going for the disciplined route. Mid lane finally penetrated. Bottom gonna be up next.
Yep. They'll have to deal with the waves for now. Hardguard already used on Carl TZ. They will just do it. A divine judgment on the Sanford, and he gets blasted by Super Marco.
The Predator turned prey. They got eyes on Carl.
Kyle TZ looking for Carl. There's the stun and the falling star move.
My goodness.
Immortality's bought for Carl TZ. That's a shutdown for Super Marco.
The Falcons are doing it. It's just Sanji and Oheb left.
Sanji and Oheb, what can you do? Team Falcons will stay alive.
The biggest miracle of season 16 yet. Falcons have punched their ticket to the Conetta Astrodome.
Sometimes the universe just aligns things perfectly for you. When you think you're out, when you think you're down, as long as you keep your head up high, you can fly high like a falcon!
On October 22, the year of our Lord 2025, Falcons get to step foot into the Conetta Astrodome and say, Falcons are here! What a victory. GG, well played to Team Liquid Philippines. Still our defending champions. Still the champions of the Mid-Season Cup 2025. They bow their heads down and take their march. We're going to be hearing from Falcons, not to say goodbye, but to hear about their victory here tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, on stage with Hans Galleria, let's give it up once more for Team Falcons PH. What a win!
The team that you are currently looking at right now is playoff secured. Give it up for Team Falcons! Kinilabutan kaming lahat dun sa nakita namin, Ogwen. There were a lot of emotions surrounding you guys. Even you guys are teary-eyed as well. Talk to us about the roller coaster journey na nakuha nyo bago makarating sa puntong to.
Nung nag-top 8, kami, nasa isip na namin top 8 secured na kami. So nung huling mga week namin talagang binigay namin yung best namin. Tapos yun, nakapag-playoffs kami. Yun,
Okay, saan ang galing to? Saan ang galing yung performance nyo knowing that everything was on the line, season was on the line? Saan nyo hinugot yung lakas nyo today?
Sa akin, ayoko lang first exit para sa akin tapos syempre masok si Coach Boods. Yung mood namin, mas lalong umani mood.
So yung moody in a good sense. In a good sense sa pagiging mo. Few, I want to talk to you as well. This was such a moment for you and your team. Matagal mo na silang kasama. And for the entirety of the season, you were backed into a corner. Anong na-discover mo sa team mo while you guys were on the brink of elimination at paano nyo nabawi ito?
Ang napansin ko hindi pa rin nawawala na kahit marami na kami champion na nape-pressure pa rin kami. May time na feeling talaga namin na sobrang hina namin. Pero nung after kasi nung week 6 tinanggap namin nilaglag na kami kaya siguro doon din gumanda talaga yung laro namin.
Would you say that this is the Team Falcons na dapat asahan ng mga fans nyo? Because there were a lot of people who showed up every single day para suportahan kayo. Ito na ba ang dapat nilang asahan towards that?
Feeling ko kulang pa Kaya susulitin talaga namin yung natitirang mga araw papuntang playoffs na mag-double effort sa mga training namin.
You know, I want to know more from someone that I haven't interviewed in a while. Ferds, I know you haven't played in a while, pero ikaw yung isa sa mga bagong salta dito sa liga natin, and you've seen them probably nung nasa MDL ka pa that they're winning, but now they had to work hard to where they are right now at kasama ka nila doon. Ano bang experience being with them in a roller coaster journey na ngayon playoff secured na kayo?
Sobrang saya po kasi kita ko po yung hirap at nila, tiyaga na ginawa nila para makapasa sa playoffs.
And now, you're gonna be with them as well. How would you help in making sure that this team can make it until the end?
Yung mga mali naming ginawa last buong week, ayusin namin. Hanggang sa babalakas po kami lagi. Yan lang po.
So it's understandable, quite an emotional moment. Kyle TZ, I saw you giving praises a while ago. There are a lot of people rooting for you, even some of the teams. They're expecting na kayo ang makakapasok throughout the playoffs. Anong masasabi mo sa lahat ng supporters nyo?
Unang-unang sa lahat, maraming salamat sa lahat ng sumuporta at nagtiwala hanggang dulo. Kahit na minsan nawawalan na kami ng pag-asa na makapasok sa playoffs, pero tignan mo yung miracle, nakapasok pa rin kami sa playoffs.
And with that being said, miracles do happen. Playoff secured once more. Team Falcons! You can now make your way and celebrate together with the rest of your family, friends, and supporters. What a way to wrap up Superfan Saturday. That wasn't quite an emotional roller coaster, but the Falcons are still flying. Casters, balik sa inyo.
What? Sorry.
It's okay.
The athletes themselves knew that it was far from possible, but the stars align and miracles do occur. Kyle TZ said it himself. And lo and behold, look, this new identity by Falcons is what gets them the dub.
Bro, I cannot believe it.
I wonder how the Falcons guy is feeling.
I can't believe it. I counted them out, and of course at the end it's Flap TZ on that Esmeralda because they could not have any other source of front line. Ogwin isn't a front. Yeah, he'll get vision, but sure, most of the time you see him coming from the back to try and get the divine judgment from the vision provided by Flap TZ. He held down the front. He put his team on his back and said, I got you guys, we're going to the playoffs.
Yeah, that was honestly, for majority of the game, more of like a conservative Kaja that we got to see from Ogwin.
Yep, he chose his fights.
Everything was just perfectly working for Team Falcons. Maybe mostly because of Flap, because he does everything that he and Ogwin used to do together in game number 1 and game number 2.
Perfectly with an asterisk and like 16 footnotes, because it's not like Liquid made it easy for them. For a majority of this game, Liquid ran through them. Liquid were calling the shots. Hell, it came to a point where anything Falcons had on the map, they had to work tooth and nail to get. But after some point, when Flap TZ got as comfortable as he is on stage, in this game, as the Esmeralda check-in bushes, again, even dancing amongst 2 or 3 members of Liquid, no sweat, that's when the writing started to get on the wall. That's where even 40 doubted himself.
I think that was part of, I think this is the part of the Flap TZ resurgence plan. Because remember there was a time where after they lost to SRG in the MSC 2024, Flap TZ changed. He became a little bit more muted, not as wild as before. He lost his edge. But then now his edge has evolved into, honestly, something a little bit of a clown, but you know, it works out.
So this is another chapter. After season 12, he went wild, and then M5, and then a dip in MSC, and then a resurgence. What, it took him a year and a half?
Yeah. It's a long climb back for Flap TZ and Falcons.
I will take it rather than it never happened.
Ogwin was just jumping right after that game. Imagine last winning against Team Liquid in season 14, and now finally, again after 5 whole series.
It's been that long?
Last I saw it was season 14. Those are the 5 series.
So the last time Falcons did better than... I don't know if they beat him. Yeah, they did. No. Are you saying it was in Kazakhstan and then they kept losing to them since?
Yeah, after Kazakhstan, they never won against Liquid.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's been a year.
yeah, it's been a year.
Oh my God, that was a third-party tournament, ladies and gentlemen. I was there. I could not remember Liquid being as frustrated. But yeah, it's been a year. And today, look at this. Cathartic for all of the Falcons fans. Hey, I'll tell you, even Liquid fans are smirking. Even Calvary's like, yeah. That was a good match.
Yeah, it was. Again, you couldn't have written it any other way. Falcons takes game 1, Liquid gets back game 2,
stomps
them, and it looked hopeless, leads majority of game number 3, only for Falcons to turn it around in 21 minutes and 36 seconds to secure the playoff slot after going through what is their worst season so far as this lineup since season 10. You couldn't have written it any better.
This is what the kids in the early 2010s would call an epic win.
Yeah. I would honestly I was really feeling so nervous for Team Falcons. We went heavy in the beginning of the season of how they've been together for 7 years, and it felt like it wasn't looking too good for them. But they just showed us that they don't give up.
Did you say 7 years or 7 seasons?
7 seasons. Yeah.
Some of them have been playing this game for 7 years, yes, professionally. But yeah, again, 1,000 plus and counting, right? 1,500, 1,600 at this point.
I'm still speechless, folks.
No words, folks.
No words.
Again, this data will be online. You could take the time to study it and go into the nitty-gritty, go down to brass tacks of what exactly happened. But you can roll back the tape. Falcons played possibly their best MLBB in the last 5 minutes of this 21-minute game.
And I know Carl TZ was only really trying to win, but it really looked like he was hell-bent on making sure Falcons don't make it to the playoffs. That's how crazy Carl TZ played this game as a joke. I don't care. We said we want you to make it to the playoffs, but I'm gonna be the one to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah. And I really want to say that for everyone, but like, when certain items came in for, let's say, the Divine Glaive for few, I could not forget how Sanford just melted it against or in front of everyone. And even the Sky Piercer for OHEB, we didn't feel its full effect.
That could have been the death knell. I was so sure that Liquid's playing to win.
Yeah.
OHEB wants to kick him down. But no, I think now that you mention it, OHEB in comparison to Super Marco and to how willing the BPI rich guy this game, Kyle TZ, was to play in the dirt, OHEB may have played a little too conservative.
Yeah.
We've seen OHEB flicker forward to get kills. He did none of that in this game.
Yeah, and it's weird because he has like a strong front line with him. I think he was also just... It's understandable considering that there is a Lancelot on the other side, that if you decide to flicker in, one Thorn Rose could be like the complete end of your life. And he knew that he needed to be like the next main condition alive. Also the fact that, look, the stat line of Carl was like 7-2 and more than 5, like 7-7 or something like that.
6 and yeah.
Yeah, because the members of Falcons were getting blasted even before OHEB can join the fight. Because OHEB was like farming. And then the sequences that happened where Carl TZ got kills, OHEB was like, wait, I'm not there. Oh, you guys didn't need me. Sure, I'll play back.
Yeah, he couldn't even make it to take the stacks for himself. Everyone had to run away by then.
Let's see how these decisions played into either team's performance as we throw over to Wolf in the post-match howl.
At nakita na naman natin ang imposible ay ginawang posible. Dito lang yan sa MPLPH Season 16. At we can say na ito na nga talaga ang pinaka-competitive at pinaka-matinding season na na-witness natin all throughout the MPLPH season history, where a top team like TLPH na ang kondisyon para makapag-upper bracket ay manalo, but they lost against a team na ang only condition para makapasok sa playoffs ay manalo against the Titans. Falcons, you know, the reason kung bakit nila nagawa to is because they followed some of our prescriptions to them. Balikan natin ang keys to victory. They had to unleash Kyle TZ, lalo na kapag naka-funnel strategy or yung mga heroes na pwede silang makascale. Hindi ito yung first time na na-mention ko to para sa Falcons at ginawa nila to for the second time around, and they were so successful with it. And they also had to prepare for TLPH's low cooldown ultimate strategies. Katulad na nakita natin with Angela, ang ginawa nila dito is proper timing, proper scaling, making sure na nakakapag-farm pa rin yung Lancelot despite not having a good early game. At nakita din naman natin in game number 1 na effective talaga yung pagiging funnel nitong si Kyle TZ. But most importantly, TLPH hindi nila na-deny yung suppress at displacement heroes para kay Ogwen. And how poetic is it na itong key to victory natin para sa TLPH, ang last play na ginawa ng Falcons para manalo at mag-qualify sa playoffs. Ogwen with that flicker, with that ultimate na huli doon si Sanford, ang pinakalaking problema nila for all throughout that series, shutting that Lapu-Lapu down and winning the playoff series for themselves. Falcons will now get into the playoffs. TLPH, they still have one match to get into the upper bracket. So tignan natin kung masusolusyonan nila yan. You know, ang pinaka-curious ako dito is, ano nga ba yung pakiramdam? Ano nga ba yung pakiramdam makarinig ng comms ng isang team na lugi na pero nabawi nila at natapos pa nila para makapasok sa playoffs? Let's take a look and listen dito sa ating mic check.
Okay. Lord lang, Mark. Ito, Joy. Nandito, Joy. Lord, Mark. Yung Lord lang, boy. Wala, Joy. Pulot ako. Alalay lang. Eh, wala, hindi nga pa pwede. May samang ka pa, Mark. Okay lang, nagpigan na lapo. Sino bumalik? Pwede pa. Pwede ba? Walang pigan na lapo, boys, ha? Palit ako ng conceal. Back siya sa akin, no? Stand ko. Ay, Joy. Chill lang. May atang tol. May mo ako. May mo ako. Aliwa. Ay, nakita na Joy. Tumadash. Wala. Di makago. Ready mo? Hindi mo yun. Ato ko. Lapo. Nice, end double na to. End double, try natin, ha? Walang dash, Joy. Ilang natak mo dad? Joy nga. Joy lang. Meet.
I am convinced that Falcons' victory was really made possible by their, I don't want to say nonchalance, but the fact that there's nothing to lose and they're playing like it's just another day.
Yeah, and you know, since the image is ingrained into memory, they are sat in the exact same position and had the almost same reactions as to when they won in M5. The exact same slot.
Flap at least did not come close to meeting his maker by falling off a chair.
Yeah.
And few too, and few.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the Infinix standings and all 6 teams who are going to the playoffs locked in, but we've yet to find out who will be making it to the second slot in the upper bracket.
Yeah, it gets delayed to tomorrow because Team Liquid Philippines lost tonight. But still, we find out after the last series, which is again Team Liquid.
We would like to wish Smart Omega a GG well played, a great, definitely entertaining Season 16, but with this victory by Falcons, they are confirmed to be eliminated.
Yep.
Heartbreaking for Omega. Fate was no longer in their hands, but now we look at the picture, and all we're waiting for is to see whether it'll be TLPH or Oni go to the second slot, and the placements of, well, no, this is TNC.
Oh my
they're pretty
goodness.
much still just gonna be there.
You know what?
I can't.
This still, down to the very last day of Season 16, Week 8, Day 3, nothing is set in stone.
Yeah.
You don't know who ends up where just yet. You know who's in the playoffs, but who are they fighting?
Yeah, I will legit go crazy if like.
How many lives do they have?
You know what's crazy?
What?
Falcons just did so much to make it to the playoffs, and their first round is either Liquid or Onyx.
And we know they can beat either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They both have winning results against the two.
How about the twisted TNC situation?
It's same but different, but still same.
Yeah.
I just can't. I can't handle it if the rematch happens in the play-ins.
If it's Liquid Falcons
Yeah,
again, but this time in the play-ins round?
Yeah, I can't.
Oh my
I can't.
goodness.
If I'm allowed to have a wish, I'd rather it be later on. Because I
Yeah.
want to see more of them. I know as an old head, that sounds very selfish of me, but I can have Clash of Titans over and over again, years on end. Here is a look at the Fanstic Laban standings. Week 8, Day 2, there's one more day of competition for the fan bases of the franchise teams. And despite a rocky tail end of the season in Fanstic Laban, the Mines are still on top.
Yeah. So this is looking like their top seed for the Fanstic Laban playoffs too.
And the RORAs, again, it's a tight race between them and the Cavalry, but you know what? RORAs are not playing anymore, so maybe the Cavalry might just accelerate and take them over.
Depends on what happens tomorrow. And they're against AP Brett. So there's a high chance.
What a sudden climb for the RORAs. For the longest time, it looked like the Mines wouldn't be threatened at the top spot, but wow.
Impressive work by all of the franchise teams and, of course, their fan bases. You see their hard work pay off in the regular season and, of course, Fancy Laban. We now have the official prizes for the winning teams of the Infinix Fancy Laban. You'll see it here broken down.
Whoa! So if you're the champion team, you will get to receive the Infinix GT30, Metro Zero shirts, and 25,000 diamonds.
Yeah, and second and third place will receive Metro Zero merch and 10,000 and 5,000 diamonds respectively. That's a lot of skins.
You just miss out on, of course, the GT30, but again, that's for champs. This is the phone of champions.
Yeah, that's exactly what the players use when you see them in their hand cams. Earlier it was the Franco. Didn't get to work as much, but the Kaja's
still undefeated.
Yeah.
Before we wrap up tonight, any final thoughts to leave us before we go into day 3?
I missed seeing the Clash of Titans. It would have been very sad to think that it would no longer be a possibility in the playoffs, but now we can have our hopes up and we might see them again.
It's going to happen at least one more time.
Yeah. Best regular season so far, by far. Undisputed. Undisputed best regular season we've ever had.
I concur. There's no two ways about it. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an honor to have been at your service throughout the 8 weeks. We're not quite done. We got one more day tomorrow. We thank you for joining us on behalf of everyone in the back end making this happen, specifically Direct JM Jong Min, and of course, our esteemed talents who sat here, Naisu, today, Renmar Santa Cruz, Brigida. My name is Leo. We'll be throwing it over to Hans Galleria on stage. We wish you guys have a great night.
And that marks the last of this regular season Super Fan Saturday. Maraming nakita ang ating mga MPL fans na mga bakbakan that made sure that everybody and each and every one of them was making it all happen for their squads. In fact, 3 of their respective teams have already secured their spots with Twisted Minds twisting the game. There was already TNC Pro Team keeping the burning fire alive, and the last ticket to the playoff spot, none other than Team Falcons. Pero Hans, paano naman yung mga laban bukas? There's still a lot of bearing to what is about to happen tomorrow dahil nag-aabang pa sa kanilang upper bracket spots at naglalaban pa ang Sonics kontra sa Cavalry. Will it belong to Team Liquid Philippines as they avenge their defeat for tonight, or will it go to Onyx Philippines? Yan at marami pang iba ang aalamin natin bukas. Muli, this has been Hans Galleria, and what an emotional roller coaster today ang ating naging Super Fan Saturday. Ito ang MPL Philippines Season 16.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Get us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa PIN, yes. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we unite, we winners. But with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching lane na parang gera, HP racing made a setup. Kakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dome SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. No surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP. No surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala, crowd control. Pakita on the jab. East to the southeast. Taas ang watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay.